in progress.
Lovely, lovely, lovely afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, doctor.
Mariam, how are you?
I'm good. Yourself?
I'm okay. Good. Where is Professor William?
He's ready.
He's
He'll
coming.
just join us. Yeah, he's coming.
Sounds good. Sounds excellent. What a lovely day today. Yes, Mariam?
Yes.
Okay. That's what we want to hear. Hi, guy. Everybody's good? Abdurrahman, how good afternoon. Mariam, anybody who's doing this is the last course, first course? Abdurrahman, Francis, Khalid, Mohammed, Abdul Moaz, let us know if this is your first course. Yeah, Francis, good afternoon. How are you? Mariam, the link what you sent me, that's for me, yeah? At 4 o'clock meeting. Okay.
Yes.
Did you open it like for 3 hours?
Yeah, 3 hours.
Excellent. You not look very happy today. Or you are okay?
I'm okay. I just have sore throat.
Really?
Yeah.
Mohammed is a first class. Did you have some tea? Did you ask Suman to make some tea for you?
No, I'll have coffee later.
Okay. I'm glad to see you, Mohammed, too. Sorry again?
Yeah, Mohammed Hashim is first for it.
Yeah. Please let us know, yeah? Khalid, beautiful afternoon. Abdul Moaz, also beautiful afternoon. Ahmad, also beautiful afternoon. And Francis, everybody. And Mariam, beautiful afternoon too. You were not in the meeting there in the morning. And probably you were sleeping.
Yeah, you were missing me.
Yeah. Why do I look so red?
No, yeah, you look red.
I think it's something to do with the filter I put.
Extra filter, pink filter.
Oh, I think this camera is getting old. I don't know, is it available now? I remember during COVID, there's no camera was available. Webcam.
Yeah, I
Back
think
now?
now.
It's okay. I have to check it.
Find it. Yeah.
Because my laptop camera is not the best. That's fine. Okay, I can see Mahmoud is also joining. Mahmoud, hi. Hope having a great afternoon, everybody. And again, just if this is your last course or first course, please let us know, yeah? Yeah. Afternoon, listen, I'm in the class. Can I call you back? Okay, I call you back. Yeah, I am calling back because I'm in the class, okay? Okay. Yeah, thanks, bye. Send a picture. Is Professor Biam is already awake or not yet? Did you wake him up?
Yeah, he's awake.
Okay. Hisham, good afternoon. And Mahmoud, this is your second course. What was your first course? Do you remember, Mariam, what was his first course?
For Mr. Mahmoud?
Yeah.
Management.
Really?
Project management?
Okay.
No, Mr. Mahmoud, right? I believe it was 703. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah, 705 leadership. Sorry,
Okay.
leading,
Leadership,
yeah,
project
leading
management,
a strategic
project.
management project.
Yeah.
And we have Professor William.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Yes,
can hear you and we can
Yes.
see you.
Yes. How are you? Good to see you both. Good morning, good morning. Hello, Miriam.
hello, Professor William. I missed you.
I know it's been such a long time. It's always too long, always too long. Yeah, where are
you're
you?
right.
Are you at home? Where are you?
Yeah, I'm at home.
I don't recognize the background.
Can
No.
I,
Hey,
can,
Professor Jonas. Yeah, go ahead. Can you hear me?
no, I can hear your voice twice. Is it only my side or I did open something?
I
It
don't
sounds
know.
good.
Yeah,
I can
let's
hear
see.
it once.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing,
Mariam, something
testing.
is open.
Do you have a phone open? Do you have another?
Maybe my side.
Yeah,
I'll log out and come back in. Maybe,
No, maybe my side. Mariam, can you hear video?
or maybe
I
it's the voices in your head.
yeah.
No, I think maybe LMS is open. Something is open.
Do you have Facebook open live or something like that? Testing, 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 testing. Here, I'm gonna log out. I'll come right back in. Give me
No,
5
I
seconds.
think you're okay. Maybe it's me.
Yeah, it's doctor.
It's always
It's
the
all
doctor.
in the head.
It's always the doctor. It's the voices
did
in
I
your
do?
head.
I didn't
The
nothing.
voices in your head. Voices,
I think he's
voices.
watching a lot of movies.
No, it's no movies. I'm just checking something is open.
What have you been doing this afternoon, Dr. Jonas? I don't know I don't know. Did it just start happening when I logged in?
Yeah, when you open, it's suddenly I start, but maybe I click on something.
Let's ask the students. Students, do you hear good morning, good afternoon? Do you hear an echo? Hey, Hisham. He says he can hear me. Gabrielle says no.
No, it's
Hisham says-
okay.
Okay.
It's back to normal. Sounds good.
Okay.
No, at least they are here. Hisham, good. Mahmoud, voice is okay. Everything is okay.
Yeah.
I'm happy. I'm not sure. Maybe something was going on and I didn't notice.
Yeah, it's
Open in my side.
it's good to know, students. So as we dive in, if you hear some echoes, let myself or Miriam know, because technology has a mind of its own.
I see Sheena is also joining, and I see Gabriel. Gabriel is a first class for him. Mariam, did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that. Gabriel.
Hisham says, me too.
Yeah, we have. Okay, so we have Hisham, Mohammed, and Gabriel with the first class. Anyone else who's having it for the very first course?
Or your last course. I don't recognize any of the names, so I don't know if we have anyone we still have time, people logging in. I think a few should be pretty close, Dr. Jonas. We've had a lot of students this year. A few should be close to hitting.
Yes, I think so.
Gabrielle says, how will the students focus on 10 hours? Not only the students, but the teacher as well. How will we
But
focus?
the Professor William will keep you entertained. Don't worry. You will enjoy it. I can listen to you, to be honest, Professor William, for hours and hours.
Gabriel, it's you and I both, my friend. We'll have a challenge. How will we be able to do it? Yeah, it'll go, believe it or not, it goes fairly quickly. You'll see.
Yeah.
It goes very fast.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, because we do, Miriam leads our Kahoots. We have breaks. We have lunch breaks. It goes.
Professor William, I wanted to ask you something. I would need a video, but I will let you know what I would like to include it in there, yeah? From your side, a short recorded video, yeah?
of a particular class or just an introduction or something?
No, because we missed you during the seminar.
Ah, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's smart. Yeah, that's really smart. That way you can just play it then. Hisham says, who will provide foods? I don't know. Who's going to provide the foods? What kind of foods? We're going to have some
This is a
pans-
really good question. Somebody's going to
yeah,
provide food? I
some
want it as
pancet.
well.
I want some pancet, some
Who's
lugao,
asking this?
some hummus, kapsa.
Hisham, and I have also some.
Yeah, please.
I give you my address.
Send it. Hisham, you brought it up, so you got to bring the food.
So you're the responsible one.
That's
here.
right. What do you got for us?
You know what happens? I know I'm joining with Shazad online, and he's doing something with your class, editing or something.
Ah,
Now I switch it up. And so where is the noise coming from?
so it was
This
you
is
all
Shazad.
along, Dr. Jonas. It was
I'll find
you
it.
all
Yeah.
along.
Actually, it's always Shehzad. He scares us.
Yeah, Shazad. Yeah, Shazad.
Because
Yeah,
last
Shaz.
time also he was on the phone with doctor and doctor's phone was in his pocket and I'm like hearing where are these noises coming? Am I the only person who's like listening to these voices? And then all of a sudden, oh no, Mariam, it's Shehzad. I'm like, okay.
Shazad.
And I left it in my pocket. Yeah.
He should be pretty
Coffee
close,
break.
huh?
Yeah,
one
break.
No,
coffee.
we will
Hisham,
have
Hisham,
we
you
will
can have.
have
Yeah, so you
lunch
can
break
have a
also.
you can have a coffee break, but not a coffee, just a break.
Yeah, you
Because
can
it
have.
will be very difficult to give you a coffee from this side.
We have
Yeah.
Dorothy as well. Hi.
Yes, hi Dorothy,
Welcome
how are
for
you?
the second class.
Yeah. Choose. So one more time, anybody who's doing this is a first class, please let us know. Like Gabriel, who was somebody else was. We have two of them new students.
Hisham, Gabriel, and Mohammed.
All right, okay. Yeah, Abdul Nasser, yes, good afternoon to you as well. Welcome to the class. We are just getting ready. Mariam, you want to start or no, just wait?
Let us just wait
Let's start, yeah. Yeah, Khadija also, good afternoon. Welcome to the class. This is Mazin, fourth class. Thank you, Mazin. Hope you're enjoying. Khalid also, good afternoon. Mariam, let's start. Professor William, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, then I think we are ready. If you are ready.
I'm ready if you're ready.
Ready.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to welcome everyone for today's session. Let me go ahead and pull up my slides so that I can introduce everyone, the panelists, as well as some of the rules and regulations as well. Meanwhile, you can also let us know if this is your first class or if it is your last class.
Yeah, I think somebody said it's my last class.
Yeah, congrats.
that?
Sohela
So last class. Okay, that sounds good.
and Khadija, fourth class. Long
Okay,
time,
wait.
Khadija.
I need to
Yes.
record this on Mariam. Just one second. I'm ready. Let's start. You want to change it to presentation mode? Mariam?
No, actually, it's
Stuck.
yeah.
Wow.
Just a minute.
We can still see you. You can see that when you want to close it.
Yeah. It's not letting me. Okay,
No?
forget it.
Professor William, come on online. I wanted to see you as well when I'm recording. Okay, ready, Mariam? Oh, wow. Okay, I got scared. Who is there? I said, let's go.
All right, everyone. So once again, welcome to today's session 702, Manage Stream Performance to Support Strategy. The class will going to be from 1 p.m. until 10 p.m. My name is Mariam Samir, and I'm the webinar coordinator. With me, we have our program director, Dr. Yanis Petnihazi, as well as Professor William Gaddison from USA Texas, who will going to be taking this class. We're going to be taking 3 breaks during the session. Your break 1 will going to be from 3:20 p.m. to 3:40 p.m. Your break 2 will going to be from 6 p.m. until 7 p.m. That is for 1 hour. And your third break will going to be from 7:40 p.m. to 7:55 p.m. Please do note that the break timings which I'm announcing are based on Bahrain time zone, so kindly do convert them into your own country zone. These are some of the rules and regulations we will appreciate if everyone will follow throughout the session. In case if you have any questions or concern, please feel free to write it down either in the chat bar or you can go ahead and use the Q&A tab as well. But in this case, we'll prefer if everyone will going to be sticking to one mode of communication so that it would be much more easy for the professor to read out your questions and obviously answer them accordingly. And we do prefer the chat bar option over the Q&A tab. You can also raise your hand if you want like to use your microphone or the audio, but please do not forget to mute once you're done communicating to avoid any background noise or disturbance. We have multiple methods of interaction throughout the class, such as I mentioned, if you have any communication or if you would like to share any suggestions, you can obviously go ahead and use the chat bar option. We're going to be obviously displaying some YouTube videos. The link will be shared in the chat bar for the students to watch it individually and join us for the activity as well. We're going to be using whiteboard if necessary. We have polling questions as well as we use an application called Kahoot for the MCQs and true and false. For those of you who are obviously doing it for the very first time, and if you're not familiar with this application, please go ahead and download this application in a separate device than the one you're using for Zoom, because it will be much more easy and convenient for you to join the activity and play the game if it's done with multiple devices rather than one. And at the end of every module, we're going to be having an open discussion. And at the last 1 hour, we're going to be obviously having a panelist discussion. So I will going to be obviously sending you invites for that. So kindly do accept that as well. Survey is very, very important for those. Obviously, it is not an optional. You have to fill it up and send us the feedback. The link will be shared in the chat bar in the first or second break. But also tomorrow, we're going to be obviously sending you on WhatsApp as well. This is a humble request from our side to yours that do share a photo of yourself while attending this course, as well as a small feedback video of yours, either to my WhatsApp, or you can obviously go ahead and send us the original file by WeTransfer as well to my email address. This is my contact details. So in case if you need any assistance in between the session, please feel free to communicate with me and I'm going to be the one who will be assisting you. Once again, everyone, please go ahead and download Kahoot application in a separate device than the one you're using for Zoom. That's all from my side. Hope you will have a wonderful learning experience and you will enjoy the class. Now let me go ahead and pass my microphone to Dr. Janusz, who will go ahead and proceed with his.
Okay, thanks very much, ma'am, and beautiful afternoon to everybody. And I would like to say a special welcome to Gabriel and also Hisham, who is the first class this time. And I also saw you as the last one. So congratulations for the last class one. And I'm sure you will enjoy with Professor William. Now, normally, me as a program director, I joined the class in the beginning. So just I have a couple of slides to share with you. And also at the end, so in case if you have something related to the class or something related to the program itself, I will be happy to answer it. Yeah? So let me to share with you also my presentation. Okay, so the class today, Management Team Performance. This is the first class on the list actually, on level 7, Strategy Management and Leadership. Okay. So today is a very important and very interesting topic, okay, with Professor William. Can you hear me, Mariam?
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right, okay, very important. And Professor William, it is a very important topic, I believe, yeah? Even the last time when we talked during the webinar, we talked about how important is the staff, the employees who is working for the company and all the changes. So you will be talking about lots of things, lots of theories and many practical things today. And you look at recruitment, training, performance, and also how to motivate employees in different locations, not just only one company, but within one location, but many locations as well. Now, the course assessment, as normal, we have 3 assessments. One is just only attendance, okay? So the tutorial, which will be with Professor William after 2 weeks of the class. Then we have 15% for the students' workbook, which you can do it together, a group of 2. And also you have the next one, which is the final assignments, is going to be 80%. Okay, LMS, you can see, I hope everybody have access to it. In case if not, please let me know, and also Mariam, so we can assist you in that. I will come into more details about the LMS itself, end of the course. As you know, we are recording this class, okay, like every class, and then it will be shared with you by tomorrow through WhatsApp and also Google Classroom. Now, Mariam, the Google Classroom is very important, and you will receive an email. I believe they receive an email today, yeah, or tomorrow maximum.
Yes, they will receive an email with the invitation. They just have to click on the invite, and obviously they will be able to access the Google Classroom.
Yeah, make sure you do this one, because this is something which I want to say as composer, because anything happens during next 4 weeks, any changes in terms of assessment guidelines session or the tutorial or any announcement or communication with other students is happening through Google Classroom. So make sure it's happening. If you have any problem how to get the link, please let Mariam or Angelica to know, okay? I think today, probably not 8, but around 9 o'clock, we will have a session when we have everybody will be a panelist, okay? And then we can have a group discussion and we can ask more questions. Now, very important academic individual session. We have 2 of the new students, Gabriel and Hisham. Hope you have attended already. If not, you can attend this coming up Tuesday, okay? Because we have it every Tuesday, and very important. And any old students, if it's a second course, 4th course, and in case if you want to refresh, you want to get some, just make sure everything is doing well in terms of referencing, and also if you need any assistance, how to search in ProQuest, there is a session every Tuesday from 6:30. You can attend at any time. Now, the good news is we have also individual. So let's say any of you have a question related to a specific assignment, okay, specific assignment question, or just anything you want to have one-to-one session, that's also available. And Angelica will help you in that at any time. Now, this session, which is today, will have 2 assessment guidance sessions, addition to the tutorial. And it is going to be 1st of September and 22nd of September. And the purpose of this one is to see if you have any question related to the final assignments. Of course, Professor William will give you full details about the assignments, but let's say if you want to ask about question number 2, we have the academic advisor during this session, and they will explain to you how to do it, because they are not just only assisting you, but they also grading your final assignments. So it's very advisable to attend. May I mention this one? We do a lot of activities. We have a cold call. We will call your name out, okay? As we have done it, and I see your opinion is very important to us as well. Of course, we will have Kahoot. If you are a first time, make sure have it on your mobile, and also we will have group discussion end of the class. I hope you have a wonderful learning experience. That's for my side. And Professor Rian, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jonas. And of course, thank Mariam, who's going to be with us on this journey. So let me share my slides with you. Okay. Can everyone see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
And how many slides do you see?
1.
Okay, good. Welcome. So happy to have you. To our new students, we are so excited that you have chosen to begin your journey with us. And I know that you're at the beginning of your journey, and you're probably thinking, oh my goodness, I've got so many classes to take. But before you know it, you will have ended your journey. You'll be going on to the big university, and you will too be eventually an MBA, like many, many, many of our students who have gone on to receive their degrees, have gone on to receive promotions, big positions, big titles, big money, big everything. And so it's really great for us to be a part of your journey, to help and to watch you as you grow in your career. So Today, we're going to be talking about team performance. And Dr. Jonas said it best. A lot of things have changed because of COVID, because of work from home, in terms of managing employees when you can't see them every day, right? People are working virtually, they're working all over the world. And so as a leader, how do you effectively manage performance, motivate, inspire, and still achieve the company's strategic goals? And so we're going to talk about that as we go through the content. So before we dive in, a little background on me. As Dr. Jonas and Miriam mentioned, I'm from the US, the great state of Texas. And here's my educational background and career. I think some of our returning students know, but I lived in Saudi Arabia, the beautiful Saudi Arabia, for about 9 years. I just returned back to the US in January. And I miss Saudi, I miss Bahrain, I miss UAE, I miss it every day. But I was there working for a couple of different companies. And I've also written, had the good fortune of writing 2 books. And so that's the background on me. Okay, most importantly, right? This course, this content is about you and your development. So as you and I take this journey together, there are a couple of different things, a couple of opportunities that I want you to take hold of. Number one, the content that you'll be hearing today is for informational and educational purposes. Okay. Number two, and Dr. Jonas touched on it, we want everyone, and we mean everyone, to participate. Miriam mentioned it. We want you to put your comments in the chat box. Many of you have done so already. But as you put your comments in, answer questions, I'm going to read them out. And we're going to have a discussion about whatever topic that we're talking about. Number three, stay focused. Our good colleague, I forget his name. Who was that? He says 10 hours. It's a long journey. Want you to stay focused. I love this quote that says, the quote says, wherever you are, be there. Right? And so if you're with us today on the journey, be with us on the journey. That means no Facebook, right? The next one is, yeah, WhatsApp as well, and Instagram. There's so many apps. The next one is share your experience. Now, just because I'm the one today with the microphone doesn't mean that I have all the information. You have experience. You've worked in companies. You've done things. You've led teams. You've managed projects. As we talk about different concepts and models, please feel free. Share your ideas, your experience, your scenarios, situations that you've been a part of. And we'll read them out and we'll talk about it, because I believe, another quote for you, none of us are as smart as all of us. And that just means that there is more you than just me. And so we want everyone to participate. The next one is be ready for the cold call. And you may be thinking, what on earth is a cold call? Well, we leverage this idea from Harvard University. And the idea is this, that we want you to participate, so much so that as we dive into the content, we're going to call out your name, right? And so my good friend Sohaila, who's on her last class, knows we'll call out your name. Sohaila, what do you think? Right? Gabriel's been pretty active on the chat box. So I'll be leaning on Gabriel all day today. Gabriel, what do you think about this concept? Right? Abdullah, right? Khadija, I know Khadija. I've called that name several times in our other classes. So I want you to participate. And so we'll call out your name. So be ready for the cold call. I have here the last one, take notes. Miriam, Dr. Jonas mentioned this session will be recorded at the end of our time, probably on Monday. I'm going to be sharing a copy of the slides with everyone. And so all the content that you see today, I'm going to be sharing the slides with you. Very, very important. When you get the slide content, look in the notes section, because in the notes section, I'm going to have a bunch of different notes about whatever we're talking about. And most importantly, I'm going to have a lot of references there. That's important for you because as you write your paper, you can use those references. Just cut and paste them, put them in your paper, right? I got a ton of references, tons of references on almost every slide. And so I'm going to be providing you, I don't know, maybe 80 or 90 different references. And it's all in the slides. You just have to open it up, look at the notes, cut and paste it, and pop it in your paper as you begin to write. So, okay. Any questions before we dive in to our journey today? Speak now or forever hold your peace. What do you think? Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Let us begin. Okay, so why this course? Why this course? Right. So I'm sure on all these calls, we've got IT professionals, we've got engineers, a lot of engineers. We have a lot of project managers. We have salespersons. We have researchers, procurement people, a lot of different individuals with varied professions pursue their MBAs. And so you might be thinking, I'm an engineer. Why do I need to take an HR course? Well, look at this question that we're going to open up with. I want you to put your answer in the chat box. Who is responsible to manage employees? Is it HR? Or is it the CEO? Or is it the manager? What do you think? Who's responsible to manage employees? Mumtaz says all, right? Abdulaziz says the manager. Gabriel says manager. Khaled says all. Shahad says HR and the manager. Mahmoud says all of them, but the manager first. All right. Khadija says the senior manager. Hussein says the manager. Mazen says manager and every team leader. Fadi, hey, Fadi says all of them, depending on the field of managing. Mumtaz says mainly HR. Hisham says the line manager. Abdul Rahman says the manager. Francis says the manager. Is it Amr? Says all starting with the line manager. Dorothy, hey Dorothy, says the manager. Muhammad says every leader. Razan, HR. Abdul Nasser. Everyone has a role to play in managing the team. Is it Abu Bakr? Says the manager. Zainab says everyone. And Ahmad says direct supervisor. Khadija says board of directors. Okay. Now I want you to notice, look at this. I want you to notice how many different answers we got. Think about that. The question was, who's responsible to manage the employee? We got so many different answers, which means what? There can be confusion. The employees are going to be confused. Should I listen to HR? Should I listen to the board of directors? Should I listen to the direct supervisor? Should I listen to the senior manager? Look at the different answers that we got, right? Sohaila says all organizations, also employees. Amro, hey, Amro, long time. Everyone in leadership and management position. Gabriel says direct line manager who's responsible for the division. Yeah. So it's actually, let's talk about it. Of course, everyone, all of us have to report to the board of directors. All of us have to report to the president, to the senior manager. But mainly, let me throw this question out there. This will give you a hint. Who does the employee see every day? Every day. When they go into the office, when they're online, who do they see every day? Who do they interact with every day? Right? Mumtaz noted, frontline manager. Amr, line manager. Hisham, line manager. Right? Abu Bakr, you're right. Colleagues, manager. Mazen, line manager. Mahmoud, direct manager. Khadija, line manager. Hussein, supervisor or store manager. Yeah. Abdul Nasser, direct manager. Dorothy is true. Everyone, everyone, right? But it's that the line manager, and so employee may deal with CHR. I don't know, once a month, once every few weeks, but the manager is the one that deals with the employee, and so it's the manager who's in the best position to understand the employee's performance and to manage the employee's performance, right? And so that's why we do this course, because managers need to understand what are the different topics, areas that I'll need to know and be aware of in order to effectively manage the employees. The common component in which all leaders must learn to effectively manage are people. Think about it. It does not matter if the company is a software company, an insurance company, or oil and gas company, if they're an automobile company, if they're a hotel. The common denominator out of all those things, right? Or there's two things really: money, falus, right? As well as people, right? Those are two common things, and so being able to manage people is key. Leaders must have followers. So you need to think about that. A leader who does not have followers cannot really be an effective leader, because leadership is about people. It's about people. Employees have a choice of who they will follow, right? Now, you might say, well, wait a minute. Employees have to listen to me. They have to, quote unquote, obey what I tell them to do. To a certain degree, right? You may get compliance from an employee, but you'll never get loyalty unless you engage them, right? And that's what we're going to be talking about: influence. As a leader, how do you influence your employees? Okay, now here's a question. Okay, I want you to imagine for a second. Imagine for a minute that the top 11 footballers in the world were brought together to form one team. One team. And you've got players like Ronaldo, Messi. I don't know all the players. I think his name is Mbappe. You have another player, Neymar. I think his name is Neymar. Of course, you got I think it's Salah. Is that Mo Salah? His name? Right? Yeah, thank you. Mohamed Salah. Yeah, that's his name. So I want you to imagine, watch this. You've got all these high-level players all on one team. Here's a question. Do you expect them to win? Would this team win if you had all the top players? You got Mo, you got Messi, you got Ronaldo, you got Mbappe, you got Messi. Would you expect that team to win? Shahad says no. Khalid says no. I like Omar's answer. Yes, probably. And Hussein, Hussein is nailing it today. It says no unless they have teamwork. Right? Hisham says if they have a good leader who will put them in the right place. Yep, that's good. Who's that? Dennis Muhammad says if they're managed well. Abu Bakr says if they play as a team. Amr Allah says might be if they have a good leader. Khadija says yes, they can win if unity and loyalty. If they have unity and loyalty. And Gabriel says yes, if they coordinate each other's efforts. Francis says if they are well managed, because of egos, they'll clash. Very important point, Francis. Very, very important points. Khalid says no leader, no winning. Abdul Rahman says teamwork, right? Amr says read about collaboration and inner teamwork competition. That's a huge factor. If the coach can manage them, is what Amr says. Dorothy says they can win if managed well. So I want you to notice, all of you said the answer is yes, but. a lot of you says maybe, but. Right. Really, it's about what? The players are important, right? The players are important. And many of you all said it. Hey, Muhammad, welcome. Many of you said it. The players are important, but it's really who's going to be the factor to help them to win? It's the coach. It's the person that can bring them together so that they can effectively work as a team. Yeah, Muhammad, we just started here. If they can work together as a team, the coach is going to put them in the right position, manage their egos, as someone said. Who else? Who said? I think that was Khadija who had a great point about them being able to work together. Right? You've got to be able to manage those egos so that they can effectively come together. Now, here's a question: what is a team? We just talked about team. What is a team? Well, a team is what? A group of two or more individuals with different complementary skills who, look at that word, who work together. To complete a required task, right? So it's about this synergy. They're coming together. They are all working toward a goal. Now, you've heard the term group before, and you've heard the term team, right? So what is the difference between the two? Well, let's use a metaphor of say, constructing a building. A group is two or more individuals who come together and pretty much they work independently and separately. I mean, they're all working toward a goal, but they work sort of independently and separately, right? So you might have IT, accounting, and marketing coming together to do their parts to help construct or to build this building. A team, though, is more intact. Two or more individuals. Look at the second definition. They work together regularly and they have a common goal. So an example of that is maybe all the members of the IT function, right? All the members of the engineering function, all the members of the sales function is a team when they're coming together. And why are teams important? Well, think about this. Great ideas rarely come from one person, right? This is according to Ernst & Young report back in 2013. No one person can achieve success alone. When you work at a team, it reduces risk and increases productivity, allowing for you to scale your efforts and reduces burnout. Broader and more diverse ideas. I mean, think about this. We've got about 34 people on the line right now. All of you have different ideas, which is going to enrich and make our learning experience better. Working at teams can make you happier. Working with others assist in other team members to grow. And also there's an increase in creativity when you work as a team. Okay, now we're going to go into one of our first models, right? And this model we're going to use as sort of a foundation. You'll see how all this fits together in just a moment, okay? So let me start here. Let me start with this definition, okay? The word congruence. The word congruence, sort of a fancy word. What does it mean exactly? Well, congruence means agreement, harmony, or compatibility, right? You may have heard the word synergy before. Well, that's similar to this idea of congruence, right? Mazen, I see you put some 5s. Is that your phone number you put in the chat box? I don't know what that is. So the congruence model was first developed back in 1980 by organizational theorists David Nadler and Michael Tushman. And it's based on this idea that organizations can only succeed when there is, watch this, congruence between the parts of the business, right? What that means is the business can only succeed when the work that's happening in the company is connected to the people that do the work in the company, is connected to the organizational structure that's within the company, and that's connected to the culture that's in the company, right? What this means is they all fit together. They're synergistic, right? There's harmony between the work, the people, the culture, the structure, right? All of that is connected. Let me show it to you. Here's what the model looks like. Okay, so the input is essentially you've got the environment, the resources, the history, right? So you've got all the background that goes into creating the strategy. We talk about strategy. I think we're going to touch on it a little bit today, where we talk about that in the 7-11 course about how to build that strategy. So let's just imagine a company. Everybody knows I love Al Baik chicken in Jeddah. When I was there, I loved that Al Baik chicken. Oh, so delicious. Al Baik, when they put together their restaurant, they had an idea. We're going to sell the most delicious chicken in the kingdom, right? And they put together a strategy in order to make that happen, right? And then look at the 4 elements, right? Now, when you think about strategy, a strategy is really nothing more than a plan. It's a plan. It's a map, right? I want to drive to Jeddah. The question is, how am I going to get to Jeddah? I got to have a plan to get there, right? Now, there are many routes to Jeddah. Part of my plan is going to include, okay, what's going to be my mode of transportation? Am I going to fly to Jeddah? Am I going to take a car to Jeddah? Am I going to take a boat to Jeddah? Am I going to take a horse to Jeddah? Right? Part of my plan is how much money I'm going to be needing for that travel. And then also, depending on my mode of transportation, watch this. Which route am I going to take? What's my path to get there? Right? So that's our strategy, our map to get there. Now look at the 4 components here that we just talked about: work, culture, structure, and people. And I'm going to show you how this fits together, right? What's the work? Well, the work is this element refers to the critical tasks that form the core of the organization's performance, right? If we're talking about Al Baik, what's the core task? The core task is making that good chicken, right? That's what they do well. That's what they do well, right? So this is important. This is one of the pillars that we've got to get right, to make sure that that's effective, right? Okay. What's the other pillar that we've got to look at? Well, let's look at the people, right? So let's say we've looked at the work. Now we're looking at the people. The people who put in the effort to ensure that task and core that form the core organization's performance is done properly and correctly. And they also need to look at the attitudes and expectations from the organization. So people is important as well. The work and the people are connected. If the work is well, but the people aren't happy, what's going to happen to the restaurant? It's going to go down. Okay, let's look now at the structure, right? When we talk about structure, what are we talking about? We're really talking about organizational structure, right? Who reports to who, right? Do you have a manager, a senior manager, a VP, right? What's the hierarchy within the organization? And the last one is culture. Culture is, think about the environment within the company, right? Okay, so watch this. Let's put it all together. What we're saying in the congruence model, all these things have to be connected. They have to work together, because if one is not working so well, it's going to drag down the other pieces. Okay, now watch this. This is my favorite part. What do companies do in order to improve some of the elements of the pillar, right? You've seen this. I guarantee you've seen companies do some things to improve different elements. Okay, let's look at work. Let's look at work. Now, I know I've got some engineers and some operations folks on the line right now. Here's my question. What do companies do? I'm going to give you a hint. What type of improvement projects do companies do in order to improve the work within the company? What type of initiatives do companies take part in to improve the work that's happening within the company? Amr, this is a good one. We're coming to that next. Hisham, you're on it. Amr, you're on it. We're talking about just the work. Just the work. Hisham, you're on it. It's for a different one. Just the work within the company. When they want to improve the work, when they want to increase efficiency of the work. Oh, I just gave a big hint. Amr, you're coming closer, my friend. Amr says, Amr Abdullah, mashallah, Kafu, process review, process improvement. Yeah, Mazen, you noted as well. They use systems. Have you heard of something called Six Sigma? What's Six Sigma? It's about trying to eliminate the defects within the company. So they'll do process improvement projects. They'll do process review. They'll put KPIs, because we're talking about just the work itself, right? Now, many of you, a ton of you, gave a great answer for this next one. When an organization, and you know what, as I think about some of your answers, a lot of that we can apply to work as well. But when an organization wants to improve the performance of its people, what type of projects do they focus on? And many of you talked about it. Training, right? They write new policies, Abu Bakr says. What else do they do? Khalid says knowledge support, right? They make sure the people know and understand. Hisham says they motivate and engage. That's more going to be on the culture. Employee development, Mahmoud. Yes, sir. Mahmoud's from Masri. Hello, Masri. Halan Masala. Is it Sabahu? No, Sabahaful. One of those for Masri. It's evening time, so it's Masa Khair. Yeah, so for the people, yeah, there it is, Hisham. They improve the people's soft skills, right? So we're talking about emotional intelligence. They set targets. Khadija, discussion meetings on different topics. Ooh, Masim. When they want to improve the performance of the people, they do appraisals, right? We're going to talk about that. Yep. Thank you, Mahmoud. I see it. Yep. Dorothy, skill development. Okay. Okay, let's look at the next one, structure. When a company wants to improve the structure, who reports to who in the company, what might a company do? Or what do companies do oftentimes when they're trying to improve the structure of the company to make it more efficient? What are some things they might do? Someone's going to get this one. This one's easy. Yep. Yeah, Abdullah. Yep. You're all hitting it. You're all hitting it. Abdulaziz, authority matrix. Hisham, clear roles and responsibilities. Minimize lines, Amr says. Abdul Muaz says change. Ooh, nice one, Dorothy. Dorothy says job analysis. That's when you're finding out about the job. We're going to be talking about that coming up here. Job descriptions, Fadi, KPIs. We'll talk about that as well. Adjust the org chart. There it is, Mazen. There it is. It's really about the org chart. It's I like that answer, Muhammad. Says right person at the right position. When they want to fix the structure, they do something called a reorganization. They do a reorg, right? As Muhammad says, right person, right position. Khadija, productivity analysis and error. They give them new job descriptions. Mazen's answer, they adjust the organizational chart. That's a reorg, right? When they want to improve the structure within the organization, right? Employee feedback, right? So Mahmoud, that's where we're coming next. Thank you, Abdul Nasser. I see it. It says change the organizational structure. That's it. When they want to improve the culture within the organization, what might they do? Mahmoud gave it to us. Employee feedback. Someone said it earlier. Who was that? They'll do an employee opinion survey. Who said that? Let me give them good credit for that. Who was that? They'll do a survey to test the employees, as Hisham says, motivation and engagement, right? They'll do a survey to kind of measure it, to fix it. Think about it. When you go to the doctor, nice one, Hisham, a 360. When you go to the doctor, before the doctor prescribes you any medicine, what does she do? What does a doctor do? She asks you a bunch of questions. Where does it hurt? How long has it been hurting? Right? She does an assessment, a survey. I love the word. She does she tries to diagnose. Great word, Fadi. Mahmoud says she listens. Khadija says exams. Beautiful words. I love these. I love this class. Right? To understand what's the history, what's behind it before she prescribes any medicine. The culture is the same way. If someone said it, put it in the chat box if you gave me that answer about the survey. They do the survey so that they can diagnose, to understand what does it hurt, how long has it been hurting, before they come with any plans to change the culture, right? Oh, here it is. That was Amr who said that. Staff satisfaction. Was that Amr? No, that was gather data and analyze it and set a plan. Yep. Thank you, Amr. Right. So again, that's where congruence comes in. We want to make sure that each one of those 4 pillars, 1, 2, 3, 4, all come together and are working effectively together, right? And if there are any problems, as Abu Bakr says, we want to find out the root cause of the problem and fix it, right? And then, as Khadija says, once we know there's a problem, then we give the treatment like a doctor, right? Step by step. Or in Arabic, shwaya shwaya, or hubba hubba. You see? Oh, Allah, Miss Saudi, missing the Arabic. I don't speak Arabic. I speak what is called Arablish, kind of a little mix of English and Arabic. Just shwaya Arabic. Right? So here's a question for you. What do employees want? What do great employees want? Well, simple. They want great leaders to work for. Right? Now, guess what? I think a common answer is, what do employees want? They want money. They want falus. Right? It may be true. Think about it, though. What if the company pays you 1 million Bahraini dinar, 1 million rial? But every day you went in, your boss was very rude, very racist, said horrible things about you and your family, said horrible things about your parents, horrible things about your name, your family name. How long would you work there? They're paying you 1 million rial. 1 million US dollars, 1 million British pounds. But they were rude and racist and said horrible things about you and your family, your kids, your wife, your parents, right? How long would you stay there? Right? For most, some would leave immediately, but some would, I'd stay there for maybe a year. I would get the money, masalam. Yeah, and then you'd leave, right? So great leaders are important, right? Now, how many of you, think about this for a second, and you don't have to answer this, but I want you to think about it. Have you ever worked for a company and you stayed with the company because you worked for a great leader? You could have left. You could have got a bigger salary, a bigger position, a better everything, but the only reason why you stayed was because of the leader that you worked for, right? Yep. Amr says it happened. Yep. Abdurrahman says they need great leaders. Yeah, Abdurrahman Dosri. They used to call me William Adosri when I was in Saudi. When I am Dosri, yes. This is Walid Emmi. Hello there, brother. Yeah, Hisham says it happened. Yeah, Abu Bakr says it just happened. Right? Good leaders make you like what you do. That's so true. Very important. Right? Very, very important to enhance own business, right? Yeah, my friend. Ahmed says it happened to him. It's so true, right? So leaders, it's about the leader, right? And that's why the leader must know how to effectively manage human resources piece. So what is human resources? Well, it's become to be recognized the inherent part of management, which is concerned with the people side of the organization, right? So HR is about the people side of the organization. Finance, we know. Process engineering, we know. Procurement, proposal writing, supply chain, logistics, all of the business side, operational side of business. HR deals with the people side of business. Its objective is the maintenance of better human relations in the organization by the development, application, and evaluation of policies, procedures, and programs related to people. Human resources is about people, right? Because the idea is this: you get better results when you have a better collaboration and relationship between managers and their employees, right? When those things are congruent, when they match. If you have a relationship between a manager and employee is not good, what happens to the production in the company? It goes down, right? So let's look at some of the core activities of human resources, right? So let me just throw the question out there. What are some of the core activities of human resources? So Ahmed says he's following the lead of his great manager that he worked with. Hey, Gamal, how are you? Halen Wasalit. Good to see you. What are the core activities of HR? What do you think, Gamal? Francis says enabling business. True, but how is it? Okay, Hisham says training programs. Right. What are some other core activities of HR? Dorothy says to see the staff aware, to make sure the staff is aware of the company policy. Muhammad says hiring. Absolutely. Amr said it. I love this definition. Bring the best employees in. Mahmoud says setting the standard of work. Talent acquisition. Yep. Fadi, you're spot on. Ooh, good one, Fadi. Employee relations. Abu Bakr says the combination of people and organizational objectives. Abdul Moaz says building the environment. That's the culture that we're talking about. Managing employee goals. Hussein says hiring, people development, and disciplinary actions. Hussein, spot on, sir. We're going to be talking about disciplinary actions later because we can't ignore it. That's part of, right, the management of people, developing people, supporting people, praising people, but sometimes we have to correct, give feedback, right? Khadijah says recruiting and reference checks, right? Hire, train, keep, upgrade. That's a good one, Khaled. Training, development, people development. Okay, this is spot on. Let's look at some of these. Abdul Nasser says hiring and keeping employees in the organization. Yeah, Ahmed says proactivity is mixed with personal with business. Yeah, that happens. And so these core things we want to do to limit that. Now, someone, I forgot who that was, gave this answer earlier today about job analysis, right? So that's a core analysis of human resources. Now, here's the question. Is a job analysis the same as a job description? What do you think? Is job analysis the same as a job description? What do you think? Let's see here. I got a lot of answers coming in. Let me see here. Let me see. Is that the same job analysis, same as a job description? Gabriel, what you think? I haven't heard from you. Winnick, Gabriel. Sheena, Winnick, where are you? I see Sheena here. Winnick, Sheena. What do you think? Is a job analysis the same as a job description? Let's see if Agilin, what do you think? Was it some me? What do you think? Ooh, okay. I said, okay, Abdul Nasser. Wow, good answer. You must have taken this class before, Abdul Nasser. MashaAllah. This is, you know this stuff. Okay, thank you, Angeline. I see that. Okay, wow. Yeah, this class is on fire. Yep. Yeah, you're correct. Thank you. Ashlyn nailed it on this one. So it's, the job analysis is the first part of the job description. I mean, if you said it, yeah, Mazen nailed it. Gabriel, I see you. Abdullah Rahman. I'm looking at Hisham's answer here. Yeah, man, Hisham, you can teach this class. I love your answers. Job analysis focuses on the job description. Yep, Dorothy. Yep. Yeah, it's the first part, right? Before you get to the job description. And then you have HR planning. When should HR do planning? Right? Whenever there's a change in the business, right? Present and future, right? The level of KSAs. KSA is not Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but KSA stands for knowledge, skills, and abilities, right? And then you've got recruitment and selection. Are they both the same? Recruitment and selection. Are they both the same or are they different? Yeah, they're a little bit different because recruitment is about advertising, telling people about the job. Selection is about, I've got 5, I'm going to select these 2, right? And then employee development. Okay, now this is one of my favorite questions here. Is not employee development, but training and development. Is training the same as development? Is it the same? Are they different? And if they're different, tell me what's different about them. What's the difference between training and what's the difference between development?
طفي اللمبة عشان
Oh, I can't hear you. Brother, you're who is that? I think you're on we hear your microphone is open. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I didn't understand what you were saying. I don't fully understand all the Arabic. I think you were saying Professor Will is a great teacher. I think that's what you were saying, right? I don't know. So the question is, what's the difference between training and development? They're two different things. What's the difference between the two?
I think you can training, after that develop the employee.
Yep. Thank you, Abdurrahman. Yep. You're spot on. So training deals with, I see the answers coming in. Watch this. Training deals with your current skills. It's the skills that you already know that we essentially want you to get stronger in, right? So you're hired as an accountant, right? So we might train you on a different accounting skill, right? We just want you to get stronger, deeper into what you already know, right? We want you to go deeper into the skill that you already have, right? That's training. Training deals with your skills today, right? The skills that you have today, right? I see a lot of great answers coming in here. Development is different because development is about future skills. Development is not about the skills you have today, but it's about skills that we need you to have for tomorrow. Watch this. Watch this. In most of your companies, you have a function that's called what? Leadership development. And why do we call it leadership development? Because we're saying, okay, this person, this individual, right? Abdul Nasser, we need to prepare Abdul Nasser to be CEO, inshallah, for the future. So we develop his skills, right? We need Khadijah to be our CFO, right? For the future. So development is about your future skills. And so what we might do, we put our friend El Dosity, we put Fadi into all these different delegation of assignment, right? We send Fadi to a Harvard University, right? So that we might develop his skills to get him prepared and ready for what's coming in the future, right? Amal, we might put Amal in the not Amal, Gamal in the in a director of IT role because we're developing Gamal to take over as the VP of IT, right? So training is about current skills, development is about future skills. And then performance management. Yep, there it is. We'll look at performance review cycle in a bit. And I know we'll be taking our first break coming up in, I think it's 25 minutes. Let me check with what time is it there? I think our first break is at.
And actually the first break will be at 3:20 and now it's 2 p.m. So we have 1 hour.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for that. Let me know, Miriam. I'm worried about the I don't my translations of time is going over. Okay, so performance management. Thank you, Miriam. How often do we do performance review? We'll talk about that a little bit later. But how often do you do it? Some companies do it. Watch this. Once a year? Anything wrong with that? I don't know. We'll talk about that later. Then compensation and benefits. Is salary important? We'll talk about pay grades and scales. Every pay grade has a salary range. A little interesting fact I'll throw out to you. I know many of you are in the GCC. So I'm back in the US now, but in the US, the benefits are different, right? So in the Middle East, especially in Saudi, you have an end of service. In the US, we don't have an inter service. In Saudi, you have housing allowance. In the US, we don't have housing allowance. In Saudi, you have transportation allowance. We don't have that. So the benefits compensation are a little bit different in every country. I think in Philippines and Europe, all different. This is a factor because you might manage employees from different cultures. Employee relations, someone mentioned this earlier today. What is employee relations? Well, it's this department that is the go-between between the manager and the employee. If there's a disagreement, you've got this department there that's helping to manage and navigate better relationships between both. And then health and safety. Now I have it on here, but you know, health and safety it used to be, it's at one point under HR, but I mean, it's not under HR anymore. It's health and safety, because of its importance, is now a department all unto itself. I love this little icon here, shaking hands. So there is a partnership with HR. Since line managers represent the frontline supervision, they have the day-to-day responsibilities to implement the HR activities. So this goes in line with the first question that we ask. Who is responsible to manage the day-to-day interactions with employees? It's the line manager. Now, the line manager, as many of you said, works with HR to do that. The primary reason HR and line managers should work together is because both parties have a vested interest to ensure the organization's success. They ensure it because they work with the employee to ensure that the employee is happy and engaged and is doing the most their best work. I see a comment here from Francis. He says, health is kind of related to HR since they manage staff welfare. Yeah, it's true. So health, a word that we use today for that, Francis, is called well-being. You hear this word a lot, and you're right. Well-being and health is under typically the benefits. Hisham says recognition is a must. Absolutely, right? Giving employees recognition, because what does that do? It empowers, it makes the employee feel valued, recognized, seen. All these things are important. All these things are important. Look at the evolution of HR, right? So I want you to notice something here. Previously, 50% of HR's work was on the administrative side, 30% operational, 20% strategic. Over the last few years, there's been this transition. Now, HR is doing 60% of their work on the strategic, but only 10% on administrative. Wow, do you see the difference? They've gone from 50% to 10%. Here's my question. How has that happened? What has caused that to happen? That HR has so much time now. Before they were doing 50% of administrative work, but now they're only doing 10%. What has caused that change to happen? What do you think? Let me see if you're thinking. Abdul Moaz, first one out the gate. So the question is, Hisham, in the past, HR was spending 50% of their time doing administrative hands-on work. Today, that's changed. Instead of doing 50% of hands-on work, HR is only doing 10% of hands-on HR work. And my question is, how is that possible? What has changed? What has caused HR to now, there it is, Hisham. Yeah. So Muhammad, I love this word Muhammad used. He's spot on. Abdul Moaz says technology has done it. And Muhammad says ERP, employee resource. What is employee resource platform? Is that what that means? I think I forget what the P is. Hisham said it, process automation. Mahmoud says a system. Yep. Mazam, a system. Yep. Everything's automated now. Eunice, hey, Eunice, long time. Howdy, Masalan. ERP system. Yep. Abu Becker says ERPs. Khadija, yep, online data. You probably heard it saying this way. It's called self-service. If an employee, thank you, Abdul Moaz. Enterprise resource planning. Okay. Yep. Yeah, ERP, Abu Becker. ERP is a system. Yeah, because we have a system. Most things are what? Self-service. If you want a salary ladder, you don't have to email someone. You don't have to go down to someone's office and request it. I'm in Footlock, please give me a letter. No, because of the system, it's self-service. You can print it yourself. There it is, Khadija, self-service application. You're absolutely right. Right? Which, because now the employees are able to do it. Think about this. Watch this. I was with a friend of mine last week, and we stopped at a McDonald's to get some food. And guess what? My friend didn't talk to anyone at the McDonald's. He went up to something and had his phone, boop, 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 doop, 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 ordered the food he wanted, waited, they brought the food out. Didn't have any interaction. It's all self-service now. Everything is self-service, right? In fact, that's saving the company money. They don't have to have as many employees there. Now, I want you to look at some of the trends in HR, right? So domestic versus multinational organizations. Multinational organizations. So there's this globalization of business and labor markets. What do we mean? Well, you've got many companies that are going global right now. Yeah, Khadija, you're right. Airport boarding and luggage. You're absolutely right. You're spot on, Khadija. I remember flying. I can print my boarding pass. I can go up to the kiosk, get my boarding pass. I go straight to the gate. And if you don't have bags or everything, you can do everything. Globalization. Companies are now not local, right? So MNC stands for multinational corporation, right? So what does that look like? I'll give you a great example. Let's go back to my favorite restaurant, Al Baik, Belafia. Say what now? Al Baik is, well. So Al Baik is, think about this. They started off as a local company, local restaurant. And if you're outside the Saudi or GCC, Al Baik is a chicken restaurant. Think of like Kentucky Fried Chicken or those types of things. Well, they started off in a place called Jeddah, right? Small restaurant. And because people liked it and they were so successful, then before I left the kingdom, Al Baik moved to other parts of Saudi. Then I heard Al Baik moved outside of Saudi Arabia. They're now in Bahrain, which is another country, right? Mohammed, thank you, sir. Mohammed now tells me they're in Dubai. That's another country. So that's when we say, that's when it becomes a multinational corporation. Means that it's located in other countries outside of its home country, right? Abdul Mohsen says soon they're going to Masri. Okay, I have to go back to 60 branches in Egypt. Ooh. Oh, Yella, I'm going to Egypt. I'm going to Egypt. Yeah, in fact, I was there. I went. I was in Sharm el Sheikh in Egypt. I love to dive, so I dove in Sharm el-Sheikh. Yeah, but that's a multinational. Like McDonald's. Think about this. It doesn't matter which country you go to, there's a McDonald's. That's an example of a multinational. They're located in many nations. Okay. Thank you. Shukran. Teslim Mahmoud. More high-tech jobs. These are the current trends that HR is having to do. You've got a lot of high-tech or skills which are needed. Look at this next one. Okay. Hisham says, yeah, so we give the best hospitality. Okay, sounds good. Cosmopolitan Corporation, you mean? Yeah, no, it's a multinational is a company that's located in other nations. Yeah, it's located in other nations. That's what a multinational is. Yeah, yeah. Abu Bakr says they'd open their own Al-Baik in Egypt. Look at generational differences. I want you to think about this one. This one's very interesting. Watch this. Because of the improvement in medical science and medicine, guess what's happening? People are living longer. Because people are living longer, people are also what? Working longer. And so now what you're having within organizations, you have multiple generations. You've got new graduates all the way to people who are old like me, all in one, working in one organization. Now, the challenge and opportunity with that is that each generation sees things differently, right? So the younger people, they want to come in, they want to become vice president overnight. The older generation, no, halas, I've worked this place 40, 50 years. Why should you be president? I have 50 years in this company and you just graduated. And so you have this conflict. Remember, we talked about the congruence, the people, right? HR is there to help manage that conflict, right? Changing societal norms, right? So what's illegal today may be legal tomorrow in one country. What's legal in one country may be illegal, right? And so societal changes happen. Increase of contingent workers. Look at this next one. It says evolving role of virtual employee. Now, what's interesting, when I put these slides together, some time ago, this was way before COVID. There wasn't a whole lot of people doing virtual work. Now, guess what? Everybody's virtual. What's the impact of that? Think about that for a second. If I'm a company and I now have an opening, I don't just have to hire people in my neighborhood. I can hire someone that lives in, Europe, Philippines, El Khobar. Yes, I lived in Khobar, Eastern Province. I can hire someone that lives in Qatar, Egypt. Because it's virtual, right? I don't have to send someone from my own location, right? I can hire people from anywhere in the world because it's all virtual, right? And then look at this next one, increase of diversity and cultural issues. Now, this is a big one. Within the organization, you have people of different faiths, Christians, Hindu, Muslims. You have people of different genders, men, women. You have people of different ages, new graduates, older people, right? All together in one location. And HR is there to help kind of work that so that everyone is working together. Okay, so the question is, how do you lead and motivate and inspire your employees? Let's talk about motivation. So this cycle here, we're going to talk about motivation. And I've got references here, by the way. If you look in the notes section, a bunch of references. So the motivation process starts with need, right? There is a need, right? It's driven by need. That need then creates a motive. That motive then drives some behavior, right? So we do something. And based off what we do, there is a result, right? And what's the result of that consequence? Well, we measure, do we like what we received or do we not like what we received? Right? And then we get feedback, which then informs the actions that we take in the future. David McClelland, trait theories have strong research support and great relevance to the practice of leadership. Now, this is very interesting. So I'm going to kind of go through this and explain it to you. So David McClelland says, listen, if you want an effective leader, there is what he calls an ideal profile of an effective leader. Okay. And you'll see the formula, the recipe that David McClelland says is an ideal profile. It's made up of two things. David McClelland says it's made up of a leader that has this achievement motivation, right? He identifies 3 traits, which are called needs, right? And he says that when a leader has these needs in a particular order, they are an effective leader. Okay, so what's achievement motivation theory? Well, according to McClelland, he says this attempts to explain and predict behavior. He says behavior is motivated by a desire to satisfy needs. The only reason why we do certain things is because we're trying to satisfy specific needs. Needs are based on personality and develop as we interact with the environment. All people possess these needs, but in varying degrees. So what he's saying is, guess what? All of us, every one of us, no matter what country we're from, no matter our gender, no matter our age, no matter if we're married, single, Muslim, Hindu, a Christian, we all have the same 3 needs, but they're in different orders, different degrees. Now, this is according to David McClelland's theory. So what are the 3 needs? Let's take a look at it. Here they are. So the first need is affiliation. What this need speaks to is the need for harmonious relationships with other people. Thus, because of this need to be connected with others, right? An individual might seek approval rather than recognition. What does that mean? It means that when we're in a group, I don't want to stand out. I just want to kind of fit into the group, right? I don't want to be the leader of the group. I just kind of want to fit into the crowd. Now, you might be saying, well, Will, that's not me. I want to lead. I love to lead. I love to be out by myself leading, right? Totally fine. What this theory is saying is that you have affiliation, but it's kind of small, shwaya. You have a shwaya amount of affiliation. Look at the second need, the need for achievement. Achievers seeks to excel and appreciate frequent recognition, right? So this is someone who loves to challenge, who loves a big challenge, who loves to set goals, right? They're always going for a big goal, right? They're trying to climb a mountain. They're trying to get promoted to a bigger title. They're trying to get a higher grade. They love the recognition. They love the applause, right? McClelland says for the ideal leader, they have a degree of this achievement desire. And the last one is power. Power seekers want power to control. These are individuals, I mean, you see them. They're like presidents or prime ministers. These are individuals that like to be out front. They like to have the authority. They can handle the pressure and the weight of the position, right? So there are three of them: affiliation, achievement, and power. And what McClellan is saying is we all have all three of these, but they're in different degrees, right? So for you, power may be your number one, affiliation may be two, achievement may be three. For someone else, affiliation may be number one, right? Let's look at power, because power kind of gets a bad name. Now, this is key. Power is essential to leaders because it means they have the power to influence followers. McClellan says power is neither good or bad, which is true. It's really in how you use it and how you use the power. So the question is, so what is, Hisham says, what is the ideal recipe according to McClellan? Let's take a look at it. There it is. So McClellan says this is the ideal profile, right? This is according to McClellan. McClellan is saying this individual, their first trait is the need for power, right? This individual, the ideal leader, they like the weight of responsibility to be the leader, right? The heaviness of that role, being out front, being the president, being the responsible for hundreds of people. So number one is the need for power. Their second trait is the need for achievement. They not only want the weight of responsibility, but they want the big goals to work toward, right? They want to pursue those worthy causes. Their third trait, which is next, is the need for affiliation. They have it, but I want you to notice. Look here, I want you to notice. They have it, but it's not, you see that? It's not as large as the need for power. It's not as large as the need for achievement. It's kind of small, right? Kind of small. So McClellan is saying these are the combinations and the orders and also the amounts. Because if you think about it, it maybe makes sense. I mean, if you have the need for power and the need for achievement, I mean, you're not going to have time to, you're not going to spend much energy or as much energy building relationships and maintaining relationships, right? I mean, it's your friend. You might not, give them, good news if you're the leader, right? So that's the combination. This is according to McClellan. Now, since we're talking about motivation and leaders, there's another theory. This theory was created back in the 1960s by social psychologist Douglas McGregor. And he developed two contrasting, these are opposite theories that explain how managers' beliefs about what motivates employees can affect their management style. What do I mean? What a leader believes about employees will affect their behavior toward the employee. Okay, so we have theory X. That's how I remember it. Theory X, and then we have theory Y. So Y is like celebration. Yay, right? Take a look at the difference, right? So theory X approach is more on the authoritative behavior, right? Theory Y is more on the participatory behavior, which means theory Y believes that the manager and the team are together. Theory Y believes, no, I'm the boss, you do what I say. Okay, look at the difference here. When it comes to attitude of the employees, What does Theory X manager believes about employees? Well, they believe that employees dislike work. Theory X managers believe employees find work boring and employees will avoid work if they can. That's what Theory X believes about employees. Theory Y is different, total opposite. They believe, no, employees need to work. They want to work. They have interest to work. And under the right conditions, employees will enjoy it. In terms of direction, look at the difference. Theory Y believes employees must be forced to work and you got to make them do the right thing. Theory Y, no, employees will direct themselves toward the target. You don't have to make them, employees want to do it. Look in terms of responsibility. Theory X believes employees would rather be directed than accept responsibility, which they avoid. So again, you can kind of see the difference. Theory Y believes I have to make the employees do it because they don't do it on their own. Theory Y believes, no. If you give them room, employees will seek and accept responsibility under the right condition. Look at this next one, under motivation. Theory X believe employees are motivated mainly by money and fears about job security. Theory Y, under the right conditions, employees are motivated by the desire to realize their own potential. And the last one is creativity. Theory Y believes employees have very little creativity, except when it comes to getting around the rules. Theory Y believes, no, employees are very creative, but are rarely recognized and are given opportunity to be so. Now, think about this for a second. Theory X and Theory Y, what the leader believes about the employee is going to show up in their behavior. If the manager believes the employee dislikes works, how will the manager treat the employee? If the manager believes, no, employees want responsibility, they want to do work, how is that going to impact how is it going to show up in the manager's behavior? Okay, Theory X and Theory Y. Another theory that's related to this one, and this is one that I really love. It's known as the Rosenthal theory. Rosenthal effect theory. It's also known as the Pygmalion effect. Pygmalion effect. Okay, so let me tell you about the story of Pygmalion, and you'll understand how this kind of works together. Okay, let me see. I see. Yeah. So Abdul Rahman says, "Y is a real leader." Yep. Okay. Look at the story of Pygmalion. Pygmalion was a play by George Bernard Shaw. And watch this. It was named after a Greek mythological figure. Okay. So here is the story of Pygmalion. Pygmalion was a sculptor back in Greece, right? So I think it's a fake story, but he was a sculptor back in Greece. And he created a statue, a beautiful statue that he worked on for years. And he worked on the statue day and night and day, and always spent his time working on this beautiful statue. Well, once the statue was done, Pygmalion was so, in love with what he created, he would just stare at the statue. In fact, he fell in love with the statue. And he loved the statue so much that the belief is the statue came to life. Right? We know it's not a real story, but that's the idea. Pygmalion, because he's put so much time and attention and love into the statue, it actually came to life. And that's the Pygmalion effect, the Rosenthal effect. It's a phenomenon which states the greater expectation you place on people, the better they will perform. Essentially, it's sort of this self-fulfilling prophecy. Okay, let me show you how that shows up. Watch this. A manager's expectation for the employee, right? So what the manager believes, what I believe about the employee is going to do what? Influence my behavior toward the employee, right? It's going to show up in how I treat the employee. How I treat the employee is going to what? Impact the employee's self-esteem, right? Once the employee's self-esteem is impacted, that is going to impact the employee's performance. When I see the employee's performance, that is going to reinforce, guess what? What I already thought about the employee, right? So it's this idea is what I believe in my mind about the employee is going to show up in my behavior, which is going to impact the employee, which is going to show up in their behavior. Once I see their performance, that's going to reinforce what I already thought in my mind. Imagine for a second, if I believe the employees are good, they're creative, they're productive, they can do anything, and I communicate that and I show that in my behavior to the employee, what do you think it's going to, what do you believe that's going to do? That's going to impact, hey, my boss thinks I'm a good person. That's why feedback, employee feedback is so important. When you give those positives feedback to the employee, great job on so-and-so. What does that do? That impacts the employee's self-esteem. And guess what they do? They become more creative. They take more risk. They do more work. It shows up in their performance, you see? So that's the Pygmalion effect. It's this idea of self-fulfilling prophecy. Another theory, which I'm sure you've heard of, is Maslow's theory, a hierarchy of needs, right? And so we have on the job and off the job, right? So we'll start with the foundational, the base needs. This is the physiological need, right? So we know all of us need air and food and sleep and water to drink, right? So this is the basic need that must be met. Once that need is met, then we move up to safety and security, right? And if you notice, on the job, we assist employees to meet these needs. Safety and security, how do we help them? Well, working conditions. Employment, we give them employment security, we give them pay and benefits. And then once safety and security is met, then it's about belonging and love. All right, let me go here. It's about belonging and love, and family and friends and work groups and clients. That's why at work we have team building exercises. That's why at work, culture is important. Remember that congruence model we talked about? Culture was one of those pillars. And then self-esteem. That's why employees, we give them training and recognition. We'll give them awards. We give them a higher grade code. We give them high status. We give them a position title. We give them a name tag, right? And the highest level is the self-actualization, right? Well, employees can reach their highest potential, right? What's interesting about Maslow's hierarchy of needs is, watch this. The needs are sequential. What do I mean? Well, what I mean is you cannot skip needs, right? You can't skip needs. You cannot immediately jump up to belonging and love for employees if you have not met their basic needs. Think about it. It makes sense. Think about this. You cannot tell the employee, hey, guess what? We're going to give you a title of vice president, but we're going to give you, we'll pay you 10 halala or 10 US dollars a month for salary. Is that a connection? No, because you haven't met the employee's basic need. They don't care about title if you don't give them any salary so that they can have food to eat, right? So it means that they're sequential, right? So each need is built on the other need. You cannot go up to the higher need unless and until the lower need is met. Now, what's interesting about this is this. The needs do not need to be fulfilled at 100%, right? So I don't need all of my physiological needs met before I can move up to safety and security. I mean, every person is different, right? So once my physiological need is met to my satisfaction, okay, then I can move up. All right, so that's what that means, that they're sequential. So companies, leaders help to meet these needs in their employees. Belonging. That's why when employees feel like they are a part of an organization, this is why in most companies you have values. Think about this for a second. Most companies that you work for, think about the companies you work for. They'll have a company color. They'll have a company logo. If they give you a company shirt, it'll be in the company color and the logo. Maybe your name badge is the company color and the logo. What are they doing? They're saying you're part of this organization, right? You belong here, right? It's essentially you're part of a family. Yeah, Hashim says loyalty. Think about this for a second. Watch this. At Aramco, they refer to themselves as what? Aramcons. At Microsoft, they refer to themselves as what? Microsofties. At LinkedIn, they call themselves Linkies. At Amazon, they call themselves Amazonians. At IBM, they call themselves IBMers. Right? What is that? That's the sense of identity, right? Identity. I belong as a part of these organizations. In fact, watch this. Whenever they leave the company, they still refer to themselves. I'm an ex-Aramcon. I'm an ex-PwC. I'm ex-Accenture, right? Because that sense of belonging is so connected to them. They still refer to themselves as a part of the organization. They may say I'm an XYZ, whatever it is, but they still refer to themselves, right? So Abu Nasser asked a question. This hierarchy in sequence can be applied applied on organization HR, but what if there is a self-business model? The sequence could change. Yeah, I would think. Well, I would think so. But I think every human being will have these needs. Now, it could be to different degrees. I mean, think about everyone on the call. Think about everyone on the call right now. Everyone in the class right now. You're an example of this model, right? Your physiological needs are met to some degree. You got safety and security. You have family members, friends. You got belonging and love. Your training and recognition. And everyone on the call right now, you know what you're pursuing? This one here. Self-actualization. Because it talks about what? Look at it. It talks about education, personal growth. So everyone on the call in this class pursuing your MBA is an example of the highest level. Self-actualization is I'm going to be the best me that I can be. What's the highest that I can be? Right? Now, you're right, Hisham. If it's a company where it's only two people, I mean, you might not see as much of it, but certainly if it's a company, two people, the person that's working there has got to have food and water. The person that's working there, they don't want to be threatened every day. I'm going to fire you. Today, I'm going to fire you. Today, I'm going to get rid of you, because that's going to what? Impact their sense of security. Belonging and love. I'm sure when they come to the workplace, you give them a desk. You give them a key to the office. You give them a key. Not everyone a key, but them a key. You give them that sense. Good question. Look at the next one here. This one is Hertzberg's hygiene and motivational factors. This one's pretty interesting. And Hertzberg theory really asks the question, what do employees want from their work experience? Okay, so how this one came out was in the 1950s, right? So a lot of these models are very old. Hertzberg surveyed a number of employees to find out what particular work elements made them feel exceptionally good or bad about their job. The results indicated that certain job factors are consistently related to job satisfaction, while others can create job dissatisfaction. According to Hertzberg, motivating factors called job satisfactors are primarily intrinsic elements, while hygiene factors are dissatisfiers. Okay, so let me explain it to you here. I'll show it to you. Yep, Hisham, that's where we're going next, right now. Okay, so look at these two elements into two categories. So we'll divide it right down the middle. Okay, so let me explain this. These are called dissatisfiers. And you're probably wondering, why would you call these dissatisfiers? Okay, so look at it. Working conditions, policies, procedures, supervision, job security, salary benefits, personal life, coworkers. What Hertzberg is saying here is that this list are the minimum expectations that employees expect from the companies that they work. Think about you. At a minimum, you expect from your company good working conditions. You want to be safe. You expect within your company to have some type of status. Most of us, we have a job title. Most of us have a job grade that we work in, right? We have coworkers. Most of us have salary and benefits. The reason why these are called dissatisfiers is because if any one of these elements are missing, the employee becomes immediately dissatisfied. Because again, these are minimum expectations that employees expect, right? If any one of them is missing, the employee is immediately dissatisfied. Because again, this is a minimum. Now, what are motivators? Motivators are things like recognition, achievement, responsibility, and job challenge. What motivators are is this. If you want employees to do extra effort, to extend themselves, to do more, you have to give them things off of this list. Because things in the, let me cut this off here. Things in this list, the dissatisfier list, are the minimum. If I give you a coworker, salary, benefits, personal life, good working conditions, that's not enough to motivate you to do more. But if I want you to do more, I got to give you something extra. I got to give you more recognition. I got to give you an award. I got to call you Employee of the Year. I've got to give you a chance to achieve. I got to give you opportunity to advance your career growth, right? These are the things that motivate the employee. right? So whenever you hear this term, someone will say XYZ, that's a hygiene factor. A hygiene factor is essentially a basic minimum expectation of the employee. You see, hygiene factors, things like salary, wage, quality supervision, work-life balance, that's the basic. And that produces general satisfaction from the employee, general, right? And if you notice that the next one, motivating factors produce high satisfaction, right? So Hisham asked the question. So Mazem says, hygiene is something we expecting to have. Yeah, exactly, Mazem. Hygiene, that well said, Mazem. Hygiene is what we expect at a minimum. At a minimum. Let me use this is a simple example. If you go buy a car, at a minimum, you expect the car to have seats. At a minimum, you expect the car to have lights. You expect the car to have wheels. You expect the car to have a trunk. If it didn't have a trunk, you're what? At a minimum, you're like, no way, I'm not buying a car. If it didn't have wheels, no way, because at a minimum, you expect that, right? And you will pay to a certain amount for the minimum. Now, if the car company wants to motivate you to do more, to pay more, what do they give you? We're going to give you a roof in your car. We're going to give you leather seats in your car. We're going to give you a CD player and a backup camera. We're going to give you, I don't know, seat warmers in your car, right? These extra factors that they're giving you is doing what? It's causing you to be highly motivated to pay more, right? They want you to be highly satisfied. So in order for you to pay more, they have to give you more, right? Yeah, Mazen says you cannot ask an employee to be motivated without providing the minimum. So it's kind of what we talked about for Maslow, the minimum expectations, right? So Hisham says, is that could work in parallel with dissatisfaction reasons? Yeah, it could be. I mean, it could be one of the reasons why employees are dissatisfied. I mean, think about this. When you look at a culture within the organization, some of the reasons for the dissatisfaction could be working conditions. Look at this, work-life balance. Maybe they're making you work 80 hours a week. Maybe you think the salary or wages are not enough. Maybe the relationships with the boss is not good. I mean, at a minimum, if those things are not fixed, corrected, the employee is certainly not ever going to reach high satisfaction, high motivation. And look at this, and strong commitment within the company. Okay, another theory. And don't worry, all these theories, I've got definitions and I've got references that are in the note section here. This one's pretty easy, pretty interesting. This is Adams equity theory. And this one essentially is based on the basic need of fair treatment. Inputs and outputs, right? What this is saying is inputs are things like effort, my loyalty, my education, my seniority, my commitment should equal my outputs. Whenever what I give you does not equal what I receive, then immediately that's not equitable, right? So my inputs must equal the reward that I receive on the other side. So let's say if you work 80 hours in 1 week, The outcome of that is that you expect to get a larger salary. You expect to get a promotion. You expect to get a bonus, right? Whenever you do not, you kind of feel like, that's not that's not fair. Okay, watch this. I'll use this example. Inputs. Mashallah, everyone on the call is pursuing their MBA. Inshallah, you will receive your MBA. Here's the question. Once you receive your paper, you change your LinkedIn profile to say, Kafu, I'm an MBA. If you decide to go for a new position, do you expect the salary, the title, the responsibility for your next role to be where you are right now? I can hear your answer. You're saying, la, la, no. You expect the outcome to be greater. Why? Because your input is greater. You spent the weekend with Will listening to him talk and listen to his squeaky voice. You didn't go to the movie. You didn't go for Mufata. You didn't go for Capsa. You didn't go for entertainment to the beach because you spent time studying, writing papers and listening to videos and doing this. So you're putting all this input in. You spent the faloosh. You spent the this. All of your input, and the outcome of this, the other side of it, is no. It's got to be more. It's got to be greater because I put more in, right? Yep. Yeah. In fact, yeah, it says salary could be excluded, but other advantages, yes, can help. Yep. So it could, maybe not the salary. It could be a higher position, more responsibility, right? To be recognized, right? So that's an example. Now I want you to watch the reverse of this. Let's see here. Yeah, Isham says 100%. Khadija says promotion. Yep, exactly. Because what? The input that you're extending, this very moment, the input, the time and everything that you're putting in, the outcome. And that's what's going to keep you going toward this MBA, pursuing it. Because you know, wallah, inshallah, there's a payday on the other side of it. In terms of faloosh, in terms of promotion, in terms of responsibility, right? Now watch this. Look at the reverse of this. What if the input you give, let's say instead of 80 hours a week, let's say you work 1 hour. And what's the outcome? They give you $1 million. So in this case, it's reverse. Your input is less, but yet the outcome is greater. What happens in that situation? Well, I think oftentimes in the mind says, yes, I only worked 1 hour. But you know what? That 1 hour I worked, wallahi, it was worth $1 million. Right? So we can see it in sports. We looked at the football players, Neymar, Messi. I mean, right? They work 1 hour on the field, 2 hours. I'm not sure how long a match is, but they get these huge salaries, right? It just depends on the work that they do and the contribution that they make. Okay, I know we're going to be taking a break. Let me check in with my good colleague Miriam. I think we take it at 8.
We have 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Okay. Thank you, Miriam. Okay, so Vroom's expectancy theory. Here's another one. This one is sort of similar to what we just talked about, expectancy. So this explains what motivates people to choose one option over another. Okay, so what is expectancy? So expectancy is this idea that increasing the amount of effort will increase the performance, which means if I work harder at what I'm doing, then I will perform better, right? So if I keep working on it, the better my performance is going to be. All right. So I expect that to happen. The more I work, the better my performance is going to be. The second one is instrumentality. It's the idea that if you perform better, then the outcome will be achieved. So I expect if I put more effort in, my performance will improve. And if my performance will improve, instrumentality, I'm going to achieve the outcome that I'm setting out for. The last one is valence, which is interesting. Valence is what I'm working toward of value to me? Does it matter to me? Now, interesting. You might say, well, hey, I'm doing all this work. At the end of it, I want money. Some individuals may say, no, I don't want money. I want recognition. Keep the money. I want people to know the effort that I put. Other people say, listen, halas, I don't care if my name is in an announcement. Give me falus. Right? So that's how they're all connected, the valence. Now, keep in mind, all this is related to your role as a leader in helping to manage and influence the employees. The next one is Mr. B.F. Skinner. I remember this one back when I was in university. B.F. Skinner, very old theory. This is the reinforcement theory. Now, I'm sure you've seen this. How do employees increase, reduce, and or change their behavior? Right? Yeah, so that one is similar to Vroom's expectancy theory. There's a question that came up. So you'll see a lot of these theories are sort of related. They sort of build on each other. And when you're using these theories, you don't have to use one of them at a time. You can use them all sort of mixed in together. What is Vroom's expectancy theory? Well, it's this idea. Oh, it's so good. Okay, I'm just looking at it. So yeah, we just on module 2. So we're going to module 3. So it's this idea of how do employees increase or reduce change their behavior? So you have something called positive reinforcement. When you want someone to repeat a desired behavior to gain the desired reward. So an example of positive reinforcement is maybe a year-end bonus. The employee does great. And so you want them to continue to do what they've done. And so you give them a positive reinforcement. A negative reinforcement is when you want someone to avoid undesirable behavior. And in that case, you give them an undesirable consequence, which is also known as punishment. When you're driving, if you get a ticket, that's a negative reinforcement. They're saying, no, stop speeding. And they do that to reinforce the fact that you shouldn't be speeding. You get the punishment, which will hopefully change your behavior. Now, extinction is actually the worst of all 4 of these, all 3 of these. Because extinction is no response at all. In essence, you're saying you don't even exist to me. I won't even take time to give you positive feedback or negative feedback. I won't give you any feedback whatsoever because you don't exist to me. Think of extinction as, putting someone in isolation. You don't talk to them. You don't give them negative or positive. You don't say anything to them, which is the worst kind of reinforcement. Okay, so now we're going to talk about strategy. I know we probably got a Kahoot, but we'll wait till maybe after our break. We'll keep moving. So strategic HR management. So let's talk about strategic management. Now, some of this is a review. I know I've got some students on the line. You're almost done. This may be your last class. And so this is a review. So you've seen this before. So it's just a review. It's important because, again, everything that happens in the organization should in some large or small way be helping to move the organization toward achieving its strategic goal. So strategic management involves setting objectives, analyzing competitive environment, and analyzing the internal organization, evaluating strategies, and ensuring that management rolls out strategies across the organization. So it's really about identifying what the company does and then looking at the external market. Strategic management, therefore, integrates all the activities, such as marketing and sales and production, to achieve the organization's goals. Okay, now I know some people are going to get this one because they've seen this slide before. Okay, so we're talking about the strategic plan theme. So we want to identify where we were. So here's my question. What tool, what process might we use to help us identify where we were? What can we use to help us identify where we were? What do you think? Because again, we're trying to put together our strategy. So before we move forward, we first want to look back. What can help us identify, or what can help us to look back? I like, okay, wow. Okay. I'm not going to say it. I see some great answers here. Oh, nice one, Dorothy. I see you, Fadi. I see you, Hussein. I see you, Hisham. Hisham's on fire. Wallah, Khadija. MashaAllah. Kafu. Kafu, Khadija. I see you. Yep, Muhammad. Yep, Abu Bakr. Yep, I'm seeing I see a lot of you putting the tools in. Okay, bro. Yep. What do you think? Yeah, so yeah, many of you got this one. What helps us look back at what we were, where we were, is this historical data. And some of you talked about an analysis. It is a trend analysis, right? So what that means is, let's imagine. Okay, I got the years and let's say in, in 2020, I got this much in sales. 2021, I got this much in sales. 2022, I got this much in sales. Now I'm trying to predict what am I going to do in 2023. I'm trying to put together a strategy, right? I can look back and look at the trend. It's going up. So I can create a strategy by looking back that's going to help me create my strategy forward. Okay. And what helps us? Oh, I clicked the button too fast. What helps us to know where we are now is the mission. Okay, here's the question. What helps us determine where we want to be? If where we are right now is the mission, where we want to be is known as the what? Known as the what? Oh, everybody's getting it. Oh, Amr, yeah. Where we want to be in the future. Thank you, Sohela. Where we want to be in the future is known as the, if where we are now is the mission, where we want to be in the future, yeah, okay, you got it, is the vision. Yes, okay. And many of you listed this answer already, but how we get there is known as the what. I said it at the very beginning of our talk. How we get there. Remember I talked about driving to Jeddah? How we get there is known as our, yep. Hey, Bilal, salam, my friend. Is our strategic plan. Yep. Yep, very good. Nice one. Okay, 3 more minutes before we take our first break. Now, my question is, how long should our strategic plan be? Right? How long should our strategic plan be? Give me some ideas. So Amr says 3 to 5 years. How long should our strategic plan be? What do you think? 3 to 5 years? Is that a good amount of time? Abu Bakr says 5 to 10 years. Fadi gave my favorite answer. Everyone knows my favorite answer is it depends. Khadijah gave my favorite answer. It depends. Ashland says less than 3 years. Muhammad says for countries can be 25 years. So good. Oh, Muhammad, you make a good point because I know 2030 vision. I think Dubai has a 2020 vision or something like that. Dorothy says 5 to 10 years. Companies, 10 years. Yep. More than 5 years. Yeah, Bilal says we should have a long term and short term and medium term. Yeah, so good answer. So I think, truly, and thank you, Gamo. Gamo nailed it. I think we'll end there. It all depends on the situation. Thank you, Gamo. Because it truly depends. Think about COVID. Think about all those companies that had a plan in 2020 when COVID hit. And then once, country after country after country shut down, what happened to their plan? Halas. Right? They had to tear it up and start over. So whatever a plan an organization creates, they certainly have to keep looking at it. And it's got to be flexible because things absolutely do change. They absolutely do change. Okay, so let me turn it over to Miriam to give us instructions for our first break here. Miriam, you want to come in? I think we got 1 minute.
Hello.
Hello, Miriam.
Hello, Professor William. Everyone, we're going to be taking our very first break and we're going to be back by 3:40 p.m. Please do note that this is based on Bahrain time zone, so kindly do back by that time. There are no specific instructions. Just go ahead, enjoy your coffee and everything. We'll just be taking a very short break and then we're going to be seeing each other and resuming with the topic again. Thank you so much, Professor William. Enjoy.
Thank you all. See you in a bit. Let's put on the smooth jazz.
thing my prostate cancer hasn't changed? This place. We've made some great memories here. And we're making one today with a little help from Nubeqa.
decided to name a new heir. I'm your heir. Where is duty? Where is sacrifice? They see you as you are.
Years ago, they said.
Hello, hello. Yeah, we'll give everyone a another minute or two to come back on in. Everybody's probably putting down their shishtawook, their shawarma.
Hi, Professor Volume. Welcome back, everyone, from the break.
Hello, hello.
You can go ahead and proceed.
Okay. Is everyone back? Okay. Hashem says Manikish. Yeah, so if you're back, say back. If you're not back, tell us you're not back and we'll wait on you. Yeah, you back? Or not back. Okay. Let me get my. Yeah, Hashem's back. Fadi's back. Abdurrahman is back. Nasser, hey Nasser is back. Amar's back. Dorothy is back. Of course, Dorothy is back. Hussein's back. Okay. Nasido is back. Hey, Khadija is back, of course. Mahmoud. Amr, Mazen. Yeah. Mumtaz is Mumtaz. Mumtaz is good. And Shahad is back. Okay. So I think we'll Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We'll still go ahead and start. Okay. Let's get down to it. So we'll keep going. I think our next break is probably lunch break. So we got to pick up speed a little bit here because we still have a lot to cover. But we're on module number 3 now. So, okay, so let's talk about the strategic planning process. What is that exactly? So there are 4 phases to it. I know, I'm sure many of you have seen this before, many of our returning students, but you've got phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. Okay, so we're talking about strategic planning. We're talking about what are the things, the steps, the considerations must we do or take as we're putting together our plan? In other words, we're headed to Jeddah. We know we want to go to Jeddah. What's going to go into our planning process? What are the things we've got to look at in order to create an effective plan to reach our destination, which is Jeddah? So in phase 1, we start to formulate, right? So we define our vision and our mission. What it's going to look like. What do we hope to do when we're in Jeddah? What's our mission? What strategic goals do we want to accomplish? So in this phase, we do a lot of formulation, right? So a lot of thinking, writing down, considering, brainstorming. We formalize in this phase. And then once we have that information, then we do development. And as a part of development, we do long range goals. We do some analysis, which many of you mentioned in one of the other questions about the SWOT, and we do some internal alignment. And then phase 3, we establish short-term goals. We create action plans. We communicate to employees. We essentially implement. And in phase 4, we evaluate, right? So whatever we've implemented, we look back and see how it's gone, and we take any corrective actions that we need to. Okay, so 4 phases of the strategic planning process. Okay, here's a question for you. When you look at these 4 phases, in your opinion, which phase is the most important phase? What do you think? Out of all the phases, I mean, they're all important, but which one is the most important? The most important out of all the phases. If you had to choose, which one is critical? What do you think? Which one is key? It's a key phase. Okay, so I see some answers coming in here. So I'm seeing I got evaluation, I got phase 2, I got development, I got 1, I got 3, I got 3, I got 3, I got evaluation, I got 1, I got evaluation phase 4. I got formalizing, the start, phase 1. I got formalizing, I got 1, I got 2. I got implementation. Gamal says all of them. Halas. What is it? Kulu? Kulu is all? Kulu? Is it Kulu or come? Come? No, is it yeah, Sabaha. Well, I forgot. I think it's come. Yeah, Kulu. Yeah, that's all, right? Is that all? Yeah, thank you. Kulu is all. Thank you. See, I still remember Shwea Arabic. Yeah, so which phase? So Gamal says Kulu. All. Yeah, Shahad says 3. Okay. Yeah, interesting. So let's take a look at these. So phase 1, the beginning phase. We know it's the start, right? And we understand if you start wrong, you're going to end up wrong. So, I mean, phase 1 is key. It's important, and one that we got to make sure we get right. Okay. But let's imagine, what if you get phase 1 wrong? What's the consequence? Well, the consequence is, you can start over again. Because again, phase 1, you haven't reached the other phases yet. You're still in phase 1. So you can always start over. And what do you lose? Well, you lose some time. Yeah, you lose some resources. That's true. But it's not completely over. You can always start over. Phase 1. Let's look at the next one, phase 2. Phase 2 is the development phase. This is when you do the analysis. This is when you do this word environmental scanning. You look outside, you do some analysis, see what the competition's doing. And if you get this part wrong, what's the consequence? Well, you've done some analysis. You've spent a little bit more time because now you've done phase 1 and now you're at phase 2 and now you got to start back over. So you've lost a little bit more time and a little bit more resources. But again, you can always start over with analysis. You can always do more analysis. Okay. Phase 3, let's hold that one and let's go to phase 4. Phase 4 is when you evaluate. You look back, you assess, you measure to see if there are any changes that you need to do over again or incorrectly or correctly or change or adjust. And if you do the evaluation part wrong, you get that wrong, you can evaluate again. You can review strategies again. You can create new KPIs and new action plans. Look at phase 3. Phase 3 implementation is a little bit different. And it's different because of one statement that's listed here. I'm going to circle it. Allocation of resources, right? Very, very different phase. Okay. Watch this. No company has unlimited resources. No company has unlimited resources. Money is a resource. Time is a resource. Energy is a resource, right? No company has unlimited resources. And so once you implement is when you allocate resources, is when you spend the money, you spend the falloos. You buy the land, you build the building, you buy the supplies. I mean, you actually commit money to executing your plan, right? If you get this part wrong, once you spend the money, it may not be impossible to change, but it is very, very painful and expensive. All the other phases, you can always go back and redo it again. And it's true, you lose some resources in phase 1, phase 2, and even in phase 3. But in phase 4. But in phase 3, you lose the majority of your resources because you fully commit. You spend money and you allocate. Look at the next one. You also communicate and motivate your employees. So you not only spend money, but you also get your employees involved. You tell your employees, halas, yalla, we're going this way. We're going this direction. Everyone follow me. And if you get that wrong, now you have to say, wait, slow down. Slow down. wait a minute, we're going this direction now. You've not only spent money, but now your employees are thinking, which direction are we going? So I always, at least in my mind, I'm thinking allocation of resources is the biggest one because it's the most consequential because of the allocation of resources. Implementation, phase 3. Okay. So what are the 3 levels within an organization? What do you think the 3 levels are in an organization? There are 3 levels. What do you think they are? Any guesses? You should know this one. Wow, Fadi. Yeah, Fadi's on it. Yeah, phase 3, Abdurrahman is correct for the question that I had about which one is the most important and consequential. It's implementation. So the 3 levels, Fadi nailed it. It's corporate, business unit, and functional. Okay, so let me talk about this one just a bit. So when you talk about corporate level, well, let me ask this question. 3 levels, corporate, business level, and functional level. Is there a level that sits above the corporate level? Is there a level that sits above the corporate level? At the corporate level sits the CEO. You might have the CFO. I mean, you got the CHRO, the CPO, the CIO, so many C-level suites. My question is there a level that sits above the corporate level? If so, what level is that sits above that? Who sits above the corporate level? Any ideas? Let me see here. Very smart group. Yeah. Yeah, yep. Yeah, Gabriel says chairman of the board. Abdul Moaz, board of directors. Yep, that's what I'm thinking. Right? Hashim, managing director, could be the chairman. Dorothy, the board. Yep. Mazen, chairman, correct. Right? I see QMS. That could be the is that quality management system? Yeah, I can see how you would include that because that looks after the overall. But typically above the corporate level, CEOs, who does the CEO report to? Is the question. Matt Shido says the board. Amr says the board. Eunice, hey, Eunice says the board of directors. Abu Becker, board. Khadija, hello, Khadija, board of directors. Now, Khalid says shareholders, which is the same thing as the board of directors, because who does the board of directors represent? Shareholders. Absolutely. Right? Yep. Yeah, Abu Becker says board and chairman. Oh, sorry, I went too far. Yeah, so it's the board of directors, right? And so you got the corporate level strategy and the CEO sits there. And so what happens is the CEO and what is called the C-suite, they will create the overall corporate level strategy. And then that is cascaded down to the business unit level. Right? And then that is cascaded down to the functional level. Now, the functional level is where you and I sit. At the functional level, you've got the IT function, the engineering function, the HR function, the sales function, right? At the functional level, that's where the majority of the employees sit. Oftentimes, you'll see these 3 levels in this model. And down here will be the functional. And if you think about a pyramid, the widest part of the pyramid is at the bottom. That's the foundation. And if you think about a CEO, I mean, you don't have multiple CEOs. They're at the top of the pyramid, and there's only a few people at the top, right? It's maybe 5 to 8. The majority of the employees sit here at the base. Okay, so that's the 3 levels. I'm only going to touch on that because we're going to go over that more in another course, 711 course. And what is competitive advantage? This is important because, again, we're talking about strategy. And in order to build a strategy, we've got to know what the company is good at. Competitive advantage is this idea when 2 or more companies compete in the same market. Competitive advantage is the condition in which one company does something, has something better, that it's able to beat the competition. Whatever the company has or does, the customer prefers its item over the competition. A competitive advantage results in the value the organization can create, right, for its strategic application. So some strategies to find and to create your competitive advantage is a model by Michael Porter. Michael Porter is a Harvard University business school professor, and he has this model called the 3 grand strategies: cost leadership, differentiation, and focus. What is cost leadership? Well, cost leadership, one of your strategies might be like Walmart. Walmart says, you know what? We're going to be known as having the cheapest products, the most inexpensive, right? Customers are going to come to us not because, they can buy Gucci or Louis Vuitton, but because of costs. We're the cheapest. In fact, Walmart refers to themselves as the low cost leader, right? That's a very intentional, strategic decision that they're making, right? They want to be known as a low cost leader, and that's how they gain competitive advantage over the competition. The next one, let's go to focus. Focus is when you focus in a niche area, right? So, maybe some companies, they only sell very niche products. So in the US, there's a company, there's a store that's called Batteries Plus. Batteries Plus. Okay. And what can you buy at that store? Batteries. You can't buy milk there. You can only get batteries. So they're in a niche market. They're going after a specific customer. Their differentiation is a little bit different. I'll explain that to you. Okay, let me give you an example. Okay. Here's a question for you. I want you to write this answer in the chat box. Here's the question. When I say the word Rolex, what comes to mind? What comes to mind when I say Rolex? Type it in the chat box. Rolex. What first thought that pops in your mind when you think about Rolex? What is that? Rolex. Can you see the picture in your mind? What comes to mind? Rolex. I think we've all seen it. We may not all have one, but we've all seen one, right? What comes to mind? Everyone in the chat box. Rolex. What comes to mind when you think about, you say, Mudir Kabir, Sheikha? What comes to mind when you say Rolex? Or do you say Tall Ombrek? Tall Ombrek? Rolex, what comes to mind? Yeah, good one. When I'm back right, I see that. Yeah, what comes to mind? Yeah, I see some answers here. Rolex. What comes to mind? Okay, let me. Ah, we have a comment. Okay. So let's talk about this. Rolex. Okay. So I said, hey, well, what comes to mind when you think about Rolex? Now I'm looking at all your answers here. And what I noticed, no one listed time. No one listed time. Right? Rolex is meant to do what? Tell time. Right? I think someone listed watch, but no one listed time. Right? Think about it for a second. The reason why we don't think about Rolex associated with time is, watch this, because we don't buy Rolexes to tell time. Why do we buy Rolex? Well, you listed your answers. You listed quality. You listed rich. You listed royalty. You listed luxury. You listed luxury watch. You listed premium. You listed brand. You listed fancy watch. You listed luxury, right? So that's differentiation. Differentiation is, listen, buy us because we're different, right? Don't buy us if you want to tell time. You got your phone to do that. If you want to tell time, you can buy a G-Shock, a Timex. But no, we buy Rolex for much more than that. We buy it because of luxury and prestige and royalty and tall hombre and prestige, right? We buy the, there it is, Gabriel. We buy the brand of Rolex. You see it? That is differentiation. Differentiation is, it's in a category all of its own. And how does it become a category all of its own? Look at what it says here. Marketing approach. And many of you mentioned because the quality. I think Khadijah mentioned durability, right? Because of how it makes you feel. Think about this. We can even do ladies items. If I say Louis Vuitton purse, or Gucci purse, or Fendi purse, or Chanel purse, you're probably thinking, how does Will know all these purses, right? I know style. I got some style, you see. But if I mention those purses, what are you thinking about? Probably the same thing. Prestige, quality, luxury, right? What is a purse? It's a bag, right? You can put stuff in it. I don't know if you put you put your water in your Gucci purse, but it's a bag, right? I got bags around here, right? It's a bag to carry stuff. But we don't buy a Gucci purse to carry stuff, do we? La. One of you probably are touching your Gucci purse right now. We buy the Gucci purse, the Louis Vuitton purse, the Chanel purse, the Fendi purse. It's much more than carrying what's this big expensive one? This Birkin, I think it's called a Birkin or a burpee. No, burpee is exercise. Birkin purse, right? We don't buy that to carry our phone. No, we buy it because of differentiation, because of quality, because of features. You see, that's differentiation. When an organization has a product that they can distinguish, they can make different compared to others. Right? Good discussion. Good discussion there. Right. Okay. Put up your purses, put up your Rolexes. Let's go back to class here. And don't worry, I have neither of them. Okay, so culture. Let's talk about culture. Remember, culture was one of those pillars, those four pillars. When we looked at 4 pillars, we looked at work, we looked at people, we looked at structure, and we looked at culture when we talked about the congruence model earlier. What is culture? In its broadest term, it encompasses social behavior and norms within the organization. Yeah, thank you, Amr. Amr says he hopes I get them all. I don't know if I need a Birkin purse, but I'll give it to my wife. Maybe she would like it. So culture is really about the environment, the culture within the organization. And I always ask this question, who's responsible? Oops. Who's responsible for the culture? Typically, it is of course, everyone, but it's the CEO, right? The chief executives within the organization, right? And I have here that the audio must match the video. What do I mean? Well, what a leader says has got to match with what employees see. If a leader is always speaking about safety, 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 but we see the leader driving while they're on their phone, or we see the leader doing unsafe things all the time, there's a mismatch. It's not congruent. Remember, we talked about congruence, harmony. The audio has got to match the video. What you say has got to match with what everyone sees. You see that? Right? So culture, the culture is set. Mashallah, Kafu, Jazakallah khair, Hisham, lead by example. That's what this is. Hisham's comment. No better way to say it. Lead by example. This sums it up. That's what sets the culture. Organizational culture includes a bunch of different things. The expectations that the company places on the employees. There's these values, right? Those things that are held important within the organization. When you think about organization, think about this for a second. Think about even the company you work for. Many organizations don't have a long list of values. They just maybe have 5, maybe 8 tops. No more than 8 most times, because they don't want you to focus on everything. They just want you to focus on these essential 8 things or 6 things. It's based on shared attitudes, meaning that everyone knows what they are and everyone sort of agrees with them, right? At some companies, I remember one company I worked for in the past, many years ago, as part of the culture was this. Within the culture, if you were a supervisor within the company and you were a male and you were a supervisor, you wore a tie. You wore a tie. And if you were not a supervisor, you would not wear a tie if you were a male. So, alhamdulillah, I was promoted one day and I was a supervisor, right? Kafu to me. And the next day I showed up wearing a tie. Now, what's interesting, was this practice written in an HR model, in an HR policy? No. Did anyone tell me I had to wear a tie? No. What if I wasn't promoted and I decided to wear a tie? Would I be in trouble? No, but I would be stepping out of the shared beliefs and customs within the organization, right? I heard a story about Amazon, Amazon, the big tech company. I heard it within Amazon, whenever they have a meeting, a group meeting, they always leave an empty chair open at the table in the meeting. And the reason for that is because they believe that every meeting, that empty chair represents the customer. So they believe that, hey, whenever they're making decisions, discussing about different things that they're going to be doing, they've got to make sure that the customer's in the room, that they've got to consider the customer's voice and interaction with the customer. Is that in a policy? Probably not. I don't know for sure. Is that a requirement? But it's a shared kind of custom within the company. Okay, next, organizational structure. Remember, structure is one of those pillars that we talked about. This one's pretty easy to understand. I know that you've probably seen this before. Organizational structure is a system that defines the hierarchy. I think someone even used that word earlier today. So Abu Nasser said it's a principle within Amazon. Thank you, Abu Nasser. Yeah, Amazon has what, 11 principles? I think it's 11. Is it 12 now? 12 leadership principles that they 14. Thank you, Abdul Nasser. 14. I don't know them inside and out. Abdul Nasser may know more about it, but it's interesting because, and this kind of relates to what we're saying. These principles that they have, they are much significantly much more than something that's written on a wall. That's something that they tell you one time and you put it in your desk drawer. They absolutely live by these 14 principles. They interview according to these 14 principles. They promote according to these 14 principles. All their business decisions are shaped around these 14 principles. It is baked into, not baked into, it is their culture. If you want to know the culture, you read those, do a Google search, not now. No, don't do it now, but later, a Google search of the 14 principles. If you want to know the culture of the company, the people, how they operate, look at those 14 principles. Thank you, Abu Nasser. They are a great example of a company that has, I don't know, probably one of the strongest cultures according to the principles that I've heard or seen. And there's some others out there. Disney has a really strong one. Google has a really strong one. Microsoft has a pretty strong one, but Amazon's a really strong one. So org structures, pretty easy. We're going to blow through this one. It's just a hierarchy within the organization. I'm sure you've seen a functional structure. A functional structure is the groups are divided up into small groups with specific tasks. In essence, an example, a director of marketing supervises the marketing department. The VP who's in charge of IT has an IT department underneath them, right? So it's basically divided by the structure. Khadija says every company has its structure. That's true, right? Every company, it's either many different ways. It's a functional structure, which looks like this, right? Into different functions, right? This is pretty common. Yep. And listen, this depends on the size, right? If you are as we were talking about earlier today, a multinational corporation, it's impossible to have a company structured this way because it will move too slow. Then you have a divisional structure, right? And this is based on perhaps product. You have product A that has a research development, operations, marketing, and human resources. And then you have group B has an R&D, operations, marketing, and human resources. Then group C, right? I often call this the mirror approach. So here's a question for you. When you look at this model, this structure, what's some advantages and disadvantages to this this model or having this structure? What are some advantages of having this structure for an organization? What do you think? Advantages, and then we'll do some disadvantages. Or you can put them both in. So the question is, when you look at this structure, you have group A, it has an R&D, operations, marketing, and HR department. Group B has the same thing. And all of these are inside of one company. They're all in one company. And my question was, what's the advantage of having this structure? And also, what's the disadvantage? And someone says an advantage, Abu Bakr says an advantage of this is that concentration on product, which is true because group A is only focusing on group A, right? Fadi says, huge point, Fadi, a huge point, sir. Fadi says there is a waste of resources and work duplication. Nice one. Nice one. It's true. You got 3 HR departments. You got 3 marketing departments, right? Mahmoud says one of the advantages, if it's a large company with large number of products, it's true. You have it divided up. That's good. Khadijah, huge point, Khadijah. Khadijah makes a point. If the first Group A's marketing department could be selling something that's totally different than Group B, right? And then to your point, Khadijah, this is a huge point. What if they're selling the same thing, but Group A has a different price than Group B? Wallah, problem, mushkila kabir. Yeah. Let's see here. Abdul Nasser says, this, I love this answer, Abdul Nasser. This is the first time I've heard this answer. This is a nice one, Abu Nasser. Abu Nasser says, you could learn which product is more useful to the company. It's kind of almost an experiment, right? Kind of almost let the best product win. Product A, B, C, at the end of the year, halas, you see which one did the best, right? But Abu Nasser says it also is a lot of waste of time. A good point. Dorothy says, not cost effective. Yep. Yeah, it's expensive. You got 3 operations divisions. Hisham says overlap of the cross functions. Yep. 3 HR departments. What if the salaries are all different? The benefits are all different. What if Group A people get 3 weeks vacation and Group C they get 7 weeks vacation, right? You may have a lawsuit on your hand. Omar says, this is a good one. Cross experience sharing is lost because they're all sort of working in their own sort of world. You don't get to share the lessons learned, the experiences that that you're gaining. Eunice says clear reporting and waste of resources. Yep. And no clear reporting, and they're not communicating with each other. Right? It's almost they could almost, in a sense, be competing against one another, right? Because I'm sure every product line wants to do its best. Yeah, good answer. Yeah, there it is. Mahmoud said it. It may lead to internal competition. I think it absolutely will. Absolutely will. Yep. And Abu Bakr, there it is. Raise competition between the groups. No interaction. Yeah, so you can see some of the issues with having Dorothy says a vast idea collection. Yeah, you can have so many different ideas and the company could be going different directions. Right. This one was geographical. To the question we had earlier today, this is kind of an example of maybe a multinational organization, right? It's similar in that you have the mirror approach. You got 4 operations, 4 HR departments. So still the issues in terms of waste, competition, all that kind of stuff. But it is interesting that you've got it across different locations. Now, Matrix is a really popular org structure as well. It is, I think this one's pretty common, no matter what country you might be in. But essentially, employees here have 2 bosses, right? So you got a boss that's product manager B, and then you report also to a VP of manufacturing. In this instance, I think this is a good structure. However, for it to work effectively, there must be clear communication, because if the employee gets direction from the VP of manufacturing, go this direction, and then the product manager says goes this direction, I mean, the employee could be confused, which could be a disaster, right? So for that matrix to work, there has to be good communication. And the last one is known as a flat organization. You typically see this in consulting companies. You typically see this in startup companies or .com technology companies, where there's no really intact team. They're just members that are just coming together to work on a particular project. Key features of strategic HR management. There is an implicit linkage between HR policy and practices. There is some organizing linkages. Here's what the strategic HR model looks like. You got the corporate strategy, right? And if you look at this closely, this looks very similar to what we were talking about before. You got the corporate strategy, which is the highest level, the business unit. And I saw a question about the business unit. What is the difference between the business? What is a business unit? So think of a business unit as perhaps a region or a particular product. We'll go into it more in the strategic management class. As an example, I'll give you a quick example of a business unit. Let's imagine we're talking about Louis Vuitton. You know Louis Vuitton, the luxury brand? Louis Vuitton sells all kinds of things. So one of their business units is maybe Louis Vuitton's men's shoes, Louis Vuitton women's purses, Louis Vuitton cologne, right? If there's Louis Vuitton furniture, all those are specific business units that's doing that's in a specific business segment. And those business segments compete with other business segments. An example, Louis Vuitton purses will compete against Gucci purses, right? So it's business units to business unit. Now, of course, both organizations, Louis Vuitton and Gucci, are competing to be the #1 luxury brand. But the business units are, in their way, helping the company become luxury brand. So the women's purses may, for Gucci, may be better than Louis Vuitton. That someone may be disagreeing with me. But I don't know, for the cologne for Louis Vuitton, it may be better than Gucci, right? So business units compete level to level, right? So that's kind of how that works. Should have corporate is the highest, business unit is in the middle. And then remember I said the functional is the bottom part of that pyramid, right? That's where all of us sit. You got HR there. So you got all these different functions, right? You got staffing and training and what they are doing, these functions, don't exist on their own. They only exist to help the company reach its strategic goal. So all of those efforts go up to the top of the pyramid, right? The strategy comes down from the top of the pyramid, but all the efforts go back up to the pyramid because it's a contribution to help us reach our strategy. And the difference between HR, and I think we'll have a Kahoot after this one. I'll give Miriam a clue. It's coming up, I think. But strategic HR, look at the difference between the two. So regular HR, which is kind of what we talked about earlier about, when HR was doing 50% tactical work, administrating manpower, reactive, it's disjointed, it's short-term. Strategic is more forward-looking. By the way, whenever you hear the word strategy, think about future. So a strategic decision is the decision I'm making today, but it's for the future. So this is strategic HR. These are the things that they do to help the organization move ahead. Now, we know a big part of HR's work is change management. Change management. We know this is tough because most humans don't like change. Think about this. Most of us, when we drive to work, remember when you used to drive to work and you used to work in an office, not working from home? Most of us take the same route to work. Most of us eat the same thing for breakfast for work, right? So the human mind, the brain, likes predictability because predictability means safety. I want to know that if I go this route, if I eat this for breakfast, nothing's going to change in my day because my ultimate goal is to survive, right? And if I go a different route, I could face traffic, I could face an accident. So I'm going to go the way that I know, right? Yeah, how Hisham says, people like to stay in their comfort zone, right? They like to go the way. Think about I don't know, I think about my little dog. The dog's walking outside, and the dog he's walking a trail, and he's sniffing. He's trying to see, hey, where's the way that I went the last time? And if you notice, when the dog goes, he's using the restroom along the way. He's leaving little signals along the way. The next time I come this way, this is the route I'm taking. Because most people like predictability. So a model that we can use to help us to manage change is the Kurt-Lewin force field analysis model. And it provides an overview for the change problem. It's a decision-making technique when considering a change. Fairly simple to understand, but it's pretty interesting. Here's what the model looks like. So on the left side, and you can use this, by the way, for any change that you may be considering. Let's consider if you're thinking about painting your room, you're thinking about changing jobs, you're thinking about, I don't know, whatever change you want to make. On the left side, you put all the reasons for the change. Okay. And then you score it 1 to 10. And then on the right side, you put all the reasons against the change, or the reasons why you should not make the change. And then you score it as well. And then essentially you tally it up, and whichever number is greater gives you an indication if you should or should not make the change. Look at a quick example here. Okay. So on the left side, I'm giving all the reasons why we should make the change: increasing efficiency, customer demands. The management says that we should do it. There was an executive mandate. Trust in the unit leader. Yeah, Abdul Rahman. Yeah, most people don't like change, right? And look at all the reasons against the change. Well, it's going to cost us money. There's fear to what Abdul Rahman is saying. People don't like change. Lack of incentive, lack of training. And then we just score it. Now, here's a question for you. What if we score and it's a tie? What if it's a tie? What if we do all the reasons for the change, all the reasons against the change, and we come up with the same score? My question is, should we change or should we not change? What do you think? If the score is tied, should we change or should we not change? What do you think? Okay. So I hear change is good as new. Someone says change. Someone says reevaluate. Abdul Rahman says change is better. Fadi, depends on the future plan, future trend. Hashim says not change. Shahab says we should change. Amar says change. Amar Abdullah says change is positive when you lose something. Mazen says before change, understand why. Interesting. I like that answer. And Gabriel. Okay. Gabriel says there's no gain from it. Dorothy says no change. What do you think? Let me think. Who are we missing? I haven't heard. Where's Khadija? Winnicky. Winnicky. Who haven't we heard from? Should we change Mahmoud? What do you think? I heard from Dorothy. Should we change or should we not change? If the score is tied, what do you think? Should we change? There's Sohaila. I was getting ready to look for you, Sohaila. I was like, where is Sohaila? Abdul Nasser says, Sohaila says change is always good. Abdul Nasser says analysis, different approach. Gamal says we need to study before we make the change. Mahmoud says depending on what's our objective, not change. Well, think about this for a second. If the score is tied, and who was that who said it? It was a good answer here. If there's no benefit for it, because think about this. If the score is tied and you change, you take on risk. It's true. Change is different. It's better. But if there's no sort of driving reason for it, you take on some risk, right? At least if it remains the same, you kind of know what your risks are. You make the change, you take on new risk. But I mean, you can certainly make the change anyway, right? If you can manage the risk, which is what we'll talk about a little bit later. If you can manage the risk, right? So just something to think about as well. But you can use this model. And one of the biggest changes that an organization will go through is mergers and acquisition. So I'll go through this one quickly. And this is just the HR's responsibility. It says, what made me do the scoring? Sure, there was a need to change it better. Yeah, so Abu Bakr says, once you do the scoring, it depends on how you score it. 1 to 5. Some of the things you may score higher depending on the situation. Okay, so HR's role in mergers and acquisition. HR helps to plan for it, right? In terms of, the people and getting everyone ready. HR performs due diligence, right? Every organization plans to have face to risk and preventing elements. Yep. So there's the risk part. Khadija is sharing with us. That's how you manage it. For mergers and acquisition, HR performs due diligence. This is key. This is key. I'll explain to you in just a minute why that's key. Plan for the integration in terms of employee communication. If there's a merger, so you may have to, lay off some people. And then you implement and measure. If you notice, what's interesting, when you see this, it's very similar to the strategic planning process. Kind of, remember, phase 3 is always that execution phase, that integration phase, right? And then phase 4 is always this sort of measure and evaluate. It's got implement here, but it's kind of measure and evaluate. Due diligence is important because if the company, for HR to do that, if you merge with a company and you bring over new employees, what if their benefits are totally different? What if at their company they have, 3 weeks vacation, and at your company there's 2 weeks vacation? You need to know that up front. What if the employees at that company gets a big bonus and they're coming to the new company and they get no bonus? The company needs to know that up front in order to do a payout to those employees, right? So HR has a significant role in preparing the people because, again, this is about change. And as, I forgot who said it. As someone said it, that was Abdurrahman Waladammi said, no one likes change. So the due diligence here is due diligence is really the investigation, right? It's really understanding what you're getting. Most of us do due diligence all the time. When you're buying a car, when you're buying a house or some property, you do a research, right? You do some investigation. You do that before you implement, before you give the money, before you sign the contract, right? You do some due diligence, right? I think I'll use the analogy of marriage, right? Before marriage, don't you do some due diligence? You do some checking, right? You do some, hey, who is this? To make sure. Teacher says compatibility. There's a good match. Because once you sign, once you say, I do, wallah, mabruk, or mushkila. Mabruka mushkila, right? So you want to do that before you do the execution and implementation. So that's that investigation so that you know what you're getting into. Okay, so I think we're moving on to another module. I had a misnumber here. Let me see if Miriam has a Kahoot she'd like to do here for us.
Yes, Professor William, let us go ahead and do one Kahoot for everyone to actually relax a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, Miriam is saying, I've been working you hard. She says, she said, relax. You see this? Been working you hard. That's okay. I love Kahoot. Kahoot time. It's Kahoot time. It's Kahoot time.
All right, everyone. So we have a couple of new students. So I will obviously be going ahead and recalling some of the rules and regulations for this game. First of all, the most important thing is obviously you are going to be needing a separate device when you're playing this activity. The reason for that is you will not be able to see questions as well as the options onto one screen. So with application, you will going to be using this game pin 127071, or you can go ahead and scan the QR and you will be able to access this activity as a player. Now, once you access this activity as a player, as soon as I will going to be obviously entering start, you will only be able to see 4 different color options. You will not be able to see the question as well as the options in terms of alphabetically or verbally. So you will only be able to see 4 different color of boxes, only different color of boxes. So you need 2 separate devices, one in which you will be able to read the question as well as the options related to that question. And onto your game, you will be obviously selecting which color option is the correct one. Now, you have for each question, there is a time limit to that, maybe 15 to 20 seconds, depending on the difficulty level of that particular question set. To gain a point is very easy. The fastest you answer, the accurate you answer will give you more points comparatively to other fellow players. And at the end of the game, we're going to be having 3 winners, first, second, and third. And that's all for my side. And please do note that whatever activities we are doing in between the session will obviously not affect your final grade. So play them as relaxedly as possible you can, and you will obviously be gaining a lot of knowledge out of them, and they will most probably be assisting you with your questions as well. Okay, I can do one thing is I can share the link for everyone. You just have to click on this link and you will be able to access the game directly. You just have to enter your name. That's it. Now, Gabriel raised his hand, so let me take it from Gabriel. Yes, Gabriel, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, Gabriel, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just checking. I have my application on my phone, and you said, but I didn't understand anything what you are talking about, what you should do, and I didn't see my name here on.
Okay, you already have an application, Gabriel. You in the center there might be a button, like a dice kind of thing. You just have to click on it. They will ask either the game pin, and then they will ask the name or the player name. Most probably they will ask you the game pin. So when they ask you the game pin, you will go to be entering this game pin 127071. While entering this, you will be able to join this activity. And later on, as we move forward, I'm going to be obviously from here starting the game. Once I will start the game, you will going to be seeing the questions as well as the options onto your Zoom screen or from your Zoom screen. But from your application, that is from where you will be obviously playing as a player, you will be only seeing 4 different color of boxes rather than the question or the options. You just have to, from one screen, read the question as well as the options, and imagine question number 1 you're reading, and out of 4 options, you think that the thing which is mentioned in option B, that is yellow color box, is the correct one. You just have to select yellow box onto your application. So that's how we're going to be obviously playing. Now, when it comes to the player, I can see you already. I believe the gap one is for you, Gabriel. So as soon as I will start, you're going to be obviously have an idea how to proceed further. For the very first time, I believe it will be a bit harder for everyone, for those of you who are playing it for the first time, but you know, with over time, you will get used to it. Mohammed, you don't really have to set up in 2 devices. Basically, if you're using your, for this Zoom, if you're using your PC or your phone, you just have to use another device for the Kahoot. Because as I mentioned previously, you will not be able to see the questions. So if you're using one device, okay, if you're using Zoom in the laptop, better you use Kahoot in your personal phone or in your phone. That would be much more easy. Yes, for now, it is enough to be in the game. As soon as we will start, you will be having an idea. Yes, you can download, either you can go ahead and download this application, Kahoot, or you can just go to the Chrome and type kahoot.it. So it's like either it will work like this, or you can go ahead and download it. Or you can scan the QR. Okay. So let me just go ahead and expand it. So for those of you who are still trying to access, you can take a picture of this QR scanner, and obviously you can go ahead and use it in or during the game as well. Okay, where to add the game pen? Okay, let me go ahead and open Kahoot in my phone. So this is, you know, Kahoot in the phone. Now, I don't know if you can see it, like this button, like in the middle. So you just have to enter on it. It says like join. So you just have to click on it, and they will ask you about this game pin. So you just have to enter this game pin, or you can just scan the QR. Yes, Khadija, they do have an application. You just have to download from the Play Store. Do let me know if everyone is in. What about Hisham? What about especially the new students? Because for all students, you might have like a little bit idea of how to do things. But what about our students who are taking it for the very first time? Are you in the game? Okay, Gamal, we are still waiting for you then. Let me just go ahead and share the link one more time. Yeah, if it's okay, open with the web browser, it's okay. It's completely fine. I can see Hashim. Okay. can see Hisham as well. I wonder, okay. Okay, so what I will do is actually, I will go ahead and start. But as I mentioned, for those of you who are still trying to access, you can, write down this code somewhere, and obviously you can also join us in between as well. So let me go ahead and start. Best of luck, everyone. And don't worry, we have a lot of Kahoots coming ahead. So this is your module 2 activity, and you have 6 questions. Question number 1 is onto your screen. And you have 4 different options. All right, so the correct answer for this question was option A, that is the red box. So we have you taking the lead, followed by Fadi, Abdul Nasir, Khalid, and Mustafa. Moving toward question number 2, please do note that there is a time limit as well, so you have to answer within that time limit. The correct option for this question was option B, that is the blue box. So we have Fadi taking the lead, followed by you, Mustafa, Hashim, and Hussein. Moving towards question number 3. D, that is green box. So we have Yassine taking the lead, followed by Fadi, Hussein, Abdul Nasser, and Mustafa. Question number 4. The correct answer for this question was option D, that is green box. We have Hussein taking the lead, followed by Abdul Nasir, Yassine, Fadi, and Hashim. Moving towards question number 5. The correct answer for this question was option A. We have Abdul Nasir taking the lead, followed by Hussein, Fadi, Yassine, and Hashim. Question number 6 is your last question. The correct answer for this question was option B, moving towards the podium. So the third position goes to Abdul Nasser, the second position goes to Yassine, and the first position goes to Fadi. Congratulations. So that was your very first Kahoot. I hope everyone enjoyed it. But okay, because we have more to come, so you still have opportunities to rise on that podium.
Congratulations. Your first Kahoot. And I think Miriam mentioned it's not, it doesn't impact your grade. It's just a fun way to add a little, a few games into our experience. Okay, let's keep on going. So now we're going to talk about job analysis. We touched on this one earlier today with one of the questions, and we're making some good time. So I'm going to pick up speed a bit because I know that we've got a lunch break coming up, I think in the next hour, I believe. So let's continue. So what is talent? So I want you to think about what we've been talking about. We're talking about Messi. We're talking about Neymar, Mo Salah. When we think about them as players, I think they fit this definition. Talent consists of those individuals who can make a difference to the organizational performance, right? So because these individuals are on the field, so I think I see a question here. The question is talent, and the example I was using was when we think about football, some of the players like Messi, like Ronaldo, like Mo Salah, I believe they fit this definition of talent. And the definition is this: it's those individuals who make a difference to the organizational performance, either through their immediate contribution or by longer term, by demonstrating the highest level of potential. Because these individuals are on the field, they make a difference, right? And that's how we defined talent. Talent management, once you have the talent, you've got to effectively management. It consists of strategy systems designed to increase workplace productivity. It includes attraction, identification, development, engagement, retention, and deployment of these individuals who are of particular value to the organization. It makes no good use or benefit to the organization if you have the talent and you don't do something with it. The manager's role in talent management, that's you. I mean, we're talking about you now. You're MBA, inshallah, you will be director, VP soon. Your role is to recognize the diversity of talent, to understand employees have individual needs and expectations, right? We talked about Maslow hierarchy of needs. We talked about the Hertzberg theory. We talked about Adams equity theory. So we know that people, individuals, have different needs. Remember, we talked about Pygmalion effect, that self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Everyone has different needs. Your role is to realize that employees have different motivational levers. They're all motivated by different things, right? Except the fact that not all employees are looking for promotion or additional responsibility. And then we demonstrate the ability to utilize employee talent in a way that best benefits the employee, the department, and the organization. And look at this last one. We're going to come back to this one in a bit, but it says organize departments into A, B, and C players. What's an A player? What's a B player? And what's a C player? What do you think that is? What do you think that is? I would be surprised if you've not have not already seen this play out in your own organization. An A player, a B player, and a C player. What do you think that is? Yep. So yeah. So it's kind of yeah. Amr mentioned it, nailed it. It's really ranking players. Hisham says A is the member that's always making a difference. A is a very good player, as Dorothy says. So when you think about an A player, these are typically yeah, Dorothy, good answer here. Dorothy says it's very A. I mean, very good player. These are typically the top 5 to 8% within the company. These are the individuals that are in succession plans. We'll talk about succession coming up a bit. These are people that are like the Messies, right? You don't have a whole team full of Messies. You've got maybe 1 or 2 Messies, and then you've got the rest of the players. Your B players are those potentials, right? They're really good, but they're just not quite ready yet. And your C players are really the majority of all employees. That's maybe 70+% of the employees fall into the C player. I mean, they're great employees. They do their job. They go home and halas, right? And so the idea is you want to know who is in each category. If you treat Mo Salah just like you treat Will, you might lose your key player, right? So you want to make sure that you have good, you know who these people are. And to Khadijah's point, once you know who they are, because typically these individuals are going to be dedicated, to Khadijah's point, to their work responsibilities and what they're doing, you want to reward them as such. Okay, so job analysis. This is what we talked about earlier. So what is it? Well, it's the systematic process of gathering, examining, and interpreting data about the specific task that a job is made up of, right? It's the process of studying the job to gather, analyze, and synthesize, and then report on information about the job responsibilities. The components of a job analysis include the job content. This includes the duties, the tasks, the procedures. It includes the requirements, the qualifications. There it is, the KSAs, knowledge, skills, and abilities. Then the job context. Where does it fit within the organization? There's a report to a director. What's the supervision level? Does it have direct reports? What's the setting? Is it inside of a warehouse? Is it in a remote area? Maybe you're working in the empty quarter, remote. Physical demands. You have to pick up boxes and this type of thing. Now, there are different ways that you can gather information about the job analysis. So the purpose of this is, here it is. Watch this. I've got a chair, and the person that sits in this chair will be an accountant. So in order for me to know the type of person that's needed to sit in this accounting chair, I've got to know their what's required in order to do a good job to sit in this chair. And there are different ways that I can gather information about the job of this chair, sitting in this chair, the job of an accountant. Well, if I want information about that job, I can, number one, ask someone that's doing the job. I can ask the person, the job incumbent. I can ask an accountant that's doing the accounting job. Tell me more about your job. If I want more information about the job, I can ask the manager about the job. The manager should know. I can also ask someone that used to be in the job at some point as an accountant. I can also go to someone called a job analyst. This is all they do all day is look at different jobs. I can also go to a subject matter expert. Maybe I go to a professor of accounting. They could tell me about the job. I can also, last one, go to professional organizations. Maybe there's a society of accounting professionals that I can go and ask information, right? This is how I gather information about the accounting job if I want to create a proper job description. There are other ways that I can gather information about the job as well. Yeah, so Gamal, this relates absolutely to the job description. It's linked. I'll show you coming up here. In fact, it's coming up in the next slide. So great job, Gamal. So ways to gather information about the job. I can watch someone doing the job. I can observe them. I can interview someone. We just saw the list a moment ago. I can have someone fill out a questionnaire. I can have someone do a work diary. You know, basically an accountant will stop every 10 minutes or 30 minutes and write down what they're doing. And then I can record someone and watch them doing the job. Now, you know, these are for specific type of jobs. If I'm doing kind of a manual type job, working in a machine, you know, making something, I may be able to record, have someone write it down. But some jobs, like perhaps a lawyer, well, that's a lot of thinking, and I can't see someone thinking, right? So some of this will work by watching. Some of it, it's thinking, and so you have to do a little bit more investigation. To Gamal's point, how is this related? Well, the outputs of a job analysis are two things. You're going to create, once you do all this research and investigation, you're going to produce a job description and a job specification. Okay, so here's a question for you. What is the difference between a job description and a job specification? What do you think? It's a really simple explanation. I'll tell it to you in a bit, but just take a guess. What do you think the difference between these two documents? Because once you do the job analysis, you study the job, you understand the responsibilities, you understand the function and where it sits in the organization. All that data that you've gotten your hands on, you're going to use all that to produce a job description or a job specification. My question is, what's the difference between those two? Yeah, it's a really simple. You won't believe when I tell you. You won't believe it. Yeah, I see some answers coming in. You won't believe it when I tell you. The difference between a job description and a job specification. You're going to say, man, I should have got this one. And the only reason why I know it is because I've done this class before. Yep. Oh, Khadija, mashallah alaik. Khadija gave, wow, she gave MBA answer. She says job description is usually list out the job title, location, job summary, work environments, duties to be performed on the job. Specification is a list of qualification, experience, training, emotional, mental capabilities, and individual performance on the job. Oh, kafu. Kafui? Is it kafui because it's female or kafu? The description. Yeah, Dorothy says about who gets the job. Yeah, it's okay, watch this. You won't believe it when I tell you. Yeah, so it says, why can't we kick Khadijah's answers? So Khadijah, they want to see your answers because you're giving a lot of answers, great answers. She's sending it, I think she sent it to the not to everyone, but to the just to the professors and to Miriam. It's a, what do you call it? I think it's a setting. Yeah, Khadijah, you're giving good answers. The people want to see your answers. Go, Khadijah, go. Go, Khadijah, go. They want to see your answers. You're giving good answers. Yeah, panelists. There it is. Thank you, Mumtaz. It's going just to the panelists. Yeah. Host only. Yeah, thank you, Amr. Yeah, so Khadija change it. Okay, Professor Khadija will be sharing more information. Get ready. Gabriel says, bravo, bravo. Thank you. Chris came from Gabriel. Thank you. Yeah, it's a great class. I love this class. Okay, listen, the difference between the two, you won't believe it. A job description is an external document, one that you post on the internet or for, to advertise for a job. And the job specification is an internal document, one that you post internally if someone wants to apply for a job internally, right? It's a small detail. You can use both documents. Essentially, they say the same thing. I mean, Khadija just gave an answer. Khadija, if you could cut and paste your answer and throw it in the chat again for everyone to see it. I mean, many of you gave very similar answers. It's pretty much the same document with the same details for it. So yeah, look at the difference here. Job description, written description of a job, which includes nature of the work. Job specification, written statement, educational. It's fairly simple, and it's pretty much the same. The elements of a job includes the title, the department, the summary of responsibilities, essential functions, KSAs, which is knowledge, skills, and abilities, supervisory work conditions. Now, most job descriptions now also list one statement at the bottom. I don't care where you are, what country, what state, what province, what location. Most job descriptions list this one statement, right? And I'm going to tell you the statement, and then my question is, why do they list this statement? Okay, so the statement they list is this. They'll list job title, responsibilities, and at the end of it, they'll say something like, and any other duties which may be assigned by the immediate supervisor. My question is, why do they include that statement? They'll list the job, title, responsibilities, the KSAs, the working conditions, right? Which may all be different, except this one statement. There's one statement they put on these job descriptions now that says, and any other duties which may be assigned by the immediate supervisor. Yep. Right. See Abu Bakr. So Fadi, so good one, Abdul Nasser. So Abdul Nasser says for legal obligations, we're going to come to that next. And Fadi, you nailed it. It's when, yeah, it's a disclaimer, Francis. Nice. Yep, Gamal, the job, the expanding job responsibilities, right? Because the job changes. The job changes. So the question was, Abu Bakr, most of these job descriptions include one additional statement. And the point I was making, it doesn't matter where you are, this same statement continues to show up on every job. And the statement is this. Here, the job description, the duties, and the statement is, and any other duties assigned by the manager. My question was, why do they include that statement? And we just got some great answers. Francis calls it a disclaimer, which is true. Gamal says, hey, the job expectations unfold, they expand over time. Amr says it empowers the employees. And Fadi and Abdul Nasser, spot on, dynamic change in legal obligations, because the job changes. Think about your job. When you hired, are you doing the exact same job you were hired to do when you were hired? Very likely the job changed, right? And so if the company wants to keep up, they don't want to keep rewriting job descriptions. They just put the statement in. Hey, listen, we hired you to do this and any other duties which may evolve over time. Yep. Yeah, Francis said it must be vague. Exactly. Because they can have you doing anything. Why do we need job descriptions? The importance of it for job planning, for recruitment and selection, for training, for performance management, for safety and health, self and safety, because you got to know if someone needs a hard hat or a steel toe shoes. We need it for paying benefits, for employee relations, for legal compliance. So that's why we need that job description. That's why we do the analysis. It's very, very important. And why do we update job descriptions? Because we want to make sure that we're recruiting and hiring the right person. When should we update job descriptions? Well, typically that's done every 2 years or anytime there's a change in the business. And what should be updated? Or any specific changes to the job. This is important because if we give the recruitment team the wrong job description, they're going to go out and recruit. Okay. Yeah, I'll give a conclusion on this one, Gabriel. So we're talking about job descriptions and we're talking about all this relates to talent management. And as a part of talent, you've got to know who your talent is. In order to recruit talent, you've got to have a written job description of exactly who and what you're looking for. And we're talking about how often should you update the job descriptions. We're saying we should do it every 2 years. What should be updated in the job description? The skills, because if we give the recruitment team the wrong job description, they will go out and recruit the wrong person. Who's responsible to update the job description? It's the manager in collaboration with the HR department. Okay. Okay. Now, this one, okay. Everyone come close on this one. I'll make a statement here. This information that you see here, you will see again in your workbook. Okay. I'm going to give you a little wink on the eye here, right? You'll see this exact same information in your workbook and you'll have to answer the question. You'll see this model and you'll see some empty spaces that you have to fill in. I would, everyone come closer, encourage you to look in the notes section. I've got some good notes in this section here to help you answer some of those questions. The Ulrich and Brombach model. This is an HR model. It just talks about the role of HR. We won't go over this one. This won't be on your final assignment. This should just be in your workbook. But it talks about the role of HR, the HR person, the role that they play. They enable the organization. The HR department support the delivery of the business strategy. Remember, we said everyone in the organization in some small or large way is helping to contribute, to move the organization to achieve its strategy. And then the HR department is a delivery enabler, change management, compliance, that type of thing. This is also another model that you'll see in your workbook. If you check the note section here, I think it's, I think Abdul Rahman, it may come up module number 8. I've moved around some slides and you're going to get a copy of all these slides because you can use these when you're answering some of the questions. In fact, a lot of the questions you can use these modules. So when you get your workbook, you'll see this model and you'll say, oh, I remember this. And you can just go to the slides, look in the note section, and I got some good stuff there for you. Another model about the role of HR. HR is a strategic partner. They are a change agent, which is what we said earlier. Administrative expert, which is what we said earlier. HR is helping to process benefits and salary slips. And also HR is an employee champion. Remember, we said HR is the go-between between the manager and the employee. Someone said earlier today about employee relations. HR is sort of maybe at times the referee between the manager and the employee, right? So that's the role that they play. More details, specific details about each one of these elements, look in the note section, right? I won't go over it now because it won't be on your final assignment, but it'll be in your workbook. And you don't have to remember any of it. Check the note section. This section also in your workbook, right? So what I've done very intentionally is I've looked at your workbook. I've looked at the questions. So I got a question. Let me show you. So I got a question. Where is the note section? So let me show you. Okay, can everyone see my screen? Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so here's the slide. And when I say the notes section, look here. If you look here, you got a lot of good information that you can use to answer. See, look at this. To answer the question. See that? This is the one we just went over. All right. So when I keep referring to the note section, this is what I'm speaking of. I've got other stuff in here, different references. I won't go back, but I've got different references tied here, and you can go to the note section and pull some information. Yeah, so great question. Whenever I keep saying, hey, go to the note section. Okay, can you everyone see my slides now? One slide? I think so. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. So if you go to the notes section, information is there. And I'm mentioning because you're as a part of your final assignment, you have to turn in a workbook and you'll have to write this this paper. What I'm showing you right now are the things that you're going to have to answer in the workbook. They're not difficult questions. It's stuff that we're going over now. You've got some multiple choice questions, but to ensure that you know where to find it, I have put it in here so you to see it. This will be in your workbook as well. You'll see a model like this. And the question might be, hey, explain what is business knowledge, HR delivery, da, 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 da. If you look in the notes section, you've got all the information there for you. This model really just talks about the area of HR because we're focusing, what does HR do? What does human resources do? HR is focusing on business knowledge. What is that? The HR professional must be have knowledge of the business, of the integrated business value chain and the business value proposition and labor law, right? So I won't read all of it, but each one of these is a definition. HR is also responsible for specific metrics. Some of these you may have seen. Time to hire. That means how much time, the number of days does it take to fill a requisition. So if this chair is a requisition, how many days typically does it take HR to fill that requisition? The industry average is around 45 to 60 days to fill one open requisition. Depending on the country, I know when I worked in the Kingdom, it was like 6 months if you were hiring an expat because you had to get visas and things like that. So there are 14 of these metrics. Watch this, 14 of these metrics. Here's the good news. In the notes section, I've got a definition of each one of these. Because in your workbook, the question is going to be, give me a definition of time to hire, cost per this, early turnover, so that you don't have to go and look it up. It's going to take too much time. I've got definitions there in your notes section, right? Again, this one won't be on your final assignment, but it'll be in your workbook. Okay, so I'm picking up speed here because I want to get you out on time. And I think the last one, yeah, this is the last one here. So for this one, these are different tools that HR will use to help HR manage the people responsibility. So the companies you work for, HR uses these tools, right? So there's a scorecard. A scorecard is just, I mean, it's like any scorecard that you'll see, almost like a dashboard. It's a document that gives you very quick information, the number of people in the organization, the head count, the typical salaries, the grade ranges, the age ranges, how many women do you have? How many men do you have? Turnover, or not turnover, it is turnover. Turnover just means the number of people that have resigned for the year, right? And so what you want to do is to have a quick dashboard of all this information. Now think about it. What's the purpose of a dashboard? A dashboard is something that you can look at while you're driving. You can just quickly look at, and it'll give you a quick evaluation of what's happening inside of your car just by looking at the dashboard. You don't have to open the hood. You don't have to dig in the trunk to see what's happening. You just look at the dashboard. It tells you how fast you're going. It tells you how much gas you have. It tells you the temperature of your car. The same is true when we talk about this HR scorecard. It's a quick document that a manager can look at and go, we have this many people in my department. Here are the different salaries, this many women, this many men. So that's what that is. A strategy map is a simple graphic that really shows cause and effect connections between strategic objectives. In other words, my objective is this, okay? This is where I want to go, okay? Now, how do I get there? I've got to go here, which is going to help me reach it. I've got to go here, which is going to help me reach there. So think of your strategy map is your path to get to where you're going to go. Let's use our example for Jeddah. Think about all the different stops you're going to make when you're driving. You might stop at this location to eat. You might stop at this location to get gas. You may stop at this location because there's a hotel there, right? So your strategy, you have a plan. It's a very intentional plan to get to where you're going to go. It's not accidental because, again, you don't want to just hope you arrive. You want to have a very clear plan of where you're going to go, where you're going to stop, when you're going to stop in order to reach your plan. Okay, we're making good time here. I'm looking at our slide count. And we're going to be taking lunch break coming up. So get ready, get your shawarma. Are you warming up your food already? I think, let me check in with Miriam. I think it's in 30 minutes, I think. Am I right? I got,
yes.
Okay. Yeah, I got
Yes.
10:30 my time. Okay. Thank you, Miriam. Sorry to interrupt you. Thank you, Miriam. Yeah, so let's see if we can get done with this module. Oh, Hisham says it's ice cream time now. Yeah, it's getting late your time. Are you gonna have not ice cream, baklava? Oh, do you still have amali? Amali was my favorite dessert in Egypt and in Saudi. Oh, that amali. Okay, let's talk about recruitment and interviewing and selection. So, what does this have to do with a manager's role? Well, remember, Your role as a manager, as a leader, is to not only manage your talent, but also to be able to recruit. Recruiting is just, advertising, letting people know. Interview, once you have people in the room, you got to understand the correct questions to ask in order to evaluate them, and then to select the right person. All of those factors matter because those individuals will eventually be a part of your team. Okay, so workforce planning. Let's talk about that one. We're gonna come up on a really good one. One of my favorite ones here. Okay. And I'm going to tell you the Netflix story coming up. Workforce planning. It's the core process of human resources that is shaped by the organizational strategy to ensure the right number of people with the right skills in the right place at the right time. I forgot who gave that answer earlier today, but someone mentioned that. It's really a plan. You want to make sure that you have the right people, the right number of people, and the right number of people are in the right jobs. You don't want the people to be in your group too early, and you don't want them there to be too late. So workforce planning is this very intentional, systematic process of identifying, addressing gaps between the workforce today and the human capital needed for tomorrow. It's about aligning workforce requirements. It's about developing a comprehensive picture of where competency gaps exist. So the word competency, think of the word KSA, which is knowledge, skills, and ability. It's identifying those gaps and then making the decisions of how best to structure the organization to deploy and fill those gaps. Okay, look at this quick model. So supply analysis and demand analysis. Let me go through these. Okay, this is simple to understand. Okay, watch this. Supply analysis is what skills do we have today? And when I mean skills, I mean people. The people that I have today have a certain type of skills. That's my current supply. However, where the company is going for a future, we may need a different type of skill, right? What's the demand for the skills that we need for the future? I'll give you a great example when I talk about Netflix, right? The gap is between what I have versus what I need, right? The solution is, how are you going to fill that gap? How are you going to fill that gap, right? So the question is workforce planning the same as a job analysis? Well, it's a little bit different because a job analysis is about a specific job. Number one, it's about a specific job. And the supply and the demand is really about the skills of the people, right? So where you will use the job analysis is when you're creating the solution. What do I mean? I have this many people who have these types of skills. However, I need more people with a different type of skill, right? These are people that I have to hire with a different kind of skill, right? So I've got to recruit these people. Before I recruit them, why don't I do a job analysis on the type of skill set that's going to be needed to fill the jobs that I need for the future? You see how it's connected, right? So the job analysis, because remember, the outcome of the job analysis is a job description, which is what we're going to be using to post, right? It's what we're going to be using to post to recruit. You see, so it's for the future. I see Khadijah's point is to prepare for future staffing needs, right? Again, supply is what I have, demand is what I need. I'll show you when we come up to Netflix. I'll give you a great example of what that is. Okay, so here are all the activities well, not all, but a good number of the activities involved in workforce planning. Okay, take a look at this. You've seen a lot of this before. What is succession planning? Well, succession planning is getting individuals ready to take on particular positions should someone leave within the organization, right? So essentially, it's your backup plan. So think about the top positions at your company. Let's say the director of engineering. The company should have an individual that they are preparing to take on the director of engineering role should the director leave or get promoted to another position. Remember earlier today, we talked about, what is it? Leadership development. Remember we talked about leadership development? This is where succession planning comes in. It says identify hypo. What's a hypo? Hypo is a HR term which stands for high potential employee, right? These are individuals. Remember we looked at earlier today. Okay, come closer. It's all coming together now. Remember earlier today we looked at A players, B players, C players. Your hypos, your high potential employees, are your A players. And these are your individuals that you put in the succession plan. You've got all the top positions in the company where you need to have a backup, right? Should that person leave, who can someone that you can put in? Flexible working hours includes, this is a benefit that companies give employees, and it's sort of a rotating schedule. You can come to work from 6 to 2, 7 to 3, 8 to 4, 9 to 5, or 10 to 6, right? So it gives ability, for employees. If you want to leave early, well, you come in early. If you want to show up late, then you leave late. Labor demand and supply forecasting. This is sort of what we talked about, that supply and demand. The skills I have today versus the skills I need tomorrow is key. Yeah, so Francis, very, very, very good answer. Question. So Francis is put in the chat box, high potential employees and high performance employees, right? They're two different things. Two different things, right? A high performing employee is someone that is performing very, very well in their job. They're doing exceptionally well. They're cranking out good work. They deliver at a high to a high degree, right? But they're really good functionally. These are good hands-on people. They do very good hands-on work. Your high potential is someone that's doing good hands-on work, and it's someone that you're looking at to take on a leadership role, right? So when they take on the leadership role, they're not going to be doing so much hands-on work. They'll be doing leading, right? They'll leave their hands-on work behind, and that responsibility is given to someone else, but they're kind of leading, right? So they're a little bit different. So recruitment and retention plan. So recruitment is about finding the right candidates and then keeping them. A skills and audit gap. This is kind of that analysis, that skills gap analysis that we do in terms of the skills that we have today and the skills that we need tomorrow. Talent management is what we talked about earlier. It involves this systematic, everything that we do to recruit talent, to develop talent, to retain talent. Multi-skilling is providing an opportunity for employees to move around. You have someone in IT, you might move them into accounting. So they not only understand IT, but they develop and be able to do some accounting work. Right? It's a great way to motivate. See what Francis is saying. It motivates them. Remember, we looked at Maslow hierarchy of needs. People want to be developed. In fact, the number one reason what's the number one reason why people leave companies? It's not because of money. Their boss is high on the list. It's maybe one or two, but consistently was number one is lack of development. Job design, which is kind of what we talked about, similar to the job analysis, but it's also designing the job where it's attractive to the employees, right? So think about it in terms of the Hertzberg model. Risk management, everything that HR does is about risk management. So it's about the background checks. This is why HR does background checks, to understand it. Understand, candidate's background. Outsourcing is shifting tasks to a third party, right? Contractor. So essentially, my accounting department, I get rid of my accounting department, and then I have another company do that for me. Career planning, we'll come up on that one. In the scenario planning, you don't do much of this scenario planning today. I've got a typo there, but scenario planning is about testing an employee's ability in the job, right? So you might let them do the job for 1 month and you see how they perform before you actually give them the job. Okay, the stages of workforce planning. Okay, good. I've got the 6 B's coming up. I think we'll end with the 6 B's before we take our break. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. I'm back. You thought I left. I'm here. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so let's talk about the stages of workforce planning. And then we're going to come to the 6 B's. When I explain the 6 B's, everything that I've talked about is gonna all come together in terms of workforce planning and why we do it. So the stages of it is determine your business strategy. Okay, so come closer. Keep follow me on this one. Remember, I've been saying all day today that every person, every function in the company, to some small or large way, everything that everyone does is in support of the business strategy, right? The corporate strategy. This is why we do what we do, is to help the organization achieve, to reach, to accomplish its strategy, right? So first we determine what that strategy is. If you look at the, remember we looked at the 4 phases of strategic planning. The first phase was what? The formulation phase is when we're formalizing which direction do we want to go. Then we do the analysis. The analysis sounds like what? The development phase. Remember doing the analysis? We do the SWOT analysis. We do the PESTEL analysis, right? So we do some analysis. We first decide where we want to go. I want to go to Jeddah. Then I start to do some analysis. Okay, what time should I go? Who should go with me? How much money am I going to need? What's going to be the roads like when I'm there? And look at phase 3. Doesn't it seem very similar to what we looked at earlier? Phase 3 was what? Implementation. This is when I get in my car and I drive to Jeddah, right? And then phase 4, this one is not the, well, actually it is. It says agree on objectives because it talks about review and evaluate outcomes. Very similar to the strategic planning process that we looked at. Phase 4 is what? The evaluation piece. Okay. So let's move to the 6 B's. Okay. So let me explain this and I'll give you an example using Netflix. Okay. Do you remember a company by the name of Blockbusters? I don't know if you remember Blockbusters. I'm old, so Blockbusters was around many years ago. Who remembers Blockbuster? Let me see. Yes, thank you, Abdul Nasser. Thank you for not leaving me out here by myself. Yeah, so Blockbusters was a movie rental company, right? You can go and you can rent movies. Abdul Mohsen remembers it. Moaz remembers it. You can go and rent movies, and you could rent these big cassettes. And we had this thing called a VCR. Remember a VCR? You would rent these big cassettes, and you would, put the movies in, and you'd watch the movie. Well, Blockbusters were all around the U.S. I think they were outside the U.S. as well, in other countries, and everyone would go there every weekend to rent movies. Okay. Well, you would rent your movies. You could rent your movies for 2 days. Well, the problem was if you returned your movie late, they would charge you a late fee. And Blockbusters, as I understand it, made about 25% of their profits just on late fees. Well, there was a gentleman by the name of Reed Hastings. Does that name sound familiar? Reed Hastings. He had rented a movie. I think it was Apollo 1, a space movie. He rented a movie from Blockbusters. And guess what? He returned it late, and they charged him a late fee. Reed said, you know what? I'm going to start my own video rental company. And he started a company by the name of Netflix. Netflix. Well, at the time, Blockbusters was renting these cassette tapes. Netflix business model was different. Instead of cassette tapes, they would put their movies on a DVD disc. You know those discs? A DVD disc. Secondly, their business model was instead of customers going to the store to rent their movies, Netflix decided to mail the movies to the customers. Okay. They were thin disc. They could mail the movies very easily. And the third piece, there was no late fees that they would charge. Okay. So follow me. I'm going somewhere, and I'll show you how this is connected. Well, guess what? Eventually, Netflix started to take over, right? They started to take over. Yep, you're right, Fadi. That's where we're going. Netflix started to take over, and they started to take Blockbuster's customers. Well, guess what? Netflix eventually took over all of Blockbuster's customers. Blockbuster no longer exists. Netflix then had to evolve again. And Fadi just mentioned it. Hashim just mentioned it. Netflix had their movies on a DVD. Well, they then transitioned to put their movies all in the cloud. In the cloud. Okay? Now, what does that have to do with workforce planning? I'll show you. Because Netflix's new business strategy was to put their movies in the cloud, number one. Number two, they were going to go on a subscription model. So you didn't have to pay for each movie. They would just charge you every month. Netflix now had to do some workforce planning because their business strategy changes, right? It changed. Now, when they were shipping movies, they had all these warehouses. When they were shipping movies, they had all these warehouse workers. Well, now, because the movies were in the clouds, they needed what? Cloud engineers, right? They needed a different kind of skill. Remember, we looked at your current skills and your demand for skills? Well, the new demand for skills was what? Cloud engineers. So Netflix had to use the 6 B's to decide, what are we going to do? We have warehouse workers, but the demand now is that we need cloud engineers. Well, look at their decision. Netflix could essentially buy the skills that they need. And what do we mean? They could hire talent to meet the demand. They could hire cloud engineers to help them move to this new strategy. Number two, Netflix could build talent from within. They could take their warehouse workers and turn them into cloud engineers. Well, that's kind of risky, number one. And number two, it's a different kind of skill. So they have to send these people back to school. It would be expensive. It would take too much time. Maybe a warehouse worker doesn't want to be a cloud engineer. So they could build their own engineers. Number three, they could borrow. Well, you know what? It may take too long to recruit, interview, and select cloud engineers. Why don't we just borrow? Why don't we just hire contractors to be our cloud engineers? The problem and the risk with that is they're contractors. They may come today, they may steal our ideas. The fourth B was bind. What does that mean? Well, guess what? We're moving from DVDs to cloud engineers. I need to get, there are some great employees that work in the warehouse. I don't want to lose them. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give them some golden handcuffs. I'm going to give them a bonus so that they don't leave the organization. Because it's true, we're moving, we're putting our movies into the cloud, but I don't want to lose some of my really, really good employees, even though we're changing direction, right? And then look at bounce. Bounce is, you know what? I got all these cloud engineers. all these warehouse workers. I don't need all these warehouse workers because now I need cloud engineers. So there may be a lot of these warehouse workers that I have to, masalama, bitofik barakarafik, galatik galab. I have to give them a bonus and fia manala, right? They have to leave. And the last B is balance. This just means I do a little bit of all of it, right? So it comes back to the question, why would Netflix do all of this? Because again, it's all based on their strategy. Their strategy changed. They put all of their movies in the cloud. And today, guess what? Let me ask the question. Did their strategy work? I think so. Because during the pandemic, Netflix took on so many new subscribers. Netflix is not only, watch this, they're not only renting movies, they're now making their own movies, right? You see? And so in order they had the plan, they knew they wanted to go to Jeddah, they just needed to know how to get there, right? They had to get there. They had to hire some people. They had to build from within. They had to hire some contractors. They had to give some golden handcuffs. They had to masalama some people. And they have to do a little bit of both balance, right? So you see, this is how that workforce planning comes together, how you do the supply demand, the future demand, and the gap is in between. This is the solution. This is how they close the gap between. Right. So it's interesting. Fadi made a huge point right now. Huge point. Netflix used to compete, as I mentioned, against Blockbuster. But now, to Fadi's point, they're competing against Walt Disney. Walt Disney. And guess what? Walt Disney used to be in just the movie business. Now Walt Disney's got what? Their own streaming platform to get their movies out as well. Right? Interesting. I love telling the Netflix story because it shows a very interesting, it shows a really good example of workforce planning in action. This is kind of what we just talked about. For forecasting demand for employees, you do the analysis of the current skill. We'll have a lot of warehouse workers, and you start to plan out. You look internally, who are those I can develop? Because remember, we said training and development. Now, let me ask a question. When Netflix was looking for cloud engineers, did they need to train their employees or did they need to develop their employees? Let me give you a quick pop quiz to see if you're paying attention. When they were looking for cloud engineers, their current engineers, I mean, their current population, did they need to develop them or train them? Yeah, good answer. You're playing it safe. It says both. Yeah, so training is based on what? Your current skills. It's what you already know. You're a warehouse worker. We want you to become a better warehouse worker. Development, though, is on the future skills, what we need from you for the future. Cloud engineers, right? So that's what that's talking about there. Okay, I'm going to keep going. I know I'll give you 5 more minutes and then we'll get you out of here for your, I think someone's having ice cream and then others are going to have mufata, bilafia. So recruitment and selection, this is kind of what we talked about. It is, they're different, right? Well, let me, I hear you. So recruitment is the process of seeking, attracting a pool of applicants from qualified candidates for job description. So recruitment is just really announcing, letting everyone know we're hiring, we're hiring, we're hiring. It's about the attraction process. And then once all those candidates come into your pipeline, into your applicant tracking system, then you've got to start selecting them. There are 2 ways that you can do that to recruit. You've got internal methods and you've got external methods. We'll cover these 2 really quickly before we take our break. Internal methods is when you're recruiting on the inside, right? You got inside moonlighting. This is a term we use. I don't know if you use this in your country, but inside moonlighting is sort of having a side job inside the company, right? So you may be an engineer, but you also help the accounting department. Job bidding is when you mainly see this in very large organizations or governmental organizations. There's a job that's being posted internally. And what happens is employees have to bid for it. Bidding is the same thing as applying for it. Job posting is when you post for it, like you post for the job. Job bidding is typically preference is given to those who have been with the company longer, right? So if you've been with the company 30 years, you may be first on the list to be considered. Job posting is anyone can apply. Nominations are, for like certain programs or certain positions, like this one position is open, Will can't apply for it. You have to be nominated or requested for that position. Skills bank tracking systems. This is just really knowing where all the talent is within the company. So every employee that's in the company, you might have a resume for them, so that you have a skills bank and you'll know the skills that's needed. Succession planning is what we talked about earlier. And then employee referrals. You might refer someone, a colleague that you used to work with to join the company. Last one before we take our break. So those were internal. External is community awareness. You might post this in the local newspaper so the community will be aware of it and people can apply when you're recruiting. Educational recruitment, I think most companies have this where you go to schools and you recruit there. Government agencies, you might link up with the government and announce that you're hiring. And the government loves this because citizens can get jobs. Media, got Twitter, Snapchat, WhatsApp. There's so many of them out there to advertise. This is mainly television. Social media is the ones I just mentioned. Open house. I don't know if you do this in your companies, but we used to do this a lot years ago when I was with the company. And essentially open house is you just open up your company on the weekend. You advertise and tell people, hey, listen, we are hiring. If you have these type of skills, come to an open house and we'll interview you on the spot. Outplacement happens when if a company lays off. Okay, great. Hashim says they're doing it in Dubai. Okay, I'll have to go to Dubai. What a great place to do open house there. That's a great location. Outplacement is when a company lays off a large number of people. Oftentimes, the government requires that the company hire an outplacement firm and their role is to help the employees find jobs. Almost done. We take our break. Personal networking, that's when you call your friend. You say, hey, brother, sister, min luck, can you help me? Help me get into a job. Yep, there it is. Gabriel mentioned headhunters. That's the third party recruiters, right? I used to do that job. I was a headhunter for 12 years. Really, really good skills to learn that. So these are all the external ways that companies can go about to find employees. Yeah, and Abdul Nasser mentioned LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a great way. I mean, that's probably the main way today where most people find their jobs is probably through LinkedIn. So a little commercial. I would encourage you, if you don't have a LinkedIn profile, you should certainly create one. And yeah, because that's where a lot of the recruiters and companies go to find people. Yeah, and in fact, just a tip: make sure. I mean, LinkedIn is not Facebook, and so you want to make sure you have a professional photo. You don't want. I don't want to put a picture of myself at the beach, me with some apples on LinkedIn. No, LinkedIn, you're looking professional. Be ready. Okay, halas. I have talked enough. You're tired of hearing my voice, so now I'm going to invite in our great colleague, Miriam, to give us some instruction.
Thank you so much, Professor William. Everyone, I'm going to be sharing the course survey link. So kindly do take a couple of minutes to fill it up and send us the feedback. We're going to be taking it for an hour. This break will going to be ending by 7 p.m. Bahrain time. That is for 1 hour. And after that, we'll obviously be resuming back. Once we're going to be back from the break, I'm going to be obviously inviting you for the panelists. That is the last hour of the class from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. Bahrain time. So that's all from my side. Hope you will have a wonderful lunch with your family. Enjoy and see you in an hour.
الموظفين هيك يمكن.
Welcome back, everyone, from the break. I hope everyone is back. Very good. We have a couple of students who are already back. What about others?
Hello, good people. How are yous? Are you full of shawarma? Hamor? Oh, I missed the Hamor in Saudi. Okay, I see Gabriel's back. Hasham is back. Macedo is back. Abu Bakr, Mazen, Dorothy, Muhammad, Abu Rahman. Abu Rahman says, I am back. Abdel Mozan, Al-Bek. Oh, he had Al-Bek. Oh, mashallah. Mashallah, Alek. MashaAllah. Gafu, who is that Hado Bake? Who is this? This person's making me very jealous. Let's see. Someone says they had Bake. Who is that? Ah, Abdul Mohsen. Oh, mashallah alaik. Khadija is back. Francis is back. Ashlan is back. Imad is back. Okay. If you're not back, let us know you're not back. If you're not back, let us know you're not back. Okay. Mohammed, Hashim is back. Mahmoud is back. Okay, let's dive in. So I think we've got about 2 more hours, and then we're going to be actually. No, I think we have another break. Let me check. Miriam, do we have a? I forgot. I don't remember.
Yes, Professor William.
Do we have another? We have another break. What is the last break?
It would be at 7:40 p.m., like 40 minutes from now.
Okay. Okay. So we'll get, and then we'll get done at 10. Okay. So I'll move. Thank you, Miriam. Okay. So we talked about the interview process. So now we're going to talk about selection. So essentially, think about it. What happens first? You recruit. Recruit just means advertise. I'm telling the world I'm recruiting. I'm looking for someone. I need someone with an accounting background. Selection is the process of after you interview, you say, halas, I will select Gabriel. I will select Mefeto. I will select Khadija, right? Or Abdurrahman for the position. So it's really the choosing, making the final decision. Now, as a part of the selection, what you might do is what is known as a realistic job preview. What is that exactly? Essentially, what happens is you make someone an offer, and before they officially start, you invite them to the workplace to actually tour the workplace, talk to some of the people that work in the job, and you actually allow them to do the job. It's actually called a realistic job preview for the entire day. And what's great about that is that you dispel any unrealistic expectations, right? Because they will actually do the job as opposed to reading that job description that you've written. They actually do the job. And so they'll see how hot it is in the warehouse. They'll see how noisy it is at wherever the location is. And so if they still decide to take the job after that, that's good. So everyone knows what they're getting. And then interviewing, these are just some guidelines for interviewing. So essentially, you want to build rapport with those that you're interviewing. You listen as the person is interviewing, and then you make a smooth transition between topics, right? As you go through the resume, you observe any nonverbal behavior, right? So a lot of times it's more than what they say, but it's what they don't say. So you want to keep an eye out for that. Take notes. I always advise never take notes on someone's resume when you're interviewing them. And you might say, well, why should I not take notes? Because what often happens is after you get done with your interview, you will likely hand the resume back to the recruiter, right? And so if you've written some notes, you might say on the paper, William needs more hair. William is bald. William has a large nose. And if you put that on the resume, then the resume goes where ultimately? In the person's file, right? And so they get their file. I'm hired. I get my file and I look and I say, well, Miriam says I need more hair. You see? So no, I always suggest take notes on a separate piece of paper. And then of course you can transfer your comments to the interview evaluation form. But yeah, I always on a separate sheet of paper. Not that you would ever say I need more hair. And then of course you want to conclude the interview. There are different types of interviews. I'll pick up speed here. You have a structured interview. A structured interview is an interview essentially where all the candidates are asked the same question, right? Same number of questions, the same question. Non-structured is, it's unstructured. One candidate can be asked 5 questions, another candidate 8 questions. You can ask follow-up questions. It kind of sort of goes. Behavioral-based interviews are probably the most common today. And behavioral-based interviews looks at past behavior, right? And so some of the questions around behavioral-based interviews are, what did you do? Or have you ever, or tell me about a time when you've worked doing XYZ. So it looks in your past. Situational interviews or hypothetical interviews. So behavioral based talks about what did you do? Situational interviews talk about what would you do? So it says, hey, if you were given a project and a budget of $1 million and a team of 5, what would be the first thing you would do in order to begin the project? Right. So it sort of begins with this scenario base. Stress interviews, interesting. Now, what types of roles would you put under a stress interview? Right? It's kind of odd to hear a stress interview, but what type of roles might someone need a stress interview? What are some types of positions? What do you think? Well, a stress interview is very, very important. Yep, Gabriel, sales. Sales is a good one. Hussein says managers and higher management. Yep, Abu Bakr. Operations manager. Yeah, give me some good ones. Now, nice one, Amr. Customer service. You're right. All right. What's a really, really good one where you want to test someone's stress level? Yeah, staff conflicts. True. Sales. Mahmoud. All right, what's another one? Think. I want you to think. Yeah, call center. Yep. Abdul Moaz. Bilal says interrogations, confrontation. Yeah, what types of positions, what type of work might business development, Gabriel? Okay. Maintenance. Yeah. Abu Bakr, maintenance manager for sure. When it's time for production and operations, oh, absolutely. Facilities manager, Amro, you're spot on there. When something breaks, ooh, Amr, that's the first time I've heard this one. Amr says audit. I didn't think about that. That's a good one. What about, watch this. What about a police officer? Yeah, you got to know how they perform under stress. What about a fireman, a firewoman? What about, watch this one, an airline pilot? What about a nurse, doctor? Right? You do those stress interviews to see how they perform. Can they still perform in the midst of pressure? These are some good ones. And the group interview, of course, is when you have a number of people that are interviewing. Now, during interviews, there are some biases that we've got to keep an eye out for. Stereotyping is this idea. Yeah, thank you, Gabriel. Is if they can work under pressure. Stereotyping is when you just sort of group everyone in one category. You might say all women are like, all men are like, all, I don't know, Americans are like, right? It's when you put people into big buckets. Inconsistent questioning is unfair. It's a bias because you might ask a woman 10 questions and you ask a man 1 question. That's unfair. First impression bias is, right when the person comes in, you say, I got a feeling about this person. I like the way they carry their bag. Oh, I like the way, the oud they have on. Oh, I like the oud smell. Oh, mashallah, it's a very nice smell. I have a first impression about them. Negative emphasis is when the person is interviewing and the interviewer places 2 times more weight on something negative that they say. They said a lot of things, but their interview really focuses on the negative. Halo and horn is similar to negative emphasis. So the horn, the halo, think of the halo as sort of the angel, right? I think it's called, the angel. Yeah, angel. Yeah. Is Angel Jinn? No, Jinn is Shaitan. No, what is Angel? If I got Arabic and Angel in Arabic. Oh, Gabriel says no. Uh, okay. Malak. Oh, you're right. Malak. Malak, you're right. Yes, I had a friend in Saudi. Her name was Malak. Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you. I'm confusing my Arabic words. Gabriel says, no, no, wrong one. Sorry. Yeah, so halo is when someone does something, they say something good, and you believe everything they say is good, is positive, is angel. The horn, that's where you have the shaitan. When they say something, you think everything that they say is bad, right? Nonverbal is when you mistakenly place a bias on their nonverbal. So, in instance, someone comes in and you shake their hand and they don't have a firm handshake. You say, not good. Or someone doesn't make a very strong eye contact. You say, not good. Yeah, so Abdul Nasser says, one thing that I ask about is ethically. If a stereotype or group of people with negative things is bad, but if I like to say, is it okay for a group of people to work good at work? Could these be a problem? Well, so good question, Abdul Nasser. So think about this. Any person can do any job, right? They would just do the job differently, right? Any person can do any job. An older person can do a job, they'll just do differently than a younger person. A woman can do a job, they'll just do it differently than a man. So any person can do a job. The problem with stereotyping is that oftentimes we make up our mind about a person before we even get to know them. Right? So it's here it is. Watch this. If you watch television, all right, and you say, "Ooh, I see this on television." And based on what I saw on television, I think all Black Americans are like, right? Are they all like what I saw on television? Probably not. It's impossible because you haven't met everyone. If I say, "Ooh, I saw this in the newspaper about I don't know, Filipino gentlemen or Christians or Catholics or Muslims," because I saw it, I read it. Is everyone like this? No, it's impossible, right? So the problem with stereotyping is that you just group large groups of people, right, into to one category, right? So the issue with that is that it's unfair, and here it is. It may be absolutely not correct, right? Because you met one Black person doesn't mean that I'm like that person. Because I meet beautiful, wonderful Muslims in Saudi doesn't mean every Muslim I meet will be wonderful and beautiful to me, right? Some may not be so kind to me. Everyone I met in Saudi was very kind, right? So this is where the stereotype comes in. So good question, and this is why we have to slow down. And I always say, slow down and get to know the person that's in front of you. Get to know that individual. Speak to that person. Then you can make a judgment. Yeah, good question. And then contrast effect is essentially when you compare. I have 3 candidates come in. I interview the first one. I love the first one. The second one comes in. I compare the second one to the first one. The third one comes in. I compare the third one to the first one. Right. So it's kind of unfair. It's like you want to give each person their own chance. Similar to me is, oh, you're Dosity like me. You're from Saudi like me. You have no hair like me. You went to the same school. You like what's the teams there? Al Nasser, Al Ahly, Etihad. I know I'm going to start a fight. There's so many teams there in Saudi, right? So depending on the team you like, right? You might say, oh, you like this team? Then you're like me, right? So you're similar to me. Here it is. Al Ahl. You're right. I think I have a shirt for Al Ahl. Yeah, someone gave me a shirt. Yeah, but because you're similar to me, right? You're black like me. You're American like me. You speak English like me, right? Halal. Thank you. Thank you. Corrected me. Halal. You see, I told you I was going to start a fight. You see, I love the teams there. See, it's a fight. Someone says not, not. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And then cultural noise is what happens there is when the candidate, the interviewee, is just really telling the interviewer what they think they want to hear. So the interviewer is like, hey, do you like Etihad? Yes, I like Etihad. Do you like walking on the beach? I like walking on the beach. Right? They just sort of make it up as they go along. Yeah, for sake of time, I won't go over this one, but this is just the difference between recruitment and selection. One is the process of, as I mentioned, advertising, and the second one is the process of actually selecting. Okay, module 5, we're moving. This one is a short one, I think. This one's on training and development. So the first training that any employee will experience when they come into the company is an onboarding or orientation. Orientation is essentially this process of getting the new hire up to speed to learning about the policies, the benefits, the procedures within the company. The orientation process is in 2 phases. First, there's a general orientation. When the person comes in on day 1, HR will talk about the office hours and the benefits and the vacation. They'll explain the overall organizational structure of the company. They'll introduce the employee to the line manager. And then once that introduction happens, then the line manager does the department orientation, right? This is when it's get very specific. The manager sits with the employee and they talk about the specific job that the employee will do. The manager introduces that employee to his or her coworkers. The manager says, here's the org chart within our department. Here's where you are. Here's where the team is. The manager will talk about the specific goals for that department, right? So it's typically in 2 phases, a general and then a very specific orientation. The process is not a one-day process. I mean, a good orientation can last up to a year in some cases. There are things that we do prior to day 1. There are things that we do on day 1, which is the first day, and then the first week, first 90 days. First 90 days is a pretty good threshold to assess and see how the interview went. I mean, how the process is going, and if the person is happy. Because watch this, there's a lot of research out there that states an employee will decide if they're going to remain with the company within the first 60 to 90 days. The first 60 to 90 days. Think about it for a second. During the recruitment process, there are a lot of promises made to the employee. It's a great company. You're going to love it here. We're going to love you. You're going to do great work. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be this. It's going to be that. So a lot of promises are made during the recruitment phase. When the person shows up, when they're physically there, they're evaluating, has the promise been met? You told me all of this before the during the interview. Now I'm here. Let's see if any of it's true. Typically, it takes 60 to 90 days to kind of understand if any of that's true. And if it is or it's not, the employee decides if they're going to remain with the company. Career development. What is career development? Well, it's made up of 2 parts. Okay. You have a organizational part. The organization needs an engineer. You got the career planning part. I will want to be an engineer. And the beauty is when what the company needs and what I want matches, there's an alignment. You have misalignment if the company needs an engineer and I want to be a painter. That's a misalignment, right? So career development occurs when there's this integration between what the company needs and what I want, we have a good match. And there are a number of key players that are involved in an employee's career development. You've got the employee themselves, of course, right? You've got the manager who provides coaching, appraisal for the employee. You've got HR that's there. They provide the policy, maybe some training opportunities. And then you've got the organizational leader. This is top management. Remember what he said earlier? The audio matches the video. The leader in the organization sets the tone for development. The leader in the organization, sends the message. We want you to stay. We want you to be developed, right? So all the players in employee development. If you will notice, before we move on here, it says the primary person responsible is the employee. That's who is primarily responsible for career development, not the manager. The ADDIE model, I added this in here. You'll see some of this in your workbook. So check the note section. The ADDIE model is a acronym, and it's used for instructional design. When you're creating and developing a course, you use this model to analyze the needs, then you go and design, then you do some development, then you implement, which is the course, and then of course you do the evaluation. If you notice this acronym, it's very similar to what? We talked about it earlier, the strategic planning process. There's some analysis, there's some development, there's some implementation, and then there's some measurement. All right, you won't see this in your final assignment. It's in your workbook. I've got information. I'm looking at the note section now, in your note section. Okay, if you notice, we're picking up speed here because I want to get you out on time. Coaching. One of the key responsibilities of leader is to coach their employees. Now, coaching is a little bit different than mentoring, right? So coaching and mentoring are both, centered around this technique of one-to-one discussion. Coaching focuses on specific performance and development, individual skills. Coaching activities have both organizational and individual goals, where mentoring is more long-term, right? A coach and or mentor can be either inside or outside the company, right? Just depends. For a mentor, there are some benefits for having someone within the company do the mentoring, but yeah, it's both. Both can be outside. Managers can use performance coaching to help employees who are effective contributors. Done well, coaching can help employee continuously improve their skills. The time managers spend in coaching contributes most to the employee's development. Yeah, Hashem. So Hashem makes a great point. The mentor does not have to be the line manager. Absolutely right. In fact, the coach does not have to be the line manager, right? In fact, there are many times it might be beneficial for the mentor and the coach to be someone else. Because what if you're having issues with your manager and you need to speak to a coach or a mentor about it? I mean, it may be difficult to kind of talk with your manager about problems that your manager's given you, right? And so you may want to get an outside perspective. There is a model, a very, very popular model in coaching. It's called the GROW model, and it's an acronym. So for the GROW model, the G stands for goal setting, right? And so you want to clarify in that coaching conversation, what would you like to talk about? What's the goal of this? What do you imagine yourself in, 3 to 5 months from now? What's the purpose? We're on. Yeah, I think the question was what module. I think we're on 6 now. Yeah, I think we're on number 6. Now, so the modules that I have, I'm going to share because as Miriam always knows, I always make updates to the modules. And so if you can follow along, I can tell you, we're on the module for training and development, whatever module that is. It could be number 6, it could be number 7, training and development. All right, so that's goal setting. And then once you have your goal, the coach typically then talks about, okay, how realistic is your goal? Here's an example. My goal might be to become an astronaut. Okay, excellent. Mumtaz, that's my goal. In fact, I don't say Mumtaz, I say Mumtastic. It's Mumtaz and fantastic, Mumtastic. Right. So it's my goal is to be an astronaut. Excellent goal. My coach will then challenge me on that. Let's talk about how realistic it is for you to be an astronaut. Will, I'm not saying that you cannot be an astronaut, but let's talk about how realistic. On a scale from 1 to 10, how important is this to you? Right? What number are you at right now? What are you doing to take to move you closer or forward on this goal? And then stage 3 is the big one. Okay, what options do you have? What alternatives, solutions? Will, you want to become an astronaut? What are your options? Well, this means you have to go back to school, which is going to take another maybe 10, 15 years. What's your age, Will? I don't know how old you have to be in the astronaut program. Do you have to move? Because there's special schools for that. Do you have to move? What are you going to do about your family, Will? What are you going to do about providing for your family? I mean, this is just a number of things, right? And you look at these options and the coach is helping Will kind of decide, is this a realistic goal? And then the last W is called wrap up, or we all often refer to this as way forward. Okay, Will, based on what we discussed, what are you going to do next? Based on the goal, based on how realistic the goal is, based on the options that we talked about, what are your next actions? Your next best actions. What are you going to do next? And you talk about it and you write it down. That's key. And then the next time you have a coaching relationship, we should start with, Will, the last time we spoke, you wanted to be an astronaut. We looked at some options and you wrote down some actions that you were going to take forward. Could we talk about where you are right now with those actions? Let's take the first one. Where are you at with this action? And you do it that way. And that's it. That's the model. GROW. And what you can do is when you're speaking with someone, what I often do, I'll just use my fingers to remember. I'll be talking, I'll have my hand on my finger. G, what's the goal of this? R, let's talk about how realistic this is. How important is this? The O, let's talk about some options. And W, way forward or wrap up. Okay, now sponsorship is certainly someone that needs to be within the company, because sponsors essentially use their power, their authority, their influence to help assist. Abu Bakr. It is a little different because I make updates to the slides. Don't worry, I'm going to be sharing the slides with you. I think the slides you may have more slides. You may have less slides than I have, because I have a good number of slides. In fact, there are a number of slides that I've hidden that I have that I'm not showing now because it's not going to be in your final assignment. So I'm only just kind of going over the information that you may need for your final assignment. No, it's good. It's good questions you're asking here. So sponsorship essentially use their authority to really help mentees. So you might have a VP, a president, who says, you know what? I like my friend Abu Nasser, Abu Bakr. I want to help him. Khadijah, I want to help her get promoted, right? Gabriel, I want to help him get promoted. And so I will nominate. Remember, we talked about nomination? I will nominate Gabriel for a position, right? Delegation, you'll see this one in your final assignment. I think many of us are familiar with this one. Delegation, what is it? It's an assignment of responsibility or authority to another person. Delegation is one of the core concepts of management. So in a leadership position, what you might do is delegate some of your authority or responsibility. So if a manager has a budget that they're managing, they might say, okay, Will, I'm going to give you some of my budget to manage. Yes, thank you for that, Abu Bakr. That's a good one. It's DOA, delegation of authority. I think this happens a lot. I know in the kingdom, there was a lot of this in the kingdom. You know, it's interesting. As I think about it, there's not, at least the companies I've worked for, there's not a lot of delegation of authority in the States here. In the kingdom, there is. So when someone goes out on vacation, you delegate authority. You say, hey, Will is in charge to make decisions. And it is absolutely a wonderful tool for this reason. It helps to free up the time for the leader. The second reason is the biggest reason of all, because it's used as a development tool, right? The person gets to learn while doing the job, as opposed to reading a book, watching a video. No, Will, I want to put you in the job while I'm on vacation and you actually do the job. I want to see how you perform while you're in that job, right? It strengthens the overall organization. And thank you, Abu Bakr. The DOA, delegation of authority, is just a wonderful tool to help develop. And it also sends the message of what? I trust you. I believe in you, right? I think you can do it. In fact, I know you can do it, and we are preparing you to take on higher level roles, right? That's why we're giving you. Let me see here. Oh, yeah. No, it's okay. Yeah, I see this. Yeah, it's good. Thank you for that. Yeah, so I got the questions coming in here. I see them. And then the benefits of it, there it is. What I just said, instills confidence in direct reports. It allows the employee. What module is this? Oh, this is to answer your question. This is module number 5. Module number 6 is coming up. Allows the employee to take on new and challenging work. It creates a sense of internal development opportunities, and it allows the manager to work, to share work and avoid burnout, which is absolutely key. Now we're on module number 6. Let me look at my slide count here. Let me check in with Miriam. Miriam, our last break, what is it?
It's in 4 minutes.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm looking at my clock. It's 12:36 my time. Okay, so let's do this. I'll pause now because we're going to take our break. But listen, everyone come close. When we come back, we're going to do a rapid round. We're going to move quickly, because I want to get you out by 10. I think when you come back, we're only going to have another hour. And I still got a bunch of good content to cover. So I'll let you get your break, get your coffee, put your socks on, get your gahawa. Oh, I forgot gahawa, and be prepared, because when we come back, we're going to move very, very quickly. One last thing, if you haven't done so, I know Miriam's going to mention it. Please do your survey, because we need those surveys back, because we turn those in. Miriam, any final instructions from you?
No, that's it. We'll just be back by 7:55 p.m. Bahrain time. So kindly do see you after a very, very short break.
Yes.
Thank you. Enjoy.
Here's some jazz. Hello, hello. Let's see, good people. Okay, everyone's back. Okay, we're diving in. We got 1 hour to get you out of here. Okay, let's keep it going. Let's see. So I have a question here about, well, let me see, that's force field analysis. How do we weigh the forces which were countable? Numbers to see if we need to change the process or not. Is there a simple way we can use to measure them by numbers? Yeah, so the question is about the force field analysis. So, it depends on, so every change, there are reasons for the change and reasons against the change, right? And so what you might do is you list all of those and you come up with the weights in terms of the numbers, right? If you have 5 good reasons for the change, if you have 5 good reasons against the change, if you have 10 good reasons for the change and 10 reasons against the change, I think both list in terms of numbers have to be equal. Now, how you weight each one of those, the reasons for the change, I don't know, financial. I'm sorry, the reasons against the change, financial. You could maybe weight that at a I don't know, a 6, very heavily weighted, because maybe money is a factor. So in terms of the weight for each of the items, the company, I think you have to come up with that, depending on the issues at hand. Some companies, money is not an issue, so they wouldn't assign a very large weight to that. Okay, let's dive in. So we're gonna do the rapid round. So I'm gonna pick up speed a bit. So performance management, right? So I know, I'm sure many of you have seen this before. So this is the performance appraisal process, right? And so we have the exceptional, above the expectations, meets expectations, and below expectations, and needs improvement. Now, remember earlier today, okay, I'm going to bring it all back to you now. Remember earlier today, I showed you the A players, the B players, and the C players. Remember, I said the A players are what, 5 to 10% of the organization. I said the B players are right sort of in the next phase. I said that the majority of employees, around 70%, are the C players, which are meet expectations. Here, you might have 5. In here, I mean, 0 to 1%, because you may not keep those that need improvement, right? So that's how that's kind of spread. A players, 5 to 8% of the organization, right? And this changes, by the way, year over year. Someone who's an A player this year could maybe be, a B player next year. right? And so that's the rating system. Why do we do performance management? Well, it's a systematic way of managing performance in the organization because you want to know who your talent is and how to get, better results from them, right? That's why you want to manage performance. The benefits of it, it enables managers to evaluate and measure individual performance, aligning employees' day-to-day actions with strategic business goals. Remember, we said everything that we do is for and towards the strategy, right? Establishing a focus for skilling development and learning activity. And so we want to know what areas the employees need to be developed. Now, the cycle for performance management, fairly simple. This happens every year. And I don't know, first quarter of the year, January through March, there's a planning process. And then we start on our goals, we act on it. And then mid-year, right around the summertime, July, June, we do a mid-year review. And then right around November, December, we review our performance. And why do we do that? Is because we want to improve performance within the workforce, productivity within the workforce for employees. We want to reduce costs by improving organizational readiness and alignment. And so if employees don't know where they need to improve, they won't be ready and be able to help the company to capitalize on opportunities that may come up. Now, one tool that I love are called MBOs. I'll tell you why in just a minute. MBO stands for Management by Objectives. And what this is a performance management method. Watch this, where the manager and the employee mutually come up with common goals, right? So the goals aren't created by the manager and then assigned to the employee. No, they come up with the goals together. And look at this process of how it works. The manager meets with the employee to discuss the department goals. The employee then creates their own goals, aligning them with their job responsibility and the department goals. Then look here, the manager and the employee meet again to collaborate and talk about the goals that they've created. Once it's approved, the employee goes off and begins to work on those goals. What's wonderful about this is that I, as an employee, if I create my own goals, what do you think the likelihood is going to be that I'm going to achieve those goals? Probably very high because I created them. I came up with them on my own, those goals. Another tool, which someone talked about earlier today, is the 360, right? And so this 360 is this, think about it in terms of a 360-degree view of a candidate's performance, right? And so you may get feedback from someone that's above you, someone that's below you, someone that's beside you, and someone that works outside of the department, right? And also the employee does a self-assessment, right? And so I might give myself a 4, others may give me a 3, right? And so this 360 allows me to know where my blind spots are. An example for MBOs would be something like the department goal. Let's use Gucci. The department goal might be to be the #1 luxury shoe brand, right? So that's the department's goal. So my goal within the department may be to create a revolutionary, very stylish men's shoe. That may be a goal I have for the year, right? That's my personal goal. Now, that's a goal that I'm going to create for myself. Now, if I achieve my goal, how does that help the department? Well, it helps the department because the department's goal is to be, the #1 luxury shoe brand. How does that help the corporate goal? The corporate goal is to be the #1 luxury brand. You see? You see how it's all connected? My goal might be, you got
Excuse
it?
me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I understand
Yeah.
the thing, but I mean, how the manager will come and sit with the with the employer and just talk to them. This is the thing that I didn't understand. Thank you.
Yeah. So what happens is I will create my goal. Once it's created, I share it with my manager, and then my manager and we sit down and we talk about it. The manager might say, okay, Will, tell me about this goal. You want to create a new, brand new shoe. And the manager might say, okay, what's going to be the price of the shoe you want to create? That's an important question, because if I say, well, I want the shoe to be $1 million, the manager might say, no, that's not good, because no one's going to buy that. I might say, well, I want to create a shoe that costs $10. The manager may say, no, that's not expensive enough, because we're Gucci. So the manager, when I come up with my own goal, the manager will guide me to align what I want to do, which is going to help the department. So before I run off and start working on my goal, my manager and I sit and we talk. And my goals are not approved until my manager says, okay, it's aligned, right? And then the manager takes my goal, my colleague's goal, makes it the department goal, and sends it up to the corporate. Right. So you sit with the employee, you let them do it because it gives them empowerment. You let them know that you trust them. And then you said, okay, when you have it, bring it back to me. Let's talk about it. And you read it. Okay. You want to design a shoe? What's the price point of that? When are you going to have that done by the end of the year? Okay. What support do you need from me as your manager? Okay. You need a budget. You need to maybe take a class. You need to go for a training. You see, so we sit together. What do you need from me as your manager to help you achieve this goal? And then if I help you, you will achieve it, which will help my department. Yeah. So I love talking about this stuff, so I can keep rambling on. Sorry about that. The 360 gives you the 360 view and helps you to identify the blind spots. So what's a blind spot? You know, when you're driving, I can see the stuff in front of me, I can see the stuff behind me, but I can't see the stuff on the side of me. So because it's 360, maybe my colleague, maybe my customer, maybe my manager sees something that I don't see, right? That's a blind spot. And so this 360 helps me to see it, and that helps my performance. Key performance indicators, these are KPIs that are measurable. He uses 360s. Well, in fact, I mean, they're used all over. I know many companies where all employees are given a 360. Now, it takes a little bit of time. So what happens is typically you'll see leaders. Leaders will get a 360 in order to give them feedback on how they're performing. Right. And it could be, here it is, watch this. It could be someone that's nominated for a particular position. Remember, we talked about succession planning. So let's say Will is going to be nominated for the director's position. Right. Well, before they put me in that position, they might give me a DOA, delegation of authority. They might give me a mentor. They might give me a 360 so that I can do an assessment to see, okay, what are my gap areas? What do I need to work on? Right. And so based on those gap areas, that list, like, Will is impatient. Will doesn't know much about finance. Will needs to be more assertive, right? Those gap areas I need to know about. And then once I know those areas, then I can work to improve them so that when the time is right, I'm ready to take on the director position. So 360s are a part of a development. Remember the analogy we gave about the doctor, right? The doctor, I forgot who said, the doctor gives you a diagnosis. They first ask a bunch of questions, right? It says like active manager to fill the manager role. Yeah, but it's the 360 is feedback from everybody, right? Here's the question. If I look at myself, I might say, I'm not that fat. I'm okay. But if you look at me, you may give me a different assessment. If 3 people look at me, they give me I get more feedback, right? I get really, really good, clear feedback on what areas I need to improve, you see? And that's why we use it as a development tool, because, most of us will, let's be honest, we'll grade ourselves. Oh, I don't weigh that much. I don't weigh as much as so-and-so. I'm okay. I weighed the same as I weighed last year, which still could be too much CAPSA, you see? So if other people do it, that's why we use the development tool. KPIs are these measurable indicators, right? That are quantifiable that we use as measures. Types of KPIs, inputs, outputs, project measures. You can have quality measures as well. It says the question is then the one performed the 360 feedback is the yes. Most times, so the question is who performs the 360? Most times it's HR, someone in HR. And the feedback from that 360 is only given to the candidate, only given to Will. Right? It may be given to Will, it may be given to HR, it might be given to the manager, but it's not shared with everyone. So maybe Will, the employee, maybe the manager, and maybe HR. And then performance appraisal. Now the question is, how often do you do this? Once a year. The problem with doing this once a year is that it's too late, right? If I set my goals in January and I don't get feedback until November, well, it's too late for me to make any changes. Twice a year is I set my goals in January and then I have a mid-year. Quarterly is about right. You want to be consistent in having those conversations with the employee to understand and for them to get feedback on how their performance is doing. Okay, now here's a topic that's interesting. I don't know if many of you have this. Do many of you have force ranking in your company? Who's heard of force ranking? Has anyone worked for a company where there has been force ranking? Yeah, it's yeah. So let me explain this one. So this one is I'll admit this one's kind of tough. This one's kind of tough. So force ranking is a method that requires the rater, which is your manager, to compare performance of employees and place a certain percentage of employees in various performance levels. Okay. So let me give you an example of what this looks like. Okay, force ranking. So remember we talked about earlier today, we talked about the A's. So probably the A's and the B's. These are your C's. And these are your D's. No, your B's are probably right here. Well, in force ranking, remember we have exceptional, we have above expectations, we have meets expectations, right? So in force ranking, what it means is there are a limited number of spots in order to give someone an A. There were a limited number of spots to give someone a B, a C, and a D. So I'll give you a great example. There are about 30 of you on the call right now. Everyone has participated. Everyone has attended the class. Everyone would do the homework and turn in the assignment. But what if I tell you, you know what? I'm sorry. I can only give out 5 A's in the class. Who gets the A? Right? I can only give 5 of them. Right? Now you might say, well, Will, I attended the class just like everyone else. I turned in the homework just like everyone else. And I say, I'm sorry, I only have 5 spots. So what happens to you? Well, that means you are forced. That's why they call it forced ranking. You are forced to go down to the next lower grade. So that means even though you had excellent performance, just like everyone else, you get a B, right? And what if I told you, guess what? I only have a certain number of Bs. And you say, well, Will, I did good on the work. I deserve a B. I say, I'm sorry. I don't have any more spots. You're forced to get a C. You see? So the rankings are forced, which means the spots are very limited. Within companies, there are so many exceptional ratings. Only so many people get exceptional ratings within the company, right? Watch this. It's not only within your department. What do I mean? Your manager is not saying, okay, I have 3 spots for exceptional rating. No, it's 3 spots in the entire company. That means your department is competing with another department. I've sat in what were called, they call them calibration meetings. And it's interesting. You will sit in the meeting and you have all these managers seated in one room, and they're all competing. They're all fighting for their people. No, give it to Will. Will did exceptional on this project. And one of the managers, well, prove it. Prove to me that Will is better than Gabriel. And Gabriel's manager, no, Gabriel did this. Gabriel did that. Because again, there's only one exceptional we can give. Who's going to get it? Will or this other person? I give it to Gabriel. He deserves it. All right, so that's forced ranking. Right? So it's yep. So it's depending on performance. And I hear your question. How do you measure performance? It all depends. That and see, that's the problem with it, because it's kind of subjective. Because you might say Will had good performance. What's good performance? Because I showed up, because I turned in the homework. So did everyone else, right? So that's where it can get very political, and think about it. What if you worked hard that year and you gave your very, very best, and you did exceptional performance, and you end up getting a C, meets expectations? That's going to affect what? Your bonus. That's going to affect your promotion. And here's the question. How do you go into the next year being motivated, being excited? Because you say, wait a minute, last year I did my very, very best. I turned in the homework. I participated in class. I gave comments. I did this. I did this. In the next class, Saudi. Asif, how do you say Saudi in Arabic? Asif? Asif? Right. I'm sorry. You're not going to be very, huh?
Yes, Asif.
Asif. Yeah, you say, I'm not motivated because I gave my very, very best, and you still gave me, a medium grade. Right. So that's this is the challenge with forced ranking. There are many companies
Excuse
that
me.
have gotten away from this. Yes.
But you said that there is like you have 5 spots for the A players. So there is some people who are like 6 or 7 who should be at A, but you just gave 5.
Yep.
But this
Yep.
is not measured about their KPI or strength, no, but because you fight for them in the board on the it's depending on the manager. It's not about their performance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wallah. You listen, you nailed it perfectly. You nailed it. This is the problem, because oftentimes, watch this, not every time, but sometimes in those rooms, it's not about the performance. But if you have a strong manager who can argue, if your manager has wasta in the room,
this is the thing, that you should just take part like good so you should have good relation with your managers, like a political thing, so you can just go and I understand.
But even if you had good performance and your manager does not argue for you, it still is not fair, because you have done the work. And what we're saying here, forced ranking, is there are a limited number of spots for exceptional ratings within the company, right? A company that does force ranking, right? They have so many spots. And the question is, who gets those spots? Who gets an A, right? And so it depends on who's able to fight and argue when it should be based on performance. So it's
So it's also
it-
there is in each company there is politics at
Yeah.
each company. So this is
Yeah.
the thing. It will play the
yeah. I listen. I was thinking the word. I was trying not to say it, but you're right. You're right. A lot of politics, which is unfortunate because again, it should be about performance. And when there's politics, we'll talk about politics coming up. Someone suffers. Someone suffers. Some errors that occur.
Doctor, Professor William,
Yes.
I'm with you for about it's not fair for the all employee in some section in the work,
Yeah.
because sometimes the management, head of management, he's told you cannot give it more than 5 or 4 people, give it him
Yes.
5
Yes.
or
Yeah.
4
Yep.
in the section.
Yep. Yep.
Why you who's do it this
Yep.
choice for this
Yep.
employee?
Yep. Exactly. Because it's like, hey, wait a minute. I did my best. I worked 50 hours every week. I came in on weekends. I did my best. And management says, nope. Even though she deserves a 5, a big rating, you can only give a 4 or a 3. Right. And what it does, the message it sends to the employee is that, wow, it doesn't matter what you do. Yep. It says 5. Yeah, there it is. It's 5. It's 5 is the highest rating. Right. And so no matter what you do, voila, you get a 4. You're like, Ishada, what? I
Yes,
did
but
this.
sometimes professor is, if you are not give it him, because I'm manager of my company, but sometimes if you
Yep.
I'm not give it the employee the good point in the performance in the year, and the next year he's not give it all his power. Maybe
Yeah,
he's angry
yes.
about that. He's
Yes.
not work same
Yes.
time before this year.
Aiwa,
Yes.
aiwa. This is the voila. This is the problem. You nailed it. You nailed it. Because if I feel like I deserve a 5 and you don't give it to me, you give it to someone else. I'm like, hey, wait a minute. This person, voila, it was never here. This person next year, oh voila, a little power. I take vacation. I come in. I do little work. Why give my best? I gave my best, and you
Yes,
gave me.
exactly.
Yeah. So this is a valid, very bad, and this is the problem with forced ranking. This is the problem with it because how it makes employees feel after the process. It's painful. It's very, very painful. Okay, let's look at assessing. So assessing performance, similar to what we talked about interviewing. There are different errors that happen. We talked about Halo. We talked about Horn. Central tendency is this idea of, as a leader, you don't give anyone a bad rating. You don't give anyone a good rating. You give everyone in the middle. So it's like in a class. No one gets an A. No one gets an F. Everyone gets a C. And you might say, it's not fair. I did A work. Personal bias, similar to what we talked about, because I like you, you get better. Leniency is, you know what? Even though you deserve a C, you get a B. Strictness is the reverse. I'm sure you've heard of strictness. Some teachers say, you know what? No one gets an A in my class, right? And so they give everyone a B, even though you deserve an A. So they're super strict. Recency is interesting. So it's based on the last interaction the manager had with the employee. I'll give an example. Let's say the employee and the manager are working together and they have a disagreement, right? The employee goes away, the manager goes away. And then it's been some weeks. And then the manager does performance review. The manager then bases their opinion about the employee based on the last interaction that they had. The last time I talked with Will, we were disagreeing. I don't think he's good. It could be the reverse as well. What if the last time I was with my boss, I brought him some nice dates, tamar dates, some nice oud, a nice pen, watch. We have good relationship. We go out to eat. I come to his house for iftar. We have a good time. So based on the last interaction, which is very positive, he gives me positive rating. Similar to me is what we talked about. You look like me, you're same nationality, same religion, and you do rating on that. Outcomes of performance management is about, as we mentioned, employee development and business results. That's the only reason why we come up with it, is for the business results. We want to have good business results because of it, because everything that we do in some small or large way should be helping the business reach its goal. Okay, really quick, you'll see this on your final assignment. In fact, you will have to create a team performance plan. Don't worry, it's very, very simple. It's very, very easy. Essentially, what a team performance plan is a detailed plan used to provide future direction of the company, right? And basically, it says for this task, you use a working team performance plan, and you'll break down the structure, highlight the logical sequences of processes, areas for good practice. What they're going to be requesting you to do is this. You're going to put together a plan for your team. So your goal, let's say, I'll give you an example, some examples from the past. There was a student that worked at a hotel, one of the big hotels, and they wanted to increase occupancy in the hotel, right? That was the overall goal. So the team plan was this. In hospitality, they did certain things to increase the experience for a guest that were coming in. The reservations department, when they took reservations, they would be extra nice and try to get more extended stay for the guest and offer deals. The sales department, they started contacting companies to see if there were any conventions coming up, any team building events that were coming up. They would offer special rates to employees or offer rates to people who were traveling in to see the company, right? So the hotel, even though it was one hotel, they had different departments who all came together and put their specific goals to help the company increase, the hotel increase occupancy. Does that make sense? Right? You can do the same thing. If it's a car dealership, you want the car dealership to be most profitable. The sales team can do something. The service department can do something. The warranty department can do something. You see? So think about whatever company you're in, all the different functions and what those functions can do in terms of a goal to help the organization reach a certain level. Okay, we're moving. Employee engagement. Retention. What is retention? Very, very quickly, it is the ability to keep talented employees within the company. We don't want to lose them. We've done all this great work in recruiting them and developing them, and we don't want to lose them, because the replacement costs when an employee leaves is 150 to 200% of the employee's salary. So when my good friend Abdurrahman leaves, I not only lose Abdurrahman's knowledge, his skills, but I lose all the relationships he has. What if Abdurrahman has relationships with customers, right? If Khadija leaves or Matseto leaves, I lose all the history. Khadija knows the machine. She knows all the history, right? I lose all of that. Mephisto knows the uh, SAP system inside and out. She helped to do the conversion to the new system, right? So when they leave, I not only lose the person, but I lose all the knowledge as well as the history. And the cost for when someone leaves, you got to factor this in. You got hiring costs because you got to advertise and interview. When the person comes in, you have to onboard them. Remember, we talked about onboarding. This takes time. You lost productivity. If the person leaves, that's someone not doing the work. If we have to put someone in as a temporary labor, that's a contract that we have to pay. Lost engagement. If my friend Abdullah leaves, then I feel like maybe I should leave. Error cost. If someone comes in that's new, because they're new, they don't know the system, they're going to make some mistakes. And of course, training costs. We have to train them on the new system. Sure, they may have experience, but there's going to be some training costs that we will incur in bringing them in. We talked about this one earlier, and we said the top reason that people leave, we said that, hey, it could be the manager. We said money was on the list. It's number 8 on the list. But look at the number 1. It's development, lack of development, right? That's the number 1 reason why people leave. And it all has to do with, oh, I like that little icon there. All has to do with engagement. Engagement refers to the degree to which employees are committed to their jobs and to the organization, right? It's this idea of, we call it emotional commitment, right? I'm committed to staying here into the organization. There are 3 levels of engagement and disengagement. You have what are called engaged employees. These are employees that work with passion and dedication and absorption, right? They love what they do. But over time, for whatever reason, they become non-engaged or disengaged. They put in their time, they come to work, but they leave on time and they don't put any extra work. As Abdul Rahman says, they don't give you any of their power. They just do their job. Actively disengaged, these are employees that are, they are, very vocal in their disengagement. They're walking around complaining. They're letting everyone know that they are not happy with the way things have gone. And just a quick graph here. This shows worldwide. Now, this is kind of old data, but it kind of shows you that the majority of employees around the world are what? Not engaged. Not engaged. Right? So a lot of opportunity there as a leader to make sure that your employees are engaged. The team plan, which is kind of what we talked about just a moment ago, is a detailed plan that's going to be used to identify the desired performance levels. You have an example of this. Coming up here are some other models that you can use to establish your team objectives. Quite simply, and I've got information here, because one of the questions is about what model would you use to establish your team objectives. Using the hotel example, you might put the goal, you might list also the skills that's needed to achieve the goal. You might list who's accountable to work on the goal. And the last one is, what is that? The commitment. This is about the engagement, right? The employees being engaged. Okay. Yeah, the employees being engaged to work on the goal. What you see on the right here is an example of a team plan. Don't worry, I'm going to get you out of here soon. Grippy is another model that you can use to create a team plan. I won't go over all of it. I've got notes in the excuse me, in the note section here. One second, let me get my my water. Hold on. Yeah, see, I've been I've been talking all day since what, 1 o'clock your time, and believe it or not, we started at 6 a.m. my time, but I got the time wrong, and I thought the class started at 5 a.m. my time, so I woke up at 4 a.m. my time. So I've been up since 4 a.m. Uh, thinking the class was us because I got the time wrong. Yeah, so my voice is going. Here's another team model that you can use. I've got notes in here. A working team or team members that function and work together. They come together and work as a team, a work group, functional group. A pseudo team, the team believes they're working together, but they're not really sort of cohesive. And then you move there from a potential team. This is when they start to work together, start to understand the roles, and then they move up to the highest level, which is a high performing team where all the team members are committed to each other's personal growth. So I'm not only worried about my growth, I'm worried about your growth as well. Okay, I'm going to get you out. So now we're going to talk about total rewards. You won't see, I don't think you're going to see any of this on the final assignment, but we're going to go over it. You may use some of it in one of the topics. So when we talk about total rewards, in its broadest concept, it's just talking about all the compensation that an employee receives. We can break that down into two categories: direct compensation and indirect. So direct compensation is tangible. It's money, base pay, commission, bonus, incentives. It's something you can count. Intangible are things that have value, but you can't necessarily put your finger on it. Things like medical coverage, right? Insurance, gift cards, awards, vacation. Those things have value, but they're sort of indirect. And when you put them both together, direct and indirect, you have what we refer to as total rewards. The things that go into the total reward strategy, cost benefit, what can the company afford? There are things that we want to be able to, at a minimum, secure our employees. We don't want to be losing our talent because we're not paying them enough. Also, we want to make sure that it's equitable. We'll look at in just a second something called internal equity. We don't want to pay one employee $50,000 and another employee $80,000 if they have the same role. Legal requirements. I think in Saudi, there's a basic salary, which means there's a minimum that you've got to pay someone. In the US, we have a minimum wage, which means if someone works, a company minimally has to pay them this amount. Then amount that's motivating. We want to inspire. Remember, we talked about Hertzberg theory, those things that motivate and inspire employees. And then those things that are adequate in terms of benefits. We don't want to give, employee a limousine if we don't have to, if it's not relevant. So that's the elements that are considered when we talk about total rewards. Equity issues, which is what I just mentioned. Internal equity is what we mentioned just a moment ago. We want to make sure that every position in the company is paid equitably, right? We don't want positions that men work in to be more than positions that women work in. It's got to be fair. We don't want to give a new hire coming in a higher salary than someone that's been there for 5 years. Pay labor strategies, competition of labor. This is just talking about being able to attract candidates that are coming in. I mean, we want to make sure that we are being competitive because certain skill sets are hard to come by because candidates have choices. And then also external equity. What are everyone else paying in the market, right? We want to be competitive, but also we don't want to overpay someone if we don't have to, right? We want to pay them to a limit. And so for that reason, kind of the part of the job analysis, there may be an evaluation of the job. What this means is, what is the relative worth of the job? And this really has to do with impact. There's a reason why the CEO is paid X amount and humble employee are paid shwaya, right? Because of the impact of their role. The CEO's impact is way more significant than my humble impact, right? So we evaluate the job based on that job analysis, the responsibilities, and its impact to the overall goal. Another theory that we have in terms of job grading is something called broadbanding. Now, I know in, I believe in the kingdom, I know there's different grade codes, and every grade code has a salary range to it, right? And there could be, I don't know, several layers of grade codes. Well, broadbanding says, no, we're not going to have many different layers. We're just going to have 4 big bands, right? And so if you're between the salary of 15,000 to 95,000, you're level 4. If you're 95 to 250, level 2. Right? So huge bands. What's interesting about this is that an employee could stay at level 2 their entire career. Right? It's interesting the way that works. It's just broadbanding. It makes it easier to just grade people with the broadbanding. Incentive pay. I'm sure I've got some folks on the line now who mashallah get some incentive pay. Essentially what this is pay for performance, right? So if you want to encourage employees to perform above expectations, to motivate them, to reward them, to provide a balance between base pay and incentive pay, you put some incentive pay. And some examples of that is cash rewards. You provide a cash a bonus based on performance, or lump sum or piecemeal rate. So for everything, every chair that you manufacture, you get 1 extra real for every chair. So the more chairs you do, the more money you make. Other cash awards or non-cash awards or other awards are things like trips, gifts. So if you're a salesperson, if you sell X amount of cars, if you do this many deals, you'll win a trip to Hawaii in the hotel for 1 week, right? Now, some group bonuses. So those were, so Fadi, that's sales commission is an incentive. Exactly. Right. So they pay you because they want you to sell more. They pay you a commission. That's sort of an incentive to get you to sell more. So that's individual bonus. Group bonuses. Interesting. You have gain sharing. So the organization shares a portion of its profits, of its gains realized from the teamwork. So the company says, okay, if we reach this many sales, after we pay all of our taxes and bills, any profits that we receive, we will share them with the team, right? Yeah. So bonus, is based on merit. Absolutely, it's based on your performance. Yeah. So good point, Dorothy. A team bonus, gain sharing is the entire company. Team bonus is okay. The IT department, if you do implement this SAP system, or the safety department, you've probably seen this before. Safety department, if you have a good safety record, the safety department gets a bonus. Other organization-wide bonuses include profit sharing and performance sharing. Profit sharing allows the company to share in the profits. This one is not as popular these days. Performance sharing is, though. Basically, it is a predetermined amount. So at the beginning of the year, the company will say, okay, we've got $10,000 and we're going to put a separate fund. And based on these factors, whatever it is, if the company achieves it, then we're going to share this. But it's all based on performance, right? Profits is a little bit different. Profits, performance sharing is a fixed amount. profits could be a huge amount because you don't know. The profits year after year could be different. It could be more. Some factors when deciding on benefits, retirement and disability. I know in Saudi they have GOSI. In US they have the Social Security. I'm sure other countries have different retirement benefits. Health benefits is usually a part of the benefits plan. Unemployment. Some countries have it, some countries don't. Some companies have it, some don't. Right. So a lot of these are government mandated that requires the company to include those in. Retirement. Similar to the other one, a defined benefit plan and defined contribution plan. The first one here is not so popular. We don't see this as much these days because what this is a retirement plan where the company puts funds in an account on your behalf. The employee does not have to contribute to it. The company on its own contributes on the employee's behalf. The defined contribution plan is similar to what we call a 401k in the US. It's you put amount of money in and the company may match based on that. Okay, so these next slides you're going to see in your workbook. I won't read all of it, but again, if you check in the notes section, I've got some good information there. So what is total rewards? It includes everything the employee perceives to be a value resulting from the employee relationship. That's the definition of total rewards. Total reward strategy. Yeah, we're coming up close to an end here. Compensation, which we talked about, tangible, benefits, which is intangible, and then we talked about pay for performance. Right? So you're going to see this one again in your workbook. This is just a breakdown of what each one of those means, which is what we've talked about. Oh, 14 more minutes to go. I'm trying to get you out of here. Okay. One of the last modules. I think we've got two more. This one's pretty quick. Ethics. I think someone mentioned this one earlier today. Ethics is basically the fundamental principle of decent human behavior. Business ethics, there's a lot of considerations. You got globalization, you've got this fiduciary responsibility. What this means, what does this mean? This means the obligation that a company has to do the right thing. Other things that are considered, political contributions, bribery, insider trading, discrimination, product safety, consumer protection, right? Many different things come in under business ethics. And one of the biggest topics is managing employee behavior, right? So we're talking about the disciplinary process, right? The process for complaint review when there are performance issues with an employee, and then how to handle employee termination. There is this theory that's known as progressive discipline. So discipline is not punishment. So it refers to the appropriate use of force to change workplace behavior, right? So here's what the model looks like. Will comes in late to work. Will gets a verbal warning. Will comes in late again. He may then get a written warning. Will comes in late again. He may get a second written warning, or it could go to suspension. Will does it again, and then he may be discharged. Now, depending on the issue, you could go straight from the issue to suspension, right? Well, there's an investigation, right? So it just depends on what the issue is. This is a progressive model. You don't have to go in order. Most times, depending on the issue, the company wants to ensure. And here's typically what the model looks like. First, you investigate, you gather all the facts. Then you conduct the meeting with the employee. then you take corrective action, right? Depending on what is needed as you discuss it. So, yeah. So it's that's okay. The notes I have them in my slides. Don't worry. That's why I'm going to be sharing them with Miriam. Probably I'll get those over tonight with Miriam. So that you have them. Don't you worry. And then you, of course, you have the recording. And then of course, once you document the results, then you can you must document for legal reasons, because when you terminate someone, you've got to have a record. Now there are different types of termination. You have involuntary and you have voluntary. Involuntary is, for a legal cause, right? For a legal reason. I mean, the person was terminated because of misconduct, because of a threat, because of a fight. No fault is the business just closed down. Relocation, COVID, the company just went under. Voluntary termination is when an employee leaves on their own. And then this next one is job abandonment. The employee just stopped showing up for work. I mean, they just stopped coming in. And then one way to kind of find out what's happening with the employee is an exit interview. It's a great way to interview the employee, because when someone is leaving, more times than not, they will be more honest to give feedback on how things were and what made them leave, which is something you want to know. Okay, I told you we're moving fast. I told you this one we're going to blow through, and I'm going to get you out. We're going to talk about the final project, and then I'm going to let you have your evening, because I know it's late and you got to get up in the morning. International HR considerations. So global ethical considerations, we talked about this one. What this is speaking to is the fact that these companies, these global companies are making billions of dollars. They have a responsibility for good employment practices, human rights, environmental regulations, and it's this moral obligations that these multinational companies have because they're making so much money. Now, stages of globalization, I talked about this one earlier when I talked about Al Bake. First, you start domestic. You start in a particular city or particular country. Then you open a restaurant in Bahrain, in another country. And then you do multiple countries. And then you go global, like McDonald's. Transnational is the highest level, where you have global headquarters in multiple locations, right? No one knows where your headquarters is. A company like Nestle, because they're everywhere. Global integration just means that, if you're McDonald's, you want to make sure that, all of your processes, recipes are standardized. If I buy a Big Mac in Texas, it should taste the same as if I buy a Big Mac in Bahrain. So this talks about global integration. At the same time, you want some what we call globalization. What this means is when I was in Saudi, I had a Mac Arabian. Now I can't get a Mac Arabian in Texas. But what is a Mac Arabian? Well, it's a global product that has been created to match the local taste. In India, they call it the Mac Maharajan because it's made with, I think it's a plant-based burger, right? So that's what globalization is. Now, when you have employees, since we're talking about HR, that are going abroad, I mean, you've got all types of employees. You have parent country nationals, and I'll put most of this in the notes. But when you have someone who moves from one country to be employed in the organization based in another country, I see a note here, right? Essentially, these are different types. Yeah, you're right, Fadi. It's halal food. You're right. That's a great example of it. So these are different types of international assignees. Don't worry, you're not going to be writing about this on your on your paper, but it's just good information for you to know. 6 minutes. I'm moving. 6 minutes. Leveraging resources with offshoring is when I transfer a part of my service and manufacturing to a foreign country. What this means is I have an accounting department. I move my accounting department to, let's say, India. They are still part of my company. I just moved them to a different location. Outsourcing is when I get rid of my accounting department and I hire another company to do that on my behalf. Co-sourcing is one part of the function, the benefits piece of my accounting is done by another entity. Insourcing, I'm sure you've seen this, it's when maybe a bank or Starbucks, for instance, will open up a small shop in your building. Your company doesn't own the Starbucks, but Starbucks opens up a small shop there. When we are having these expats work for the company, there are a couple different things we've got to consider when we're paying them. Exchange rates, the different taxes, consistency and equity, the employee expectations. What this is speaking to is when you're paying someone to go to another country to work, there are many different factors that you've got to consider in paying them. You've also got to consider the support that the expat's going to need. You know, the culture shock, things are so different. How they're going to communicate. Is HR going to support them while they are abroad? And then also, when they come back, repatriation to their home country, because things are so different. I mean, I kind of went through this myself, you know, coming back to the States. I'd been in Saudi for 9 years and came back, and wow, everything was so different. I still see my Thespi, I think it's called a Thespi. I still have this. I still keep it with me. That's because of my time in Saudi, right? I still have it. So it really changes you. Alhamdulillah. Okay, moving to the last one, I think. So this is the compensation plans, negotiation, in terms of how you're going to pay them. Pure localization means that you pay them whatever the locals are being paid. Hire a host means whichever compensation is higher. If the salary in your home country is higher, we'll give you that. If the salary is higher in the place we're going, we'll give you that. Home-based balance sheet means whatever you're earning in your home country, we'll make sure that you receive that same amount at a minimum where you're going. You won't receive more, but you certainly won't receive less. A lump sum, they just give you a ton of money and say, hey, you work it out yourself. The cafeteria plan, they'll show you a list of things and say, pick which one of those are important to you. Okay, the last module, and we're done. So we started with teams this morning or early this afternoon, and we're ending with teams. Remember earlier today, I told you the time is going to go fast. Did you believe me? I told you. It went very fast. It went fast for me. You're probably saying, no, this was.
We are dying here.
Thank you, Gabriel. Okay, almost done. So the use of teams, increased productivity. Teams are the basic unit of empowerment. The advantages of teams, really quick, the synergistic benefits. The disadvantages is groupthink. When you have a team coming together, everyone sort of thinks alike. Team norms. This happens, right? You want to establish team norms for your team. You can do that with meetings. These is an example of team norms. You can agree, no complaining at the meetings. Everyone contributes equally. Now, teams have phases. This is Bruce Tuckman's 5 phases of a team. When a team first comes together, they form. Everyone's polite, everyone's happy, and then they go through a storming phase, right? They kind of argue, they kind of disagree. Then after a while, they kind of norm. They kind of learn to work together, accept one of each other's responsibilities and role. Then they get to getting the work done. They start to perform, and then they adjourn. What's interesting about this model is that every time a new member joins the team, they go through this cycle. Now, they may not go through the cycle the length of time, but they will sort of phase through the cycle. Types of teams, we won't spend time there, but traditional team, we know what a virtual team is, and then a high performance team. One more minute. Yeah, we're almost done. Give me 4 more slides. Balbin has different types of teams, the different roles of a team. Don't worry, I've got them in all the notes. What this is meaning is that within a team, you've got people, individuals that are playing different roles. Sometimes you have team members that play 2 roles, right? The Adair action-centered team, where you have the leader that focuses on the team as the goal, focuses on the individual, and focuses on the task. And what's important is that the manager has this balance between all 3, and that the manager, the leader, manages the needs of the task, of the team, and of the individual. I know it's 9 o'clock and we're done. The applying influence of teams. So this is the last slide I'm going to show you. This is about gaining power in organizations. So this is kind of what I was mentioning. This is where politics comes into play. Ways of gaining power in organization. I won't read all of it, but when you're doing this, what happens is it creates, see that little icon there? Team conflict. And team conflict occurs whenever there is a strong disagreement. There are 2 types. Emotional conflict is when we just don't get along, and a substantial conflict when it's related to the team task. Yep, this is the last one. Styles of team conflict, you have members on the team that either compete, collaborate, avoid, and accommodate and compromise. And when you look at this graph, it kind of shows where each of the members can land. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say, you did it, you did it, you did it. You did it, you did it, you did it. You did it, you did it, you did it. Kafu, mashallah alik. You made it. You did it. Should I start from the beginning? Say no. Say no, it was a marathon. Gabriel was saying, please, please, no more, no more. Okay, so let me do this. I'm gonna make room for Miriam or Dr. Jonas, and I'm gonna pull up the final assignment slides here, and then I'll go over that when they get done. Anything you need to share, Miriam?
I don't have to share, but shall we go ahead and do one last Kahoot?
Yeah, sure, go right ahead. Let's get a Kahoot out
It's
the way.
a very short one, just 4 questions, so I'm
Yep.
sure everyone will enjoy.
And I'll pull up the slides. This is good. Miriam is giving me some time to pull up the slides for the final assignment.
All right,
then-
everyone, we'll go ahead and do this very short Kahoot for everyone to get relaxed before we start with the assessment. So as you can see, the game pin for this Kahoot is 97582. I'll not go ahead and repeat the rules because they're exactly the same as we have done for the very first Kahoot. So please go ahead and join using this game pin, or you can go ahead and obviously join with the QR as well. So let me give everyone room for 2 more minutes, and then we'll go ahead and start. 1 more minute, everyone. All right, so it's 9:05. Please raise your hand if you're still trying to access Kahoot. All right, so no hand are risen, so I'll assume that everyone is already in the game. But for those of you who still wants to join us in between as well, obviously you can take note of the game pin and you can obviously join us in between as well. So let me go ahead and start. This is your module 6 activity, and it's very short with 4 questions only. Question number 1 is onto your screen. So the correct answer for this question was option C, that is the yellow box. So we have Bell taking the lead, followed by Dorothy, Abdul Nasser, Ahmed. Question number 2 is onto your screen. The correct answer for this question was option A. We have Bell yet leading, followed by Hussein, Kayat, Hisham, and Dorothy. Moving towards question number 3. The correct answer for this question was option D. We have Bell yet leading, followed by Hussein, Abdul Nasser, Dorothy, and Fadi. Moving towards question number 4, that will be your last question. The correct answer for this question was also option D, that is the green box. Moving towards the podium. Now, on 3rd, we have Fadi. The 2nd position goes to Dorothy, and the 1st position is taken away by Bell. Congratulations. So that was your last activity or last Kahoot of the day. Hope everyone enjoyed. Now let me pass my microphone back to Professor William.
Okay. Can everyone see my screen? Okay, let's get you out of here. Can everyone see it? Okay, so the final assignment. So I know we've got some new students, so I'll kind of go over the information here for you to be aware of. Okay, so the first piece of information is that the final assignment must be done individually. Uh, and you can be in touch with the academic advisors. They'll be guiding you, I think, every week, once a week at least. There's someone that will walk you through the final assignment and will assist you in kind of helping you with your paper. Now, the good news is that the LMS that the Institute here has set up should have a sample paper already created for you. There's a couple different resources there for you. Number one, there's a sample paper of what your paper should look like. Number two, there is a downloadable Word document of a paper that has already been formatted, because your paper has to be, in a specific format. They've given you an example of that format already. All you need to do is simply fill in the information and answering the question. So that's also in the LMS. So you'll be able to find it there. They'll give you more information about the if there's a late assignment, the process that you can go through to get that submitted. So here, let me speak about this for a little bit. Plagiarism. Oops, I keep dropping my mouse here. So on plagiarism, so not that anyone will intentionally do this, but we understand accidents happen. So what we request is that when you're doing your paper, when you research and you're looking online, that you be very careful not to cut and paste, large paragraphs of content and simply throw it into your paper, right? Because when we receive your paper, it's going to be run through a software called FlagScan. And FlagScan is going to identify any area of your paper that has been copied or pasted. Now, if you have under 20% of that, it's okay. This is perfectly acceptable. But if it's more than 20%, what's going to happen? They're simply going to email you your paper back and request that you fix it. Now, there is a website that you can use. I think it's called QuidBot. QuidBot. Great website. If you find something online that you want to use, a paragraph, if you throw it in this website, and what it does is it paraphrases it for you. It rewrites it for you, paraphrases it. Thank you, Mahmoud. Mahmoud just put the name of the website there. And so you can use that, cut and paste it, throw it in there. Now you must remember to reference what you're using, but you don't want to cut and paste it verbatim. You want to use that website to kind of rephrase it. As we mentioned, Harvard referencing, we're using Harvard referencing. There's a video of how to do Harvard referencing in English and in Arabic for you to go there. Thank you, Mahmoud. He put the link there as well. To how to do Harvard referencing. Appendices, so you can put graphs and tables and pictures and all of that in your paper to answer your paper, to answer the questions in your paper. Now, word count. This is a common question. So you'll see in just a moment, each question has a suggested word count amount to answer the question. It's only a suggestion. You can go above that number. So if you see a word count of 200, you can go above that. If you want to put 400 words, 500 words, perfectly okay. We kindly request, though, that if it lists 200 words, you don't put 3,000 words, right? So sort of keep it in measured. But yeah, you can certainly go above the word count amount. Okay. And then, so the grading rubric, you'll see with that, the passing grade. Assignment introduction, you'll see this when you look at the sample paper that's coming up. Okay, let's get into it here. Okay, so your assignment is that you're going to be writing about a company. Okay, now you have 4 choices. The choices are, you can write about the company that you work for right now. When answering the questions, you can write about the company that you work for. It's perfectly okay if you change the name of the company. You know, that won't matter to us, but you can write about the company you're with now. Number two, you can write about a company that you used to work for. You can also change the name there. Okay. Number three, you have a choice. You can write about a company that you research on your own. So if you would like to write about Amazon, Hilton Hotel, Google, Microsoft, app, what do you call it? Aramco. Any of those companies you can write about. And if you don't want to write about your company, a company you've worked for, or one that you research, you can do this fourth one. You can use this scenario that's listed here. You see, it says you are a senior manager in a business unit of a medium-sized enterprise with functional management, organizational leadership responsibilities. You have responsibility for all aspects of performance management of your team, its contribution toward the achievement of the business goals. Right? So what this means is, if you decide to write about this one, all the other pieces of it, you're essentially going to have to make up. You're going to have to make up an imaginary company, XYZ company. You're going to have to make up where the company is located, number of employees it has, what the company makes or sells or service, whatever it is. Perfectly okay. Okay. So just to be clear, you don't have to write about all four of those. You write about one of the four of those. Okay. And the first question you're going to answer is this. Critically assess the link between the performance of your team and the stated strategic objectives of the organization. It says you may wish to use the congruence modeling for your purpose. Now, it says you may use. You don't have to use it. You may use it. Remember earlier today, we saw the congruence model. What this question is asking you to do, very easy. The goal for the company, show us how that's linked to the performance of your team, right? Your team does X, Y, Z. It's going to help the company achieve that. And remember the congruence model, what do we have in the congruence model? We had people, we had the org structure, we had culture, and we had the work that the people do. You can write high level about that. The people and the work that they do. You can write about the engagement of the people and how that is important. I think Abdul Rahman talked about the power, and people are engaged to give you their full power. And you're just showing the link between the two, the goal and how the team's performance is connected to the goal. You can use the congruence model. You don't have to, but you can if you want to. Number 1.2, identify a range of at least 4 different tools and techniques for setting team performance goals, right? So in your slides, I gave you, I think, at least 4 or 5 different tools for setting team goals, right? We had the, remember, we had the Grippy tool. We had the, what was it? There was a bunch of different tools I put in the slide deck. Don't worry. I'm going to send the slide decks to you and you're going to see the tools. Now, these are the tools I came up with. I found them on the web. You can use different tools. You just have to go to Google, type in team, you call it team performance assessment tools. Team performance assessment tools. And you'll see, basically, these are tools, models that you can use to how to set the team's performance. When I send you the slides, you've got 4 of them. And what you're going to do when you answer this question is tell us the advantage of using this tool, this model, and the disadvantage. Now, if you notice, you've got, it says 700 words under task 1, and this one says 200, 200, next one 300. You can go above that number. with that number. So don't worry. Tonight, I'm going to send the slides to Miriam. 1.3. Assess the value then in the ongoing measuring and monitoring of the team performance during the year. So you see these connected. 1.2 talks about you set your goal. 1.3 is asking, what's the value of doing that? Right? What's the benefit of doing that? 300 words. It says keep focus on changing and future performance needs, considering changes in the business environment. So this is really a wide open question. It's asking you, what's the benefit of continuing to assess and manage and keep an eye on the team's performance? What's the benefit of that? And how does that help the overall performance? Okay, that's task 1. Task 2, it says explore and analyze how team performance targets are arrived at, considering the factors that affect the influence required team performance levels. Compare and contrast current team performance with your findings. Look at that first question. Explore how and analyze team performance targets are arrived at. How do you think team performance goals are arrived at? We talked about it. Remember that triangle we saw? We said the corporate goal is cascaded down to the business unit goal. It's cascaded down to the functional goal, right? So we talked about, remember, we briefly talked about, remember, MBOs? We said that the goals that Will creates is linked to the business goal, is linked to the corporate goals. So it said, the question is, how are they arrived at? Well, the team goals come from the corporate goals. You can write about that because they're supposed to all be linked. Look at 2.2. Describe at least 3 different theories of motivation. Relate motivational techniques and influencing and persuading methodologies to encourage team members to commit to the shared goals. 2.2, you should knock out of the park. We talked about so many motivation goals. We talked about David McClelland. We talked about Pygmalion effect. We talked about Hertzberg theory. We talked about Adams equity theory. We talked about so many. It says at least 3. I'm going to give you so many you can choose from. You can use whichever 3 you want. 2.3, keeping in your focus your scenario stated strategic objectives, explore, review, and critically evaluate the contribution, effects, and impact of delegation, mentoring, and coaching have in meeting the organizational goals. Easy breezy. We talked about this one as well. This is asking, what's the impact of the effect delegation? Remember we talked about delegation? Has on reaching the goals. What's the impact of mentoring and coaching? You should knock that one out the park. You got the slides, but you see the great benefit, the clear benefit of delegation, mentoring, and coaching. 250 words there, but you can use more if you need to. 4.2, for this task, use a working team plan. There it is. Remember, I kept talking today about the team plan. Use a working team plan, and it says decompose its structure. Decompose just means break it down. Give an example. And then it says sequencing the processes, the areas of good practice, bias areas. And what you can do here, you can just create a quick example of a team plan. So tell us what the team plan is and why you're using it. And then 3.1, it says for this task, you're required to identify both tools and methods that are deployed to conduct assessment activities for business processes. I gave you a lot of that, I think, in module number, probably not module number 5. If you look there, I've got a bunch of different models there. I've got a team performance model. What model was that I used? Forget the name of it, but it's in your slide, and I put it there intentionally. In fact, if you look in the note section, I'm going to put a little note. 3.1. I'll make sure I'll include that in there for you to reference. This is 3.1. 3.2, for this task, you're required to conduct a team performance event, conduct assessment of team performance against pre-team performance measures and targets. Use these findings to address any non-compliant performance considering potential areas of legality. So here, you're going to imagine that you've created your team plan, you've executed on your team plan, you're going to imagine this, and what gaps might exist in your team plan, right? You put your team plan together, you've identified some gaps. What are those gaps and how are you addressing those gaps? Almost done. Don't worry, almost done. I'm getting you out of here. 3.3, last one on this one. For this task, you're required to research and explore critical impact and consequences of non-compliance of your team performance, meeting the already stated goals. 3.3, very simple. Here it is. What's the consequence if your team does not achieve its plan? It's very simple to understand. If your team doesn't achieve its plan, then the business unit won't achieve its plan, and then the corporate goal won't achieve its plan because they're linked. Because it's asking, what's the impact or consequence of non-compliance of your team performance? If you don't reach it, what's going to be the consequence to the overall organization? Right? Abu Becker says, get fired. You know, here's one you can throw in. Watch this. You might put in the team doesn't get its bonus. Remember we talked about bonus sharing for team. So that could be one consequence. I just thought about that one as a immediate consequence. The team won't get its bonus. Okay, this is the last question, and then you can go to sleep. Research 3 influencing methodologies. Review their suitability given the sectors of investigation, prevailing structure and culture, and other factors you feel relevant to determine the potential effectiveness of attracting and gaining commitment of individuals to align with the already identified organization goals. This is asking you, how do you gain commitment? Remember we talked today about engagement and disengagement. We talked about emotional commitment. How do you gain emotional commitment from the employees? Right? We talked about feedback. We talked about performance reviews. You know, what you might do, watch this. Ooh, this is a good one. 4.1, you might throw in the MBOs right here because it's saying, listen, how do you get your employees to be committed to achieving the goals? MBOs, they create their own goals, right? You can throw that in there. Okay, good people. I know I have talked your ear off for today. Don't worry. I'm tired of hearing my voice too. I am tired of hearing my voice. So with that, I want to thank you for your time, attention, and commitment. You did it. And you're going to do well. Don't worry about the assignment. We're going to be coming back together in the next 2 weeks to answer any questions that you have. And in between that time, you can always throw questions in the Google Classroom. And of course, you've got the school, the academic advisors there to assist you in any way that you might need. So with that, Miriam, I'm going to shut up now and hand it over to you. Is Miriam here? Did she leave? Miriam is even tired of hearing my voice. Miriam, where are you? Ishada, Miriam, Manic.
So, Mr. William,
Yes.
so who will assist us in between those once we finish when we want to start the assignment, the final assignment for the course?
Yeah, so it will be, you've got a number of people. So I'll be coming back to you in about 2 weeks to talk about how you've done so far.
So we should start from now or from tomorrow, let's say?
Yeah, I would say start from now, because within a week, you're going to have another session with the academic advisor who's going to go through the instructions again with you. So as you start, if you have any questions within a week's time, you can speak to the academic advisor who's going to go over it with you. I'll see you a week after that. The third week, you're going to speak with the academic advisor again if you have any questions. And then I think the fourth week, the assignment is due. And as you go through the assignment, any questions you have, you can always put them in the Google Classroom at any time, any day, and then someone can come back to you to answer those questions.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we also
Thank
have
you, Prof.
hands from, okay, go ahead,
Go ahead.
Sahiba.
Yes, Prof. I just maybe didn't get you clearly. Are you saying from the 4 questions, from the 4 tasks that we have on assignment, so we only have to answer 1?
From the questions?
Answer all.
From the
Yeah.
tasks, there are 4 tasks.
Yes, the questions. Yeah, you're answering all questions. I'm saying, let me see here. I'm saying the company that you write about. Where is it? Here. No, here. I'm saying, so each one of the questions that you're answering is related to a company that you're going to be writing about. So question 1, you're going to be answering the question, writing about a specific company. And we're saying that you have a choice of which company you want to write about. You really have 4 choices. You can write about your own company.
Oh, 4 choices for the companies.
For the company, but the questions,
Okay.
no, you answer all the questions. Yeah,
Okay,
and
no,
it's, okay, good. So sorry for the misunderstanding on that, but great question.
We also have a hand from Amro. Let me just take it from Amro, and then Gabriel, I'll take it from you. Yes, Mr. Amro, go ahead. You can unmute your microphone. Okay, meanwhile, Mr. Amro is figuring out. Why don't you go ahead, Mr. Gabriel?
So regarding the also the final assignment, because I'm worried about it. So there is a format to start, or to know how we will start to make to talk about the company that you want to talk about, or how the process will be. So there is someone will guide us to do that, or?
Professor William, you're muted.
Sorry. So great question. So you have a couple of different things. So when you look into your LMS, you're going to have a sample assignment of what the assignment looks like. It's a paper that's been written by one of our former students, right? So of course you won't use that one to copy and paste, but it shows you an example of the flow of how the paper should look, number 1. Number 2, the Institute here has provided a formatted Word document for you. It's a document that you have. It's already formatted. They've got the papers, the cover page. It's got but Dr. Jonas knows. It's got say it, Dr. Jonas. You know it. Say it.
It has a table of contents. It has everything, the format. You don't have to format it, Gabriel. And other things, you will have a session, how to write the assignments this Thursday, the upcoming Thursday. And then you meet with Professor William if you have more questions during the tutorial. And then we have one more session with the assessment guideline session, which is with the tutors who is grading the final assignment along with Professor William. Yeah.
So we will start to prepare ourselves and prepare the let's say the research, and then on Thursday we will just he will help us to do the things. No?
Not Professor William. We have another team, academic team on Thursday, who is grading the assignments along with Professor William, so they know the answers and what you need to include for each question.
And
Gabriel, the sample assignments is, as Professor William mentioned, is an excellent sample assignments, and plus the structure. I know Gabriel and Hisham also here. You are new to the program. That's okay. Don't worry. We have all the support to make sure you will know how to write the assignments. I think other students who has done it. The last course, where is Sohila? Maybe she can tell us as well. Sohila, is it correct?
Yeah.
So can you tell us if you attended assessment guideline session and is it helpful? Yes. Anybody can tell us, guys, because probably you are attending. You know, every class will have assessment guideline session plus tutorial, so you won't be left alone. And as long as you also join the Google Classroom, you can ask question at any time. Yeah. I think Mashidi was trying to say, but we can't hear you very well. Yeah. Gabriel, is it okay? Any other students would like to comment on the assessment guideline session?
Yes,
no,
I have a question. I have a question.
Yes,
When I
Hisham,
come
yes.
to when I come to answer the questions and assessment, and I'll check the company I work for, I have to link what the results with the researches or what? Because again, it's first time to do this, and I don't know how to do.
Okay. Professor William, I mean, you can use your company and you don't have to mention the name of the company. Professor William, maybe you can assist the students in this question more. We can't hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's a really good question. So let me see here. Okay, so let's just look at question number 1. So let's imagine I work for Hilton Hotel. So the question here is critically assess the links between the performance of the team and the stated goals of the organization. So the first thing I'm going to do to answer question 1.1 is I'm going to say the Hilton Hotel stated goal is we want to be the #1 hotel for business travelers. That's the stated goal. Then I'm going to say, I currently lead a team of 15 reservation specialists. Our team goal is to support Hilton Hotel to achieve the #1 status. How we're going to do this is that the reservation specialists are going to focus on customer service. They're going to focus on upselling the customers when they come in. They're going to focus on reducing the amount of mistakes. They're going to, you see what I'm doing? So I'm stating what the company's goals is. And so the company could be any company. If I work for Aramco's goal is to be the #1 energy provider around the world. Okay. How does the team that I'm working in, whether it's accounting, whether it's IT, whether it's manufacturing, how is that team goal helping Aramco be the #1 energy provider? You see, so that's why when you're writing about your specific company, you have to tell us what that company's goal is. You see, if it's Amazon, just look up, do Google search, Amazon's goal. If it's Microsoft, I mean, if it's your company, again, you can change the name of your company, but what you're doing is showing the link between the two. Does it make sense? I kind of gave a long answer on that one.
I didn't recover it completely, but what I understood that I take the example, then doing the research based on this example and mention the reference. Is it right?
Yeah. So you first want to decide what company you're going to be writing about, and what is that company's goal, their strategic goal. Then next, because the core piece of what you're writing about is your team. So tell us about what team you're leading, right? And again, you can make that up. You can say I'm leading an operations team. What's the size of your team, right? And what are your team goals, right? Your team's goals should be connected to what? What should your team goals be connected to?
Sales.
So, excuse me. So what I understood that I will be like a manager of department inside this company, and what the team of this division that I am responsible about should do.
Exactly. You see here, it says here, look here, let me show you. You see this scenario? Look, it says you are a senior manager in a business unit of a medium-sized company. So whether you're writing about this scenario, whether you're writing about your company, a different company, Amazon, you're imagining that you on the call, the student, are a senior manager and you have a team, right? And your team has a goal, your team goal. Your team's goals that you're going to make up, you're going to create, should be linked. The goals that you create, that you make up, should be linked to the overall goal of the company that you're writing about, right? And so whichever company it is you're writing about, just do a search. What is this company's corporate goal? And once you have that, and then you say to yourself, okay, I'm a senior manager. How can the team I'm managing help the company reach its goal? So you create some goals, a department goal for your particular team that you're writing about, right? And so everything that your team is doing is helping the company to reach that goal. You're going to write about how do you motivate your team? I motivate my team so that they can help the company achieve its goal. I'm going to create a team plan for my team. Why am I doing that? So that the team goal can help the company achieve its goal. You see, does that make, is that a little bit clearer?
Yeah, much better.
Okay, yeah, sorry, maybe I went too quickly when I was explaining it. Yeah, so you're imagining you have a team, your team, whatever size team you want to write about that you're having, and you have a team goal that you're going to create, but the goal that you create should be linked. It's got to match. It's got to be, here's the word, congruent with the company goal that you're writing about.
Yeah, one question. I would like to know, Gabriel, have you or Hisham, have you attended the academic session, which we have it on every Tuesday?
Only one.
Okay, sorry, Almer.
Only one.
Have you
Just
attended or?
one session. I think this one,
Let's see here.
how to make Harvard things.
Okay, it's on Tuesday.
That's
Was
it.
it here?
Yeah,
That's
last
also-
Tuesday.
Yeah,
Last Tuesday.
that's also help you to how to write a final assignments, because is what Dushanti was telling, that assignment format is on the elements. You just have to download it. Yeah, it's already there, so you don't have to worry about formatting at all. As Professor VM said, you just simple, just use that one, put your name, professor name, title, go next page, next.
Yeah, I saw this one. The format, I saw it. Yeah.
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 Is
I
under
remember.
your 7.0.
The format is okay. The only issue for me right now is how to link the
Content.
search to the answers.
Yeah, sure.
The reference itself, the mechanism of linking the reference.
Sure.
What kind of reference that I have to link to the answer? If we can get one example, doesn't matter to be with the same questions of the assignment. Any other assignment, any other question, how to link the reference to this.
Yeah,
Otherwise, I'll be the author for everything.
Yeah, yeah, it's a good point. So if you think about, I mean, so I think maybe a clear answer is everything that happens in the organization should be moving the organization towards its goal. Right. So whatever you write about, whatever goal that you give your department, whatever goal that you give yourself, if you talk about motivating the employees, if you're talking about creating a great culture for the employees, if you talk about giving incentive payment for the employees, why are we doing all that? What's the purpose for all those things? The purpose is so that we can motivate the employees, so we can keep the employees, so we can measure the performance of the employees. Why do we recruit great employees? Because all of those things, watch this, help us reach our goal. So when you write about the things, always keep in your mind and ask yourself this question: how is what I'm writing about helping the company reach its goal? If it's not helping, it's not congruent. It's not connected.
And And Professor, what I see here, in what Hisham is trying maybe to ask is the information you learn in the class, in the lecture slides, the resources, what Professor William using, the links, the website, you define, let's say, this is the motivation, or this is the method I'm going to use, or this is what we use, but it is not your method, is not your theory, is not your practice. It has been created in HR long time, and you start getting information and try to implement that. For each question, you might use 6 to 5 different references, read about it, and put it together in your answer. Of course, you have to reference it where the main idea will come. Yeah, Hisham, is it correct? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you implementing what you have learned in the class. There may be some of the motivation theory, some of the things which you learn and theories, but how you're going to practice it, you gather information and then use that resources to answer the question. Okay.
And the question is that how we will know, or just we will search example on Google that what are the most leading objective goals for the biggest company, like say FMCG example. So we will just.
But Gabby, I believe, Professor William, I think the best is always to go with your own company, because you know what is the mission and vision, what is the main objective of your company. I mean, that's the easiest. Why would you go to another company? I'm sure all of you guys working or maybe doing your own business, so you can use your own business. And everybody has an ultimate goal and objectives, what you want to achieve in your business. So, and then you build up your strategy, build up your team to work towards that one. Yeah, I believe.
Yeah, every company, no matter which ones you write about or even look up or work for, every company has a strategic goal. You just have to put in the company name and its objective. It should pop right up, whether it's Microsoft, Amazon, Google, FMCG, Aramco, every organization, schools, institutes, charitable organizations, they all have a goal.
Yeah, but I think it's always better to be
to use the one
your area.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, because you know what's happening daily. How is the team work together? What are the customer service? What are the quality we implement towards to achieve that?
Unless you have to it's less you have to research, because you already know it. You work there.
But again, what you know, what you practice is always not enough to answer this assignment. You do have to research on that one. Yeah. You know the reason of this all this class is to gather as much information and they create your own way of seeing things along with what is your organization doing at the moment. Yeah, Professor.
Shall I summarize what I understood? So you correct me if I'm wrong. So
please. Yeah.
This is the question. I'm going to do the answer based on example from whatever company. Then I will put my vision and prove this vision by some scientific theories or some other websites or books or references based on my vision. Is it right?
Yeah, but the vision and the goal is not from you. It's not you creating. It is a company who's already had a vision and the goals, strategy and goals, and that's
so the answer,
your resources.
Answering the question based on what the company is doing, and I'm going to prove this by using some references from the ebook or the some websites, right?
Yeah. You can support that one, but again, go back. What's happening as you have to look at the fact as well, plus supported with the resources you have. Yeah, you find. Professor William, what do you think?
Yeah, I was nodding my head, and Abu Becker is commenting as well. Yes, based on the research, and really, it's everything that we talked about. The questions, all the questions that are in the final assignment, the content we went over, and it's in the slides. You just have to make the connection. So to answer your question, yes, you're correct. You have to apply it. The vision, the objective, you just have to prove it with the information that we talked about today.
But again, Hisham and Gabriel, I know it may be too much information at once. But look at the final assignment, the sample final assignment. I will show it to you guys. Probably everybody is feeling a little bit tired because I've seen it in Amir as well. So let me do just quickly show the presentation. Maybe it also help you again. There is an assessment session, Gabriel and Hisham, on this Thursday. Make sure you attend. And in addition to that one, you have a Google Class, so you can ask questions at any time, yeah, from the other students and even from Professor William as well. Okay. Does it sounds good? Sounds okay?
I think we'll have a good start.
Sorry?
Is it Thursday 6:30 p.m.?
Yeah, 6:30. Yes, ma'am. At 6:30, I believe. Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
So yeah, we give anytime you want to ask us, guys, just ask. Mariam, Angelica will be happy to help you, and they will definitely tell you. And if you want, again, you can attend this Tuesday session every week if you need more assistance in the structure or the resources. Yeah. And I think Dushanti even can say that, okay, this is a question on 702. What type of resources do she has? Some resources already prepared. Yeah. Yeah. Which you can use it as well in your assignments. Okay. All right, let me just go through, okay, Gavin and everybody, sorry, I know it's getting too late, but yeah, one of the things, survey must be done. It is very important for Professor William, and also we have to inform qualified level 7. You might get a phone call on that one as well, and a survey, so we use that. Now, level 7 courses is on LMS. Let me do just quickly, because I think many people already done it, but for the new students, it's quite important. Okay, let's look at it. So when you go to European Graduate School of Management, is everybody logged in already? Especially Hisham and Gabriel, have you logged in?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you.
Yeah,
So go
yes.
to EGSM LMS. Thank you. Log in with the email and password, what you have. And when you go down, the online library is here, Professor Library. So you can use that one for research, and you can use books, lecture slides. Professor William, and you go down, because many courses here, level 7, management team performance, okay, 702, this is the course. Mariam, can you see it? What I'm showing?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so we talked about learning outcomes. There's another professor who mentioned assessment is here, okay? So you come here, very simple. You download the workbook. The workbook, you use this workbook itself to answer the question, like, question, answer, question, answer, question, answer. You can do it in group of 2. Now, this is more related to practical things, but the final assignments, this is just an instruction. So you download this one to read it. The same things what Professor William was explaining. And then here is a sample assignments, okay? Can you see it? So this is a PDF, don't use it, of course. This is just a guideline, and the structure is here. So this is very important. You can see this is a Word format. So download it, use it, rename it, put it down, 702 final assignments, your student ID name, and then start using it. And there's some referencing here. When you finish, you come to the submission, and then it's very simple. Choose workbook and the final assignment. You can submit it more than once, Mariam? Is it possible?
Yes, the students can submit again and again unless or until there is a deadline period available.
Deadline, yeah. And can they submit it one by one, or they have to submit it together too?
No, both the files have to be submitted together.
And it has to be a Word document, not a PDF, please, because we have to run scans. Some resources here to assist you. Okay, then here we are, which is the most important, I think. You can see that one. You have the course video, the Zoom video, the lecture slides, and also what Professor William was teaching, the previous tutorial, explaining some of the how to answer the question, and also final assignments tutorial. Okay, so before Thursday, Gabriel and Hisham go through these things as well, and this can also help you. Okay.
So just regarding the workbook, depending on the notes that they are under the slides, we will just answer the notebook.
Yeah, no, the workbook is more as a, like, what is this, and then the definition, or how would you do this, is more into a chapters, a little bit more details. The final assignments is about your company. Yeah, workbook is a question and answer. The final assignment is a full report. Yeah, where you have everything, table of
But-
contents, introduction.
But I mean, if, the workbook that I can take the answers from the notes and just implement them into, yeah.
Not all of them. There are some research required as well. Yes.
Oh, okay, no problem.
I'm sure to answer that one, some of them, yes.
And regarding the research, so I should also implement the Harvard style on the
Yes, yes, always. In the
The
workbook,
workbook,
workbook is and final summers, yes. Because you're taking information from different location is very important also to include that as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so as you know, that one you have 3 assessment here. One is the final assignments, okay, then the workbook and the tutorial, 5% attendance. It is more as a compulsory. You get 5 marks just attending with Professor William. Very important. Now, referencing is 20% plagiarism. Don't worry, if your assignment is plagiarized, we will not give you 0. We send it back to you and we will ask you to redo the part. And there are some software, Mariam, maybe you can share it with everybody to rephrase your words, rephrase your content. How do you save your assignments? You put all your first name, last name, student ID, course code, and it is a final assignment, FA, and it has to be a Word document. I showed you this one already, okay, where to submit it. And referencing, very important, 2 different referencing. One is in-text and the bibliography. If you attended the class, academic session, you probably know that. In-text, it is within the report. Bibliography is the last page of your assignments. And how to do that one, if you want a crash course on that one, a 2 minutes course done by Ashur Mariam, quite a lot of people, 5,000 people watch this one, even now, I think 20,000, is the Harvard referencing with Microsoft Office. So referencing is really, really simple. You don't have to worry, not like all time ago, like when you have to, okay, here's a comma, here's a dot, this is italic, this is bold, and then you have to remember everything. Not anymore. It is done by Microsoft Office. You just have to put the details and it will automatically do it for you. Okay, that's in text. Now, the citation, Mariam could tell you that one. The citation is something you should never type. The last page, a bibliography, sorry, you should never type. It's just a click because you get insert bibliography at the end. If you have done the in-text referencing correctly, the last page is something it will be done automatically. Okay. Hope it makes sense. If not, please make sure you attend the academic session and ask the academic advisor again about this. Okay, so the assignment structure, cover page, acknowledgement, everything is done for you. None of this is your job because we've done it. Only things you have to come to the Word document and say title of the final assignment 702, whatever you have. You're doing lecture, Professor Williams, student ID 784, student name Mohammed, submission date, let's say, I'm not sure, 14th of September. I'm not sure. Acknowledgement. Executive summary is the last things you write, okay? When you finish all your assignments, because this includes everything. It shouldn't be more than 3/4 of the page, okay, or half. Table of contents, very simple, right click and update it. Automatically we do it for you. Introduction, what you have to introduce about the company. And then task 1, the question which was mentioned with Professor William, or the task 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever is there. Answer it here, and after that one you do a conclusion for the assignments and the referencing. And this is the page, the bibliography. You should not type, it should be automatically appear the moment you click insert bibliography. Now, as you know, there's a word count, okay, so you always check how many words you have written for each question. You go to review on Microsoft Word, and then you do word count, and you can see that 100 words, because there is a limit and you should not be less than the limit itself. Okay. Again, LMS, hopefully everybody can access that one. ProQuest library is there. You have basic and advanced research. If you want to refer to two topics, you use advanced research, which is a basic. Let's say you want something in marketing management, you just click on it and you have plenty of resources. Now, passing grade, I want to mention the merited distinction. Very important because you have to be able to define the concept asked in the question in your own words, present critical analysis of the concept with logical discussion, contextualize the discussed concept while applying them on your own organization, give your own opinion. Okay, that's all looked into it when it's graded. And look at this one, Gabriel and Isham and everybody. To get a distinction, you have to have minimum 20 references, okay? in your assignments. We don't like Wikipedia, I have to tell you that, okay? You try to use other resources, book, textbook, and internet, because Wikipedia, we cannot really rely on the information is given there. Okay, if you are not happy with your grades after you receive it, within 5 days, you need to inform us on student request and we look into it. How to do that one, I won't be going into that one. Mariam can help you with that, yeah? Course fee, look at your course fee kindly always, okay? You can refer to what happens if you late assignments, what happens in case of, let's say, redoing assignments or re-evaluation of the assignments, okay? Everything is mentioned there. Every workbook and also final assignments have a detailed marking rubric at the last page. Kindly check that one so you know what is expected from you. Mariam, am I fast or okay?
No, you're okay.
Dr. John, one more question.
Yes,
here
please.
we are talking about the assignment. So how we are going to do the workbook? Are we going to receive questions and doing the answer or what?
No, the workbook is on the LMS. So everything, Gabriel, is on the LMS. Oh, Hisham, sorry. It is in the LMS. I show it to you actually. You just go and download it. It's already there. If you go to under assessment, if you go to the LMS, you might do it tonight. If you have any questions, just drop a message to Mariam tomorrow, and then she will guide you. But you go LMS, you go to the course assessment, and you have a workbook. Click on it, download it, and start answering it. That's a question and answer. The assignments is just only the format, and the instruction is given to you. Okay. Hisham, is it
okay? Clear. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Riyabash, we talked about date submission. Now, if you're not able to submit it on time for any reason, just send us an email. Make sure you do it before the deadline so you won't be penalized. All the session has been recorded, even my presentation as well. So, you can refer to it at any time. It will be sent to you on WhatsApp and will be uploaded on Google Classroom. So, management team performance tutorial, is it correct, Mariam? 11th of September without you?
Yes, that's correct.
Professor William, you might be doing it with me. You will be doing it with me. Is it okay?
Yep.
So.
Yep, it's good. It's okay.
Mariam is traveling, so I will be.
Oh, mashallah.
Maybe only just start. I'll make you as a head, and when you finish, you just close the presentation. But I will be joining you in September 11th. Okay, Sunday. Hope I don't forget. Yeah. Then, okay, next class is project management. No, actually, MIS, Management Information System. Sorry, it is on 3rd of September. We had to prepone it. So if you look at the schedule, kindly check it because there's change in the class. Okay, it's not 11. It was 11, Mariam, yeah, or 10th of September, but we made it 3rd of September. Okay, because we can't miss Mariam, of course. Okay, Google Classroom, Mariam. What is the purpose of this? Make sure everybody look at the Google Classroom, please. Talk to each other, guys, okay? Don't be shy. Talk to each other, ask questions, and talk to Professor William as well. I'm sure he will be happy. And of course, any update. Yeah, Mariam, please.
Yeah, so for the purpose for using this platform, apart from the LMS, is that obviously any additional materials like such as Professor William was updating the slides. So obviously when he will share, we're going to be uploading it on Google Classroom and everyone can access anything updated related to the course from there. It will also be updating you if there is any new announcement or important announcement related to the course or any upcoming sessions. You're going to be getting a notification beforehand on this platform. And you can also communicate with one another as well as with Professor William. And if you have any questions or concern, obviously you can drop it down and we will also be assisting you on that regard.
Yeah, and Gabriel and Hisham and everybody, guys, I want to tell you something. We have this session, one-to-one session as well. So, it's really up to you how much you are taking advantage of the support we have. We cannot force you, but, one-to-one session, what else you need, you just book it on Tuesday and say, I would like to ask about my assignments. Question number 2, part B, I'm not sure how to do it. Could you please help me? There is a session every Tuesday. You can book one-to-one session, okay? And again, it's up to you if you do it. If you don't do it, it's again up to you. All right, okay, so we have students who are finishing. Intake is going on, so we have a a lot going to Anglia Ruskin Bolton and Northampton, and then I think we have Marconi a lot as well, and also University of Scotland as well. Okay, that's an intake going on at the moment for the students who's completed. So yeah, probably you will be taking the next intake, I believe. And here's the deadlines with, application deadline and so on. The next one is just letting you know, is coming up in December. Okay, so the University Edinburgh, Glyndwr, and University Dundee as well. Okay, now this is the session I talk. Look at it, guys. Every Tuesday. There's no Tuesday we don't have a session. So 6:30 to 8:30. There is an individual session every Tuesday as well. You say, I would like to have a session this Tuesday. My question is 702. My question is 703, 704, whatever you need is all there for you every Tuesday. Academic session and also individual session. And of course, assessment, you will get the details on this one, but you have a session at 1st of September. When is 1st of September? This Thursday. What time? 6:30. Okay. What happens there? The person who is marking along with Professor William the assignments, she will be giving this session. Okay. So if you have any question, she's definitely the right person to ask in terms of resources, in terms of how to answer any of your questions. WS is all there for postgrad diploma and also for our MBA in case if you are going to Canada, USA, or UK. And then some of the attestation, UE, and all the other attestation. We're not doing it. We don't involve in attestation. There is an agent appointed by Qualify and also with the universities. So they're assisting the students on Spark. Okay. Egypt, Ghana, Kuwait, UAE, Jordan. I always show this one. Pakistan, some pro students who have seen it 100 times. Okay, that's congratulations, same students last time and all the other students. The new pictures are coming up hopefully soon as well. All the students who is joining this session. And you know, I want to tell you something. Is when you finish with us, it doesn't mean we finished, because we have support you all the way to the enrolling to the final project with the university of your choice. And then we have WhatsApp group. So Ma'am can tell that one for Anglia Ruskin Bolton and Northampton. We have WhatsApp group. It means you will be joining the WhatsApp group, which was not only created for this group who is joining in this intake, but the previous one as well. So, if you have any question, they can also assist you, students who already completed, and if you have any difficulties. So you have the university and our team, and plus the students who enrolled into the same university final program, okay? This is one of our students, 14th of July, just like 2 months, no, 1.5 months ago. We had around, I think, 20 plus students. All the students sent it to us. He's from Saudi Arabia, I believe. Khalid Bakr. Okay, I've shown you another one, which was after COVID in 2021, last year, October. Anglia Ruskin has a graduation ceremony twice a year, July and in October. I love this. Hope you can see yourself standing there. Okay, two of the students is from there. Okay, we want to tell you, Dushyant in Guyana is the academic advisor. Asma and Nido is assisting you after your level 7 completed. Prakash there, finance. Mariam is there to communicate. Then we have Marwa and also Angelica to assist you with the daily request. So hope you had a wonderful learning experience with us. I know I was a little bit fast, but it has been recorded, so you can also ask for that one.
Any questions before we conclude today's session?
Hisham is all okay? Everybody's okay?
Yeah,
Professor
they're
William.
happy.
Everyone.
Definitely, we'll
go.
back again with some questions, but not today.
Okay,
They're
no
all
worries.
tired. Listen,
know
thank you. Go ahead.
So Emmanuel is there, everybody, okay? She will be working tomorrow, probably not working on Monday and Tuesday because she was working on the weekend. But yeah, she will be there tomorrow to assist you. Hope she feel better. She was complaining, but are you okay? I hope your sister made some tea with honey, so you feel better. And Angelica is there every day. Prakash is there. Myself is there. So, you know, and then Nida, who's dealing with the student request. So please communicate with us and we try to assist you as much as possible to make sure you're getting the best service and also the best experience. Thank you. That's from my side, Professor William.
Well, I want to thank everyone for their time and attention, and I wish you a great week ahead.
Thank you so much, Professor Williams. So again, the Google Classroom link will be sent to you tomorrow, as well as the recorded session. Obviously, it will be sent to you by WhatsApp as well as by email, and it will also be available on Google Classroom. So I hope Mr. Khalid and Mr. Abdurrahman, your questions have been answered. Apart from that, obviously, as Dr. Janusz mentioned, that if you have any questions or any concern, or if you need any assistance from our side, please feel free to drop down a WhatsApp text, or maybe you can send us an email, and we're going to be assisting you accordingly. So have a great evening, enjoy your dinner, and see you for the upcoming classes as well. Thank you, bye-bye.
Thank you. Thanks, Professor William. Good to see
Thank
you again.
you all.
Okay.
See
Enjoy
you.
your
Thank
day.
you.
Yeah.
Take
Thank
care.
you.
Masalama. Allah tikalafi. See you all soon.
Thank you.
Salama.
Thanks.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Thank you for all.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.